city of Boston is known for many things. Its place in U.S. history, its prestigious universities, and its usually formidable sports franchises. But this year, and most importantly, Boston is home to the 2025 Six Invitational, where 20 teams will come together from all over the globe to compete for the World Championship. Welcome to the North American Last Chance Qualifier for the Six Invitational, everybody. I'm Jonas Willinger, soon to be joined by Crow, Fellow, Happy, and Light Rose. We've got an action-packed weekend ahead here in the LCQ because there is only one spot up for grabs for North America in the Six Invitational, and there are still 4 teams looking to claim it. Those 4 teams, Wildcard, Team Cruelty, Oxygen, and Loyalty is Scarce, will face off in a best-of-3 double elimination bracket to determine who will claim that final spot. We know these teams well, Wildcard and Oxygen, both familiar organizations in the North American Closed League, household names, household rosters. Team Cruelty, a Mexican roster whose success in the LATAM League earned them a spot atop the global point standings for the region. And finally, Loyalty is Scarce. It's a very North American name, our only open qualifier team to make it to this point. As I said, though, we have an action-packed weekend. If you like to watch some Siege, you are in for quite the schedule. We have 2 days, 3 best-of-3s. That's potentially 9 to 10 hours of Siege coverage coming your way. So you're not going to want to miss it, and you can settle in just around the corner. We're going to be getting things started. As we said, we can take a look at our bracket, this best-of-3 double elimination game. It's going to be quite challenging here for these teams to work their way all the way through, but as I said, it is going to be quite a ride. We're looking to bring our casters in here, though, in just a moment. Joining me to kick off the action today are my good friends Jonathan Fellow Seach and Harrison Crow Broder. We'll pull them in here. Oh, actually, take a look at our bracket now, as we see on the top side, Wildcard and Cruelty. That'll be our first match to start things off. Oxygen and LIS, Loyalty is Scarce, will wrap things up there. As I said, double elimination, so teams will have multiple opportunities, just 2, to work themselves into that final spot. And Team Cruelty, the unique opportunity and a chance to make history as the first Mexican team to potentially qualify and vie for that hammer lift at the World Championship. As we said, though, we move along and get things started with Wildcard and Cruelty, our first game of the day. And we'll pull in our casters here, hopefully, and get things started in just a moment as we unfold this weekend in the LCQ. We've seen a lot of action so far. 3 of our LCQs of 4 have already started or concluded. We saw Raza Company taking it. We saw CAG Osaka taking the win there, both qualifying. And finally, our EU qualifier will conclude tomorrow, as will this one as well. But as I said, we will welcome in our casters now, finally, I think. And we will get things started with our first game of the day. Still waiting for this to happen. There we go. Finally, we called for it 3 times. We get it on the 4th. 3rd time's a charm. Jonathan Fellow, Steve Harrison, Crow Broder, my good friends, welcome to the LCQ. I feel like it's the perfect day for Siege. You know, we're sit back, we're bundled up inside. It's cold. How we feeling, guys? We looking to get started?
You are right. It is cold. It's been snowing since like yesterday where I'm at in Indiana. And it's good to be back because remember last year we didn't have a qualifier. It was all global point standing. So the last time, John, that we were here, it was 2023 and we sent SSG through. But of course, they're already qualified. We're going to get a new team.
Yeah, that was a best-of-5 grand final against TSM. We do have at least one familiar face from our last SI we got to cover. That's Mr. B. He's on LIS, the only qualifying team that wasn't directly invited to the LCQ, so I'm really happy to have him back and see a ton of new faces as well.
Well, of the 20 teams that are going to the Six Invitational, right, we only get to send one more here from North America. 18 of them have already been decided. Our teams this weekend, of course, are looking to join them. And as I mentioned a moment ago, a couple of the LCQ teams that have already qualified, but already representing North America at Invitational. We have Dark Zero, we have M80, we have Shopify Rebellion, we have X Beast Coast, and potentially the only NA organization who could claim their 2nd world title, John. It's SSG.
They're probably one of the strongest teams going into the 6th Invitational for North America. They've overall been fairly consistent qualifying for every major. They've been top 8 in the previous SI before them. They lost to W7M, who are the reigning champs for Rainbow Six Siege. They've gotten 8th in Atlanta, and I believe they got 8th in the previous major of Montreal as well. They are probably NA's best hope, unless we see something drastic happen over the course of the next month.
Harrison, when you look at these teams that have already qualified, when you look at a potential world championship defending roster in Furia, now under the Furia banner instead of W7M, I mean, it is a tough lineup to go up against for any of these teams.
Absolutely. But I do think that, I mean, there's been, you know, hundreds of YouTube videos and stuff talking about how Furia, you know, helped evolve the meta. They were ahead of the times, just like how old Penta and G2 was. But they've started to look slowly and slowly weaker and weaker as more events get played, as the rest of the world now catches up. And we saw them fall and W7M take the last major. We saw Beast Coast Cloud9 take the major before that, who are now at Invite 2. So it's no longer a shoo-in that Furia, or even I think a Brazilian team, is going to end up winning this event. We've got a lot of contenders from a lot of different regions, even though some of the teams that we know coming in may look a little bit different, with, you know, ex Beast Coast having a different roster, Sonics being under Shopify, and more.
What a lineup. As we said, I highlighted Furia, of course, W7M, the same organization potentially defending that title, but a different roster. It really is a very difficult lineup, a really difficult lineup of teams to go up against. But as we said, still looking to add 2 more. 1 more from the EU MENA qualifier and 1 more from here, the North American closed qualifier, or the finals, I should say, of the Last Chance qualifier, which we will dive into in just a moment. As a reminder, our 4 teams: Wild Card, Loyalty is Scarce, Oxygen, and Team Cruelty all have a chance to join the current lineup of teams as you see in front of you. But as we dive into our first matchup here, it will be Wild Card and Team Cruelty going toe-to-toe to start things off. This one we expect to be rather interesting, Harrison, because on the one hand, you've got a Wild Card team that are arguably the favorites of the 4 teams here in the LCQ, but in their other last chance qualifier opportunities to make the majors this year, they fell short.
Yeah, Wildcard have been one of those teams who are like on the cusp of making a LAN for quite a while, though. They haven't made a LAN just yet. Cruelty, on the other hand, have like major experience because they were able to qualify through the Mexican scene. I mean, Wildcard, they've shown a lot of improvement this year, though. Like the new competitive, I want to say like the new competitive season, which is basically when Lair was introduced, they lost their own tournament, which was the first event with Lair in it, with Wildcard Restart. Team Cruelty also not being able to go 3-0 in the T2 scene in NA. So we have a lot of, I think, a lot of things to prove for all 4 teams in this bracket.
It'll definitely be a close match for sure, Harrison. Again, similar skill level. We've seen a lot of improvement by Team Cruelty, actually, throughout Element 4. They almost got eliminated the other day, but we got to cover their matchup against JJ & Co. Funnily enough, that's the team that beat Wildcard in their own tournament just a couple months ago. So it'll be really interesting to see if there's any major faults that Cruelty could punish, since they have been drastically improving since they almost got eliminated the other day.
It is crazy that we don't always have the opportunity to see these teams kind of fighting for it in the offseason, but Cruelty, they are one of these organizations that love to join in with Element 4, right? The offseason tournament we have here in North America, and yeah, you get a good bit of insight into what they're capable of. They also played in Element 3 in the offseason in between Stage 1 and Stage 2 in 2024, so we were able to see, you know, how those roster changes took shape and really what they had in store coming in to that second stage. Of course, Cruelty have been on the up and up, I'd say, all year long, John. It's, I would say, maybe not improving, but compared to 2023, 2024 was a mile ahead of that progress. They made the major in Stage 1, second place in LATAM in Stage 2.
Say they had a little bit of a rough going in their final stage. They also had some more experience internationally at EWC. Then heading into SI quals, it was kind of a back and forth. They started off extremely strong, then went up against some tougher competition going in through those professional games, heading up, not even against Wildcard. This will be the first time this team has actually faced off against Wildcard ever. This is like a clean slate for both these teams. But going against LIS, they lost 2-1. They got knocked into the lower bracket. And for seeding, they got placed in 4th, losing 2-0 against OXG. So they may seem on paper to be the lower team, but in terms of experience, they beat groups like LIS by a mile. They have been doing nothing but scrimming and practicing and having game day experience from Element 4. So I'm really confident about these guys going far today.
Harrison?
I mean, Cruelty have not broken top 4, I think, in NAT2 just yet. But Wildcard have also, I mean, remember E3, Wildcard also lost to Makers, who became CL4L, who then qualified for the major in the T2 tournament as well. But I think we've seen a more drastic improvement from Wildcard than with Cruelty, whereas Cruelty have kind of the same play style, and they've always had the same play style where they play very loose, they play very fast, they rely a lot on guys like Pyrox and Ivan to have good games, whereas Wildcard were just switching over to a new system. You have Spiff coming in as the new primary entry. They were trying to work him into the roster. Wildcard look a lot more solidified. Their early game has really, really improved now that Spiff and Bay, especially too, as well, have kind of more acclimated into the roster. So I like Team Cruelty's chances. I think there's a world in which they make it, but it's very difficult. And Wildcard still the favorites, IMO.
Well, depending on where we end up in terms of this best of 3 map pool could impact what we think about this matchup, right? As we said, Cruelty potentially the underdogs here, so looking to shake it up in terms of the map they eventually go to. We'll hopefully find that out in just a moment, but I know, Harrison, you've taken a good look at this in the past in terms of the histories of these two teams and what maps they prefer. What do you make of this?
Yeah, John and I were talking earlier. These teams actually have a good bit of overlap. Like, for example, the first map, Kafe, Cruelty had a lot of success with it, both domestically and in Element, most recently beating Friendship Team, or XLG, in the closed qual 7-3. So far, since the beginning of Stage 2, Cruelty have played it 5 times, not lost it once. Wildcard, their most recent play was actually back in the Montreal Major LCQ, where they won it versus Los. So haven't played it in a while. I really like this map pick from Cruelty. Bank and Consulate, though, I feel lean a little bit more Wildcard's way. Wildcard won it against both OXG in Max OT and Loyalty is Scarce in the closed qualifier. Last time Cruelty played it, again, it was against Friendship Team in Element, and they lost it. Consulate as well with Cruelty. They don't play a whole lot. They lost it to SSG Academy in Element 4. So I really like the first map for Cruelty. The other two, I feel, lean a little bit more Wildcard.
Especially with how the rounds are playing out on Bank for Cruelty. A lot of times they weren't really enabling their roamers to do their job. There was no buddy system, or roamers weren't playing for a fall off, so they could easily be punished by 2 people clearing out the map with drones and having someone behind that drone to shut down those isolated roamers. And Bank is a map that you can really capitalize on those initial gunfights because A, you can waste time, and B, you can work as well, which in the late round, if you've got 30 seconds left and you're in a 3v5 attacking the basement floor bomb site, it is really challenging to still find that position winnable.
All right, well, last thing we need to do is actually get things started. Kafe up first, map number 1. Boys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jonah. Kafe, Team Cruelty's map pick. Now, all 3 of the maps in the pool, John, are big-ish, kind of squarish, rectangular maps with 3 floors, but Kafe definitely feels the smallest out of those 3. You're just talking about how Team Cruelty never really had the buddy system on Bank, and I feel like that might be an issue on Consulate too, with how gigantic the map is. It's really easy to spread yourselves thin. Kafe, a lot harder for that to become an issue.
I have to say, though, we did recently see Team Cruelty play on Consulate against JJ & Co., which that is one of their better maps. in their pool. Yet Cruelty had zero problem setting up these, I wouldn't say elaborate extensions, but extensions that were still challenging to clear effectively. They were able to readjust throughout the round, find short flanks to shut down JJ and Co's attacks, and really just stall them from getting any control outside of admin. That was really the only time we saw JJ and Co really enter the building without immediately dying. So if this series goes to a third map, I wouldn't really sell Cruelty short. But to be fair, Wildcard, a pro team, a lot more experience for game day matches like this compared to JJ and Co. But I do like to say, again, I mentioned this earlier, Wildcard did end up losing to JJ and Co. not too long ago, back in August. So this really could be a 50-50 toss-up. And one thing specifically for Cruelty starting out on the attack, their entry game has improved drastically since they faced off against Friendship Team, formerly known as Luminosity when they were a pro team. I'm really hoping they can capitalize not only the bottom floor pressure for a bomb site like Bar and Cocktail, they can get that vertical established, but also the window pressure that can sometimes make or break and execute.
Something that is interesting, John, that we haven't gotten to talk about yet, the operator bans. Deimos being banned, which means Monty is still up. Kind of had to choose one or the other, Blackbeard or Monty. Mira also being banned leaves Valkyrie up, which I feel like we don't see very often, especially on Kafe at all, with how much of a square it is. I mean, you put one cam up and you can see half the floor you're looking at. So Wildcard are immediately going to be picking up that operator. They got some intel denial with the Mozzie as well. Spiff playing on Sentry so he can bring both barbed wire and impacts. Not usually the combination we see. A lot of times if someone's bringing a Sentry, it's because they want like a shield and C4 or a shield and a bulletproof. So I wonder what the plan is with the impacts.
Due to the fact they have a lot of info ops like Mozzie Pest Drones and Valkyrie Black Eyes, maybe we could have Spiff play below and use those impacts to stop a plant if we are to get to that situation. Other than that, I don't see much of a use besides just making different angles to rotate, as he could maybe be one of the primary roamers, as he is starting the round inside of Reading Room. It looks like Cruelty, they are trying to get some pressure on the windows, but Bosco, perfectly timed Nitro Cell, blows up the Lion. That skims the first one dead. Kansan follows suit, and it's a sea of blue. Wildcard, they end the round flawlessly and have zero issues stopping Cruelty's attack.
If you asked me to tell you everything that happened that round, I don't know if I could. I mean, we saw Bosco, like you said, get the opening pick with a really well-placed C4. You take the Lion off the board, and without an enabler like that Lion to lock the defenders down, if you're just going for a site rush or an aggressive site play with minimal, even if that, control, the defenders are going to run all over you, and that's what we just saw. I mean, you saw Kansan, Spiff immediately getting kills. As soon as Wildcard hit the gas, everybody from Wildcard was basically already in a position to stop it. So hopefully, if you're a Cruelty fan, that is not a sign of things to come, as Wildcard didn't even lose a body. They didn't even break a sweat, despite how surprising Cruelty's attack was, at least to us. Maybe Wildcard read into it perfectly, but curiously enough, John, the secondary site here is Mining and Dining, a site that has become much more popular recently than it was on Classic Kafe. A lot of teams don't really like Kitchen a whole lot anymore because of, again, how much it relies on the verticality, how easy it is to typically clear a full map before going down to Kitchen. But the same can be said about Bar. Some teams don't like running Bar anymore because of how sometimes they're just not able to hold on piano effectively, or Cocktail tends to be a pretty effective take. But yeah, Wildcard taking Mining before Reading, I think, is the most surprising thing.
Maybe the element of surprise, you're not totally expecting an objective like Mining Room, and depending on how much utility you bring for that top floor extension, it can actually be more challenging to try to clear out both Piano and all of Cocktail to then try to push your way into the bomb site and plant that diffuser. This could waste a lot of time, which Cruelty already burned away about 40 seconds getting on top of this roof, setting up flank watch from Matumbo, and they have to clear out almost the entire top floor. There's presence in Humidor, presence in Freezer, and all of Piano is castled off. This is going to take a long time for Cruelty to get this top floor control, which they honestly might just try to avoid a majority of it.
First C4 goes out, it is wasted, and thanks to the smoke, Matumbo is able to get down that red hatch. The Glaz on Fatal, an operator we haven't seen just yet. especially from Cruelty and Element, because against JJ, Glaz, curiously enough, got banned both maps. Smoke's coming out, and that thermal scope maybe going to start going to work, but instead it's Bosco and Spiker to find the first 2 opening kills. Matumbo on red stairs is dead, and your Glaz is gone? That's both of your execute operators on the floor, and you've gotten, what, basically nothing for it. As Ivan goes down, the round goes from bad to worse for Team Cruelty. Spiker still running amok in the first floor. Skimzy and Pyrox both wholly separated. This should be a pretty easy cleanup for Wildcard, though Pyrox does finish off the roamer.
That's at least something for Cruelty's troubles, but A, they don't have case control, and B, they don't have top floor control either. Looks like Wildcard are just ready to sandwich the remnants of this attack. Skimzy on a sliver of HP will fight against the Mute and win that tussle. Still a man advantage though for Wildcard, and again, they've got so much map control. Cruelty trying to maybe at least force back the rest of his defense on the top floor that gives them at least some pressure, but they've got no ops to get this vertical down, and really a lack of info. There's only 3 drones left, and neither Adobe or Ash have any to use.
Down goes Ash in Laundry. Pyrox with 1 refrag, looking for another with the SMG-12. Deals a little bit of damage to Spiff, but he doesn't even have case control. He might have info, though, and finishes him off through the wall. Now it's a 1 versus 1, and Pyrox with the 1v2 against Spiff and Kansan. This should have been an unwinnable round, but Cruelty stay in it.
That's your top contender right there. Pyrox, the person to look out for Team Cruelty. He's their highest rated player, one of their best entries. Keeping him alive in that late round was the X factor to confirm round number 2 going their way. I was honestly surprised they were able to bounce back from that, but luckily him and Skimzy could work off of each other for a little bit of just face info, get a trade, and get those last 2 defenders in 1 versus 1 gunfights as Wildcard were not able to collapse on the Dokkaebi inside a reading hallway. The beginning of the round, though, was fantastic for Wildcard. You know, Cruelty, they tried having Matumbo immediately drop down red, throwing a gridlock track to just try to get site control fast, using those smokes as well to obscure the vision of Wildcard. But because Bosco, had the hatch opened up in Humidor, he could look through that angle and kill the gridlock before she even got into sight to force that post-plant position. The Glaz dying in a 1 versus 1 as well, basically flatline Cruelty's chances of playing for a post-plant. But regardless of that, because Cruelty had no one to really deal with them on that top floor after Skimzy found that 1-for-1, they could immediately transition from that top floor roam clear to a site hit.
It's truly incredible how little they had in going into that 2v5. Like, basically nothing was established to facilitate that clutch. Just Wildcard getting caught with their pants down both upstairs and in the basement, and then that final 2v3, a couple players getting caught in the middle in that hallway. So Wildcard, that is a round that they would very much like to have back, but they continue the site rotation, this time on reading the typical secondary site here, though still with the familiar top floor hold. Wildcard this time as well, rocking the Fenrir, so once Cruelty start to encroach in on that site, likely will be blinded by that, what are they called, like the fear gas, I think?
Yep, Dreadnought Mine.
Something like that. Cruelty, also, interestingly enough, bringing the sledge. I always love to point out the sledge because it's still so weird to me how little he's played after how important he's been through like the rest of the 10 years that this game has existed.
This is probably the weakest we've ever seen Sledge from a competitive level. He does, of course, provide great vertical, but with Ram and Buck, you're a lot safer getting those angles opened up without having to expose yourself to a nitrocell or just someone's gunfire. The only real benefit to Sledge is the fact he has grenades. That's about it. But focusing on the rest of this attack, a lot of window pressure, trying to maybe force back this defender tucked in heaven. There goes the grenade to push him out, but the Jaeger dodges it. Vey is still alive and kicking and gets back to C1, whilst the rest of Wildcard remains stalwart.
Absolutely ridiculous that Vey makes it out alive there and wasting so much utility and time. There's only about a minute left. Both Capital bolts being used, dodging the nade back into the fire. He's still alive, and as all of this happens, Bosco, C4, Skimzy, John, the sledge that we just tried to highlight, and their only source of verticality is now dead with less than a minute left. Cruelty is push is probably just going to have to be them walking through doorways. The first target seems to be Spiker in a 1 versus 2, whether he's aware of it or not, but still just playing perfectly passive and wasting as much time as he can.
Wildcard still having this vertical as well. Really not a good chance of Cruelty to get this bomb down unless they rotate. They spot out Spiker. They're trying to push him a little bit further back. I think Spiker's just trying to play his life here and buy more time for his team.
Absolutely, he knows he's a dead man, but he'll still try and take more with him. There's one, can't get the second. As Mutombo refrags, Bay quickly ducks back into the side as his teammate falls, but there's still hatch pressure from Wildcard, and that's where Spiff strikes onto Pyrox. Refrag as he domes into Pillar. Mutombo taking some damage as he tries to get into the bomb site, now starting that plant, but he's the last one left. Slowly but surely getting that diffuser down. Bosco and him are right next to each other. They can't see through the smoke as it fades. Bosco finishes him off. And despite a valiant attempt towards the dying seconds of that round, it's still Wildcard coming away with the win.
Great job for Wildcard, not overplaying their hand, giving Cruelty those isolated 1v1s that saved them back in round number 2. And also Bay, I mean, oh my God, the amount of time he wasted, the amount of utility that Cruelty just kept throwing at him, and it still wasn't enough. Another point too is that was the only thing Cruelty really had to clear out that top floor. They had nobody on the main skylight. They had nobody starting over by Red to help deal with the back bar pressure over by Freezer. So they were solely relying on killing Bay so they could hop into heaven, deal with the player Freezer, and start to get Vert down so they could collapse and move their way into Reading Room. With all of that failing and losing 2 impactful gunfights, with Bosco finding another Nitro Cell kill on that cocktail rappel, and having Spiker in a death spot, winning that 1 versus 1 with only 30 seconds left, it forced the hand of Cruelty to force a plant inside of Fireplace, and they didn't even have enough bodies to cover it. They were just relying on those smokes, which by the time they ran out Wildcard, they were ready for that retake.
Yeah, that's the, it's something we've seen even in E4 that Cruelty have done. Not amazing utility play, and sometimes just skipping, taking the floor upstairs, and it's punished them more often than not. That round, the perfect kind of snapshot of how their attacks and element have gone sometimes. And they're now going to bring in a Glaz and a Maru and a Monty, John. Usually, when you have this Monty, you're looking to push him VIP. That's been the case more recently, though. We do still see him used to push Bakery. Seeing that they have the Glaz, you can get deeper angles with that rifle from this side of the map, so it certainly makes sense. I'm really curious as to where Skimzy is going to go on this Amaru. Maybe once you get Bakery control, zipping up towards like mining or something, and looking to work down a staircase?
Yeah, Skimzy could go above, play Vert with that shotgun. I think they were expecting a bar defense and just didn't realize it was double kitchen.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, this screams, you know, hop in heaven, have Monty drop Skylight, but you can also, utilize the Montane and Glass for this objective without really a problem. Skimzy now on the top floor, so yeah, maybe he'll be used to hunt down anyone trying to get vertical perhaps, or just hit a lurk late round. But Mutombo, stuck in a Banshee, can't enter the building, and Fatal, he's hugging the wall leading into prep room. It just seems like Cruelty have hit a brick wall and can't find a way to push through. Another Nitro Cell kill to open the round for Wildcard, and they recapture kitchen control. This is just ridiculous, or I guess not kitchen, bakery control, my mistake. But regardless of that, 2 bodies dropped. They've got Vert pressure, it nets them at least 1 kill. But for the most part, Wildcard, they still have a lot going in their favor besides the Vert pressure that Cruelty's trying to establish.
It's like you said in the pre-show about the JJ game, right? Like, you can keep trying to go fast, but that doesn't mean you can cut corners. And Cruelty looked like they had little to no information about where those defenders were sitting. They just popped smokes down and kind of hoped for the best. At the very least, they'll make it a 3-on-3. Now the Wamai tussling with the Monty. Spiff between a rock and a hard place, finally finished off, but Bay's there for the refrag and takes out the Monty. Spiker killing Skimzy, leaves it all up to Ivan in a 1 versus 2 and can't find Bay sitting in Harry Potter. Wildcard, another great round, holding on to Bakery against all that smoke pressure, and they get netted a 3-1 lead.
That is the problem with, like you now mentioned as well, cutting corners on your attack. If you're not pushing any other part of the map, you're kind of ringing the dinner bell for your opponents, right? Wildcard, they only see action by Bakery. That just tells them you're going for a Bakery direct take, and that's where you should put all of your focus on. We saw Bay and Spiker in that late round pushing in from small Bakery because there was no one even on the side window playing for a cutoff. They never even got the wall opened up to push back Bakery. Having all these positions just vacant of attacker presence allows Wildcard to flood against Cruelty while they're already at a disadvantage because they were separate while trying to push in through prep. They, again, had the Glaz and Lion entering in front of the Montaigne because Mutombo just, he felt terrified by a Banshee. He wasn't able to push into the map at all, leading to such a disjointed attack by Cruelty.
You know what's also really funny, John?
What?
So Bosco's 6-2, right? Bosco has gotten every single opening pick so far.
Yep.
It's all
and
Bosco,
I think
three of them were C4s. Yeah, he is on it right now with the explosives.
I think we talked about Bosco back in 2022 for that Invitational as well, being kind of like a, say, what was it, like a qual pug master, I guess it was, right? Or is that somebody else on old SSG? I know it was forever ago, but it feels like it's on the tip of my tongue. But it was SSG who were, you know, qualing back in 2020 for their SI run. They ended up winning the entire series. Not as successful back in 2023, but they did still beat the former champs of TSM all that time ago. And this time around, they're already made it into SI, and it's some brand new teams heading up this time for us.
I can't wait to see how many rounds in a row Bosco can get the opening pick. Can he make it 5? Do you think there's a record? Like, does someone hold that record
that's a good
for
question.
most opening picks in a row? Chat, get on it, please. I'm sure there's probably a stat.
Someone's got to know.
Yeah.
Someone
get Grant on it.
Oh my! Wow, that is a memory. I haven't thought about Grant forever. Yeah.
My goat. Some of his tweets still pop up on my timeline. They're awesome. They're always awesome. The Cruelty dropping in through Red Hatch already. Ivan making sure there's no one lurking on red stairs, though Spiff is below, likely waiting for that C4 call along with Kansan, who might have some info to work off of, lining up the C4. Up it goes, and down go both Fatal and Mutombo. Bosco's streak is broken, but it's 2 kills for the price of 1 from Wildcard.
No more hard breach and no more Talon shields to help enable a post-plant position. I'm really curious as to what they were going to use those Talon shields for anyways, besides maybe helping their direct take into sight. Maybe something over by Piano. That's really all I could think of. But now they've got the Yin Candelas and IQ. That's about it in this 2 versus 5. They've lost case control as well. They've figured out that there's one person down below isolated. They can maybe hunt them down to get something for their troubles. Down through the wall, that's Pyrox. To finally pick up something for Cruelty in this round, but they've only got 50 seconds and are still low by 2 players compared to Wildcard, and they've just refused to move a muscle. They know they've got this round solidified, so long as they can hold these horizontal angles against Cruelty.
And even though Cruelty still have a couple Candelas in Pyrox's pocket, Bay is still alive. The Warden, who will likely be able to just cut through all of that blinding utility. Pyrox does kill Kansan, but can't outdo Spiker in the prone peak. Skimsy's the last one alive, taking the fight against Bay, but there's 2 other members working off his contact. Bosco with the finisher and a 4-1 lead for Wildcard. If they hadn't dropped that clutch to Pyrox, it would be a fully dominant half.
Say so far, that's been the only saving grace for Cruelty right now is how effective Pyrox has been with just shooting Wildcard. Other than that, major lack of info so far in this round. I honestly think they were expecting a bar and cocktail play back in round number 4. On top of that, they had 0 idea that Kansan was downstairs playing as Valkyrie. It seems like those early round prep phase drones have kind of just gone down the drain, and Wildcard are kind of walking in blind 9 times out of 10. So I'm really hoping for their sake they can have a stronger early game that will refuse Wildcard these early round advantages. I'd love to see better trades from Cruelty. I would love to see, again, better info, better utility usage, as even their main clears that they've been using with Capitao, with grenades, those have also backfired against Wildcard.
Yeah, it's crazy how much utility Cruelty have been using for
10 seconds to go.
Such small reward. Like, Wildcard have been playing perfectly around it. Now Cruelty are just going to pick up the Nook and the Monty. They're hoping that Pyrox is going to be able to sneak in somewhere, probably on a solo lurk. I would imagine since, if he's not on a solo lurk, I don't know why you would be picking Nook to begin with when there's plenty of other people
right.
with better guns. It's, I don't know what there's not like one solution for Cruelty right now, and that's the biggest issue. There's not just one thing they need to fix. It's a whole like systematic error right now in their playstyle that we can only hope gets corrected once they switch to the defense. And there's Bosco
not
with
again.
his fourth opening C4 pick in the game. He's 5-0 on entry, and he downed Pyrox. 4 of them with C4s. Like, you can't get better than that. What else could you possibly ask of him?
If only Bosco could spawn in with 2 nitro cells, man, that'd be like a
Real.
4K every round.
Dude, what if Sentry could take 2 of the same gadget? Hear me out.
It's like Rook Armor. Spiker just like brings in a bunch of C4s from the prep phase and gives it to his teammates. That would
Real.
be that would be so
you could,
broken.
you could like weapon swap or util swap. That'd be
my
pretty
God.
sick. Another
Can I have this Rook
C4,
MP5 ACOG? Yeah, go ahead.
I think that was Bay's C4. Did some damage to Skimzy. Spiker still has one too, and I can't wait to see if Spiker gets a kill with it. Bay, though, killing Skimzy, finishing off the IQ he had damaged. Looks like he might know that there's a Nook behind B1, but ends up getting the drop on anyway. Spiff and Spiker, though, a kill apiece. Matumbo just kind of flailing. Are they going to bully him? No, they're just going to put him out of his misery. Wild card with round 6 and a 5-1 defensive half. I mean, again, other than that clutch from Pyrox, I don't think they could have played that half any better.
Absolutely. I was going to assume, like you mentioned, the lurk play for Nook. That's what you see 9 times out of 10 because of her gadget. It just, yeah, just drop down red hatch. And, you know, a point I was going to make too was that Pyrox was over by white stairs when he found that 1v2 clutch. So I figured, you know what, in the late round, because the back of white stairs and laundry was such a problem trying to initiate that execute from the get-go, maybe they'll have him play there as an adjustment. But that was not the case. He was there to assist, clearing out Cocktail Bar with his grenades, which, I mean, he did get a kill, but that was the only positive thing that happened for Team Cruelty in that round. And yeah, I guess going on the defense, they could maybe have a better time against Wildcard setting the tempo, but statistically speaking, Harrison, Cruelty's weaker side is usually the defense.
Yeah, against Friendship Team, JJ and Co was a completely different story, but against Friendship Team, who are basically still a Pro League team, they won what, 3 defenses, and Friendship Team won 9 attacks, something like that. Now they didn't play Kafe, so maybe it'll be all good, but it's past history, not a huge confidence boost for Team Cruelty fans, or even us hoping for a closer map. We'll see how Kitchen ends up going for Team Cruelty. Wildcard, you see the ops they're bringing. They're going to be going for a full map clear with the Gridlock, with the Jackal, Buck, and Ram being played. So all those site players from Cruelty, as soon as they get into the second floor and then back and then into the, well, yeah, I guess technically it's not the basement. So yeah, once they get into the third and then second floor, those anchors should be mighty uncomfortable.
Interested in seeing what they're going to utilize Spiker for, since there isn't a lot of utility that he can destroy with his gadget besides, you know, like maybe some Fenrir Dreadnought mines or, you know, some electric utility ran by Fatal on the Cade. He could maybe use the Rotaro drone as like a grenade to maybe force out power spots on the anchor. Other than that, you know, they've got regular frag grenades, they've got Gridlock track singers for flank watch, so loads of utility at the disposal of Wildcard. And like you mentioned, that verticality going to be a real factor here for the offense, as at the minute 40 mark they spotted 0 roam presence, so they immediately start opening up these floorboards, trying to spot any early opportunities for finding that entry. There it is.
Bay through the vert, Matumbo going down. That's the Wamai. No response just yet from Team Cruelty as Wildcard continue to set up on the white side of the map. 2 kills from Spiker through Freezer. And another, wow, 4 for Spiker! Flawlessly done from Wildcard. Whoa. My goodness, I mean, how do you fight against that? You peek and you're gone before you can even see him.
That's just Spiker right there. He is so motivated today. He's got the passion flowing through his veins, pardon. One thing to note is that if you don't typically see a roam extension above when defending double kitchen, you will, for the most part, see someone playing a shield over by VIP. That might have been the original intention for Spiker there, to be playing by garage, expecting a shield extension. He uses those Rotero drones to shut that down, but he didn't even need to, so he just stayed gun up and found 3 separate kills down that hallway, closing the round and maybe even closing the map against Cruelty, as they're 6-1 already. They're already 6-1.
Now they take the timeout.
Yeah,
now it's a timeout. Now they got to hit the brakes. I mean, look at the scoreboard, right? Typically, we don't like to say that the whole story is on the scoreboard, but I mean, look at it, bro. The worst wildcard have is Kansan going 3-3. Cruelty have 1 member positive. They have 3 guys 1-7, including Ivan. If Ivan is doing poorly and nobody else is with Pyrox, it's almost like it might as well be a forfeit map. That's the way wildcard. That's the way Cruelty have been playing so far. It's like the Pyrox and Ivan show. Sometimes Ivan might not show up, and then it's like typically like Fatal bringing up the slack. But right now we just have no solid response for wildcard. I mean, Spiker in that round just lining up 4 individual gunfights. What do you do? What do you do when not just one player on the other team, but the entire enemy team is floating? What do you do?
You got to float back, honestly. I mean, that's the no-brainer answer. I think a way that Cruelty could have improved their attacks and defense, just picking other positions. They have the idea of attacking or defending one central point of the map, right? But they only do it from a single direction. You want to diversify your attacks and your defense, getting cutoff angles, for example, finding flanks. I think even if they had a light roam in that round and then just played for a fall off, that could have been a lot easier for them in the late round, as wildcard would have had less time and probably less resources going into that round. Whereas what you saw in round number 7 was Vert being put down in almost a minute time. It was about a minute 20 at that minute 40 mark. An opening kill by Bay, and then an instant transition from that middle floor with Vert to go start putting pressure on typically where you see those extensions. By Whiskey, over by VIP, maybe some pressure over by Bakery in the late round as well if you're going to prioritize that garage push. We saw that happen so fast in the round that it gave Cruelty no time to respond.
Skimzy almost finding himself in an early gunfight with, I believe that was Kansan jumping through the mining window. I'm trying to read the... Yeah, I believe that is Kansan, who's already in the building while the rest of his team clears that top floor. Wildcard still moving very, very swiftly. Remember, we talked about when Wildcard first added Spiff to the roster, first added Bay to the roster. Their early game was not great. They were very sluggish. They were not finding consistent opening success. And now look at them. I mean, like you said, Vert in the first minute of the round, 7 opening picks in a row. It's like night and day. If you told me this is how Wildcard would be playing like 4 months ago, I don't know if I believe you.
The glow up is so impressive by Wildcard because we casted that original team. There's Bosco, another opener.
One.
He's found every opener except round number, I think it was round number 5 for Kansan with that almost double Nitro Cell kill. This guy has been popping off on the hard support role, still securing his entries. Pyrox, though, the top player for Cruelty, will at least get a trade to slow things down. Those are your Logi bombs removed, but they don't know there's piano control. Kansan just hit the walk button and somehow surprised all of Cruelty. The rest of them, though, keeping afloat. They'll keep us tied off this 3 versus 3. Maybe a flank for Skimzy. That could be huge, something we talked about earlier. But there's just 40 seconds left here, and it still seems like a majority of Cruelty is very separate as of right now. It could come down to just simplistic 1 versus 1 gunfights.
That's been some of the struggle for Cruelty against these better teams as they get separated. And the flank from Skimzy, not quick enough, gets caught up by Bathroom, and Bosco spots him out. Fatal and Matumbo, a combined 3 and 14, the last 2 players to try and hold off Wildcard. With only a few seconds remaining, the round is doable with the C4 in Matumbo's pockets, but can he get past Spiker trying to cover his planter? C4 out, kills Bosco! 5 seconds left, diffuser on the ground. Wildcard recover. Plant going going down. Verticality established through the wall. He can't connect enough shots. Fatal kills the coverage, but the grip pops up. Matumbo team kills his teammate, but things don't get quite out of hand. Cruelty still come away with the round by the skin of their teeth, keep themselves alive.
Oh, red HP from Matumbo, but that Nitro Cell slamming the brakes against Wildcard. They had to readjust and give up their horizontal pressure, and luckily the castle, I think it was Fatal in that round, killing the Vert as well, allowing for a direct 1 versus 1 for the Mute. Shotgun close quarters, that's the environment you want to put yourself in. Oh my goodness. All of that pressure just to narrowly win the 1 versus 1 post plant is insane, but Cruelty, they'll keep themselves alive for another round on their map pick of Kafe, Harrison. If they were to lose this map 7-2, Bank would be a major wake-up call. As like you mentioned, although out of all the maps, Bank is probably the largest, all these maps kind of play in a similar manner. They're structured almost the exact same way, very rectangular, very boxy for Bank, Kafe, and Consulate. And with just how Cruelty have not been able to play together to secure that trade system up until the last round, it's definitely concerning, given the fact that this should be their comfort pick.
Yeah, this was again, a map that Cruelty have played a significant amount this year and have not lost.
Attackers are heading out to
That's been the biggest surprise to me. Not only is it their map pick, John, they're undefeated on this map so far, 5-0, and Wildcard, who, you know, are no slouches on Kafe. They've only played it 3 times. It's been since the Montreal Major LCQ since they've played it, so this is an incredible showing from Wildcard, but Cruelty, a round like that could be enough to turn the tides. We'll have to see. They're working on mining now as their next defense. They've got the Pulse from Fatal, who, depending on how you want to play it, can either play around the site to try and C4 anyone on the 3rd floor, or if you expect Wildcard to go for the mining plant, or even most of the dining floor as well, is also C4able. Sometimes you see the Pulse kind of lurking around by kitchen. If he is Wildcard, though, have not spotted it out, because usually when you see that as the attack, your first objective is usually to flush out the Pulse, but all the drones for now seem to be on the top floor.
I got to commend Team Cruelty, though. A lot of points that I made going in around number 8, you know, mentioning their lack of flanks, their lack of playing together in those tight-knit situations in the mid to late round. They did readjust that slightly. They got a couple of kills in that minute 50 mark. It slowed down Wildcard. If it weren't for Bosco also getting red control and finding that refrag, that could have been still a top floor defensive hold for Cruelty to help deny that plant. And then moving in together, that Castle Mute, the Nitro Cell at the very last second, that was enough to solidify a round win. But again, it came down to the wire, and it's still a 4-round advantage map point here for Wildcard. And now it looks like they're cooling things down a little bit. They're taking their time gathering this info, and they even have info. Yeah, they saw the cardiac sensor because of the fact they have IQ scanner out. That is huge info to relay that they might need to send somebody down to kill that Pulse.
Sometimes we'll see with the execute going on, one player on the attack will lurk downstairs because the Pulse is so busy scanning and calling out information and looking for that planter. He's not going to be too wary of his surroundings thanks to being on that scanner, so that's the perfect time to try and jump him. We'll see what Wildcards start to do. That's also why sometimes the defenders will buddy up someone downstairs, but it looks like Fatal is still on his own. The time getting dangerously low for Wildcard, though, once again attacking with not too much time to spare. Matumbo gets the first opening pick for Cruelty, and the bodies fall. Bosco all of a sudden finds himself as the last man standing with just 10 seconds remaining. He's got Case in hand, but Fatal is still alive and below, lining up the C4. Bosco evades it, but the time is far too low for this round to be winnable. He's got to stick the plant. In comes Ivan. Bosco knows the jig is up, and Cruelty once again keep themselves alive.
And Wildcard there, they seemed a little more reserved in their play style. They weren't as aggressive against Cruelty. They took a lot of time clearing out that top floor when there wasn't really much of a roam presence by Cruelty. They were more focused on the anchor, relying on that pulse from down below to assist with the plant denials. They didn't really have a smoke in that round. And sure, Wildcard had info that there was someone playing down below, but again, because they wasted almost 2 minutes on that top floor, they didn't have enough time to send somebody down to stop him. What they instead tried doing is that they realized he's probably going to be used to maybe deny a plant over by Fireplace. They instead could try to go for mining. But again, the lack of map control, spending all that time gathering info, they couldn't really stop anybody from just setting up these crossfires, both inside of, again, Fireplace, another key point of contention for Cruelty in that round, and also behind the mining position too, over by that reading hallway closer towards Pillar. A lot of long horizontal angles Cruelty still had control of because Wildcard kind of just stalled themselves out in that round, which is something they did a lot against OXG. So this could most certainly happen again for Wildcard, but they had zero problem attacking this bomb site because of the lack of that roam. This time, it seems to be a different composition here for Cruelty, so maybe they'll have more of a trouble this time.
Not only that, but one of the biggest reasons why Cruelty lost that round is because after the verticality was established, just 4 different people decided they were going to swing Spiker separately. Yep. And once they've hit the timeout, though, like rounds 8 and 9, Cruelty have been shockingly passive. And I think that passivity is what's been giving them the advantage, because they're not giving any free openers to Wildcard. So Wildcard are spending, 2.5 minutes looking for an entry point, and Cruelty refused to give it to them. So then we have those 30 seconds executes, the 5-second execute we saw on reading, basically. And Cruelty are doing well at not over-peaking, and we're starting to see a little bit of that old Wildcard showing itself, where they can't really force an opening situation for themselves if they don't get one, and then they start to get a little bit sluggish, they stall out a little bit.
Timing.
So Wildcard still have a few rounds to lose before we hit overtime, though, and I'm sure before that happens, we're gonna hit they'll hit their own timeout. But just as I commend the passivity from Team Cruelty, Ivan decides he's gonna swing the bottom white door. And I can count probably on one hand how many times that's worked.
I say good job by Bosco droning out for Spiker as well over by White Stairs. The Inox scanner going out. Perfect use of utility here by Bosco. Spiker's got a lot of info to work off of now because of that, and he found the opening kill for his team. Again, Ivan, one of the players we highlighted in this match. Ooh, even the drone too by Spiker. Someone can sit on that. They know that 2 people are here.
What?
Pyrox just runs into Spiker. Fatal, do not repeat history here. We cannot see 3 kills happen from Whitehall. This has happened before. It's the, oh my goodness, it's like the ghost of Kafe past, Harrison.
The same player too. Did we learn nothing? What was that timeout for? Another one! Are you gotta be kidding me? One by one, everyone peeks Spiker and everyone dies. Matumbo, the last man standing on the Echo, looking for something but Spiker. Say Dada! Spiker gets the ace, a flawless win and a flawless finish for Wildcard. 7-3 on Cruelty's map pick.
And I don't even know what to say, Harrison. I mean, they just had full info the entire time. Cruelty, they had no idea that there was that much info going against them. They figured, you know what, let's just kill Spiker, who's isolated by Garage. Yeah. And he played that into his advantage perfectly. I mean, well done to Spiker and Wildcard for enabling him. And I mean, wow, that was just a dominant showing. There were barely any weaknesses there by Wildcard. Also, welcome back, Jonah.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that last round really summed it up for me, I think, right? The chaos ensuing and Cruelty just kind of, what? Just peeking everything and just throwing it away. That was not the Cruelty that we need to see. I think it's safe to say, if they want to have any shot in taking this. That was Wildcard dominance from the jump, aside from the 2 early rounds that Cruelty just barely scraped by. One decent round there towards the end, but man, it really all just fell apart, Harrison. That was definitely a rude awakening for a team that needed to come out a lot stronger than that.
Yeah, and again, on their own map pick, not only to lose their own map pick, but lose it so dominantly is not a big vote of confidence. And while this is not the Cruelty we needed to see, this is the wild card we needed to see. Only losing a single opening engagement all map and having your, like, the oldest guy on the squad, your hard support player, Bosco, getting, what, I think 6-0 on entry, firing on all cylinders. I don't think anyone on the team finished negative. I mean, we'll have the stats eventually. Maybe one in Kansan because everyone else was taking the kills in front of him. Right? If Wildcard play like this on map 2, on Bank, where we've already seen Cruelty have a lot of weakness, and this is gonna be a swift first game.
I think almost every single defensive round, Wildcard were aware of what Cruelty were going for in terms of how they wanted to attack in the round, and they perfectly adjusted to shut that down. Again, multiple nitro cells for the window repel. That way they did not have to expose their body to free deaths. You know, you get yourself in those 5 versus 3 positions, you tend to see teams struggle to keep that man advantage. They get a little too overconfident in themselves and start peaking like crazy. But Wildcard, although they had a lot of explosive opening rounds, they did tend to remain very reserved on the defense and kind of waited for Cruelty to make that first move. And again, with the lack of diversity in Cruelty's attacks, it was pretty obvious to Wildcard as to where the rest of the offense was going to flood from in that 5-on-3, and they did a perfect job of countering it 9 times out of 10.
I mean, Cruelty have some out-of-region experience, but the problem is every time they have played out of region, it just has not gone well, whether it's EWC, the Manchester Major, Copenhagen Major for someone like Skimzy, right? It just has not gone their way. You look at the other side, a team like Wildcard, someone like Bosco at the top of the stats there alongside Spiker. Bosco has 2 world championships already under his belt, Harrison.
Yeah, on Xbox way back in the day on Elevate, and then winning with SSG in 2020, also making it to almost every single LAN when he was with SSG. Like, from that point on, he has a load of international experience, and he's going to probably be like the main man if they end up qualifying. But look at him, 6-0 on the entry, 11-3. Spiker dropping 17 kills in 10 rounds is absurd, quite frankly. Wildcard looked really, really good. And Bosco, again, he's gonna, I guess Kansan has a lot of international experience too, from his time with Sonics. Not quite as much as Bosco, and I don't think fills the leadership role as much as Bosco does. Something that I hope, if Wildcard end up winning, Jonah, we'll have to ask, how much does Spiker assist with the callings? I think Bosco's the main IGL, if not Spiker. But Spiker, we know, was one of like the classic T3 IGLs with like Poison and JJ and Mr. B. So I wonder how much he's doing in this roster too, in addition to going 17-4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and whereas for the side of Cruelty, the only person really keeping afloat was Pyrox. You got to have a better entry job by Ivan, either not overexposing himself or being able to set himself up for that trade. That way Pyrox can do his job of slowing Wildcard down. We did see for a couple moments that they were able to have a much slower tempo against Cruelty, but not enough to bring us to overtime, sadly.
Now that's the question. Can they bring it to overtime or find something left in the tank there for map 2? That is Bank, where Cruelty will have a chance to possibly send us to map 3, that decider, if we get there. But for now, we'll step aside. It is Bank coming up next. we are back. We're just like that. And we dive back into this series here. Wildcard, Cruelty, Jonas Willinger, Harrison Crowbroder, Jonathan Fellow-Seach. Map 2 is Bank. Initial thoughts, gentlemen, after Kafe.
Well, Kafe was not a pretty map for Cruelty. Bank was not a pretty map for Cruelty against Friendship Team, and with Wildcard playing the way they are, this is their map pick. This is a home map for them, one that they play and like a lot. I'm envisioning maybe a 7-2, maybe even a 7-1 for Wildcard.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the scoreline that we see for both maps as well, Harrison. Again, they faced LIS on this map recently, and a lot of the same problems that they had today on Kafe, they showed on Bank against a statistically weaker team of LIS, pushing in the map by themselves, not playing for trades, dying to solo roamers. You know, a lot of key issues that can flatline your attacks and defense on Bank. I'm really concerned about Team Cruelty's chances of progressing further in this bracket.
It's hard not to be quite concerned, especially after we saw that very last round unfold. The problem here is, Harrison, and maybe you can offer some more insight after watching them play in Element, some adjustments they might have made. I've followed this team a while. I casted them in LATAM. I've seen what they do. That is the play style they prefer. They like to get in your face. They like to get very active. Clearly, in that last round, it didn't work. Do you think continuing to try that is going to be their way forward on a different map, or do they need to just hard 180 and completely pivot?
It's a great question, and I think a better question is, can they even pivot? If playing that fast, aggressive, loose, spread out style is all they know, is a 5-10 minute break between maps enough to completely flip the play style? We've seen them play like this pretty much every single game in Element, and it works better against some teams than others. Against JJ, whose teams are already tend to be slower and more methodical, and we're going through a play style shift of their own, it works well. If you're up against, you know, XLG, who like playing the same style and do it against the top NAL teams, not going to find as much success. If you're up against a team like Wildcard, who have an incredibly solid early game, and you're trying to play loose, you're not in positions to get those refrags should you lose the entry. So Team Cruelty, I think we're probably going to see the same play style, and Wildcard, I would imagine Wildcard are going to be ready for it.
Yeah, Wildcard clearly didn't have any difficulty shutting it down. I will say, like, on a map like Bank, John, that kind of defensive aggression, that kind of roam, feels like you have a little bit more chance to do that successfully, just given the size of the map, just given how many angles, how many different areas the attackers have to clear. Is that enough, or is this, again, just Wildcard having the chance to take this no problem?
I think just relying on Bank being a good roam map is not going to be enough against a team like Wildcard. Not being able to play as a team, playing on those fall-off points on the roam, just kind of going in rat corners and hoping for the best, that is not going to solidify a Bank victory here on Wildcard's map pick. This is not where Cruelty had planned on going in this best-of-3 series. I want to see a lot more utility prioritization by Cruelty. I want to see better trades by them. And again, on the attack, better info as well. I've harped on that a lot, but if you're walking in blind, 9 times out of 10, you're just going to lose that initial gunfight because the defense is already prepared to take that gunfight. So roaming heavily, that is Cruelty's bread and butter, but I want to see more development on that than just, you know, again, relying on gunfights going your way in a 1v1.
Well, John, I want to stick with you for a moment because I know we've talked about this briefly, but I want to take us back to the closed qualifiers, what Wildcard had to do to get to this point, because they had a rough year, really. They did not make either of the majors, but their closed qualifier performance was dominant, to say the least.
Absolutely. They lost one map, and that was it. Every series they played in, including against our second-seeded team, OXG, they won. The only map that was kind of an issue for them, besides Clubhouse, which was the only map they lost, was Bank, where they didn't win a single attack, sure, but neither did OXG. Now that they've had some time to kind of, you know, take a step back, go over that matchup and see what they did wrong, I have a lot of confidence, especially because they're the ones that wanted to go here, right? You're not going to just pick a map and be like, okay, guys, we're only going to win our defensive rounds again. I'm sure they have a lot to work off of now, having a little bit of time to breathe.
Amazing. Well, Harrison, I'm going to send this one back to you guys. Bank getting underway.
Now, Jonah, you had said Bank, big map, maybe easier to roam on because you have so much extra space. However, it works both ways. Yes, you have a lot more extra space, so you have more freedom of movement, but that also means it's a lot easier for the attack to take a minimal amount of control and force separation with those roamers because there's so much space. And that's what we saw Friendship Team do a whole lot against Cruelty. These roamers on such a big map feel like they have to have like whole map presence and are thus spread very thin and get picked off one by one. Hopefully we don't see the same thing from Cruelty, John, but we already have a Grim ban, our GOAT. He's gone.
I know Ethan's crying.
No!
One of our best friends in the Siege community. Might know him from TikTok, although it's been a while since he's uploaded. He loves Grim, and so do we. We're Grim's biggest fans. I'm surprised that's the operator that Cruelty wanted to get rid of. Again, a lot of utility that you can use either for info, to clear power spots, to burn utility like ADSs and magnets, which you do see Wamayan play occasionally on this map. So not a terrible ban, but when it comes to Bank, that's usually not what I think of off the rip, to be honest. Blackbeard makes a lot of sense. He's one of the strongest ops in the game right now. He has some of the highest ban rates in events he has been available to be played with the new update. And Tuber Arcade, those are two really default bans. Given, you know, for a bomb site like CCTV, it can be really hard to not only clear out a very, you know, labyrinth-like roam. It can take a lot of time to do that, but also then get the hatches opened up or go for a site execute with operators like Tuber Arcade available. So all these bans, besides maybe Grim, make a lot of sense. What is maybe a little bit shocking is that we're going to CEO first instead of CCTV, but this is usually the secondary bomb site that most teams defend. And given the fact that both Mira and Azami are available, they do have a lot of utility that they can prioritize to help at these long horizontal angles while also shutting down the window repel presence you tend to see a lot on this bomb site by the attack.
Yeah, that's the most annoying thing, is that window presence. It's the leading reason why some teams, not all, some teams have made this site the tertiary site or stopped playing it in favor of Archives Tellers altogether. The window presence can just be so annoying, especially if Blackbeard is on the board. Luckily, he's not here. Mutombo on the Osa, though. One of the positions you'll see the Osa played is on the windows itself with those shields, or once you get the top square walls open, she can set up and you can start working your way through said walls for the execute. Cruelty do have some info. I believe they spotted Spiker, who I think is playing, downstairs, prepped for a C4. There are attackers just on the other side of the wall, though, so this Valkyrie is going to have to be careful. He's got some coverage from above, some assistance, but it's not going to be enough thanks to that good info that was lacking on Kafe, mind you. Pyrox gets the opening pick of the series, or the map.
Already a stark improvement here by Team Cruelty. Again, using the drone to enable Pyrox that 1-for-1 gunfight.
What?
And a what? A Rotero drone kill? We rarely see that one, Harrison. I almost thought for a second there we might see a little more action in the minute 40 mark, but a Rotero kill? That is just insane. Regardless, again, immediate improvement by Cruelty, and something they kind of ignored on Kafe was that bottom roam presence a lot of times. I think it was Kansan who had that Valkyrie C4 lined up to get him that opening double kill just a few moments ago on map number 1, so I'm really glad that Cruelty are already having a much better time on their attack. But yeah, I guess he was just changing some settings or something, but I guess Cruelty are going to take full advantage of that. That's the Azami gone too.
Yeah.
All the Kivas that are throughout the map are the only ones left in this round.
That's why you got to do that before the game starts. Spiker, or sorry, Spiff. Christopher Spiffington. That's a rookie mistake.
Is that his last name?
No, his last name is not Spiffington. I think it's Park. C4 goes out, deals some damage to Mutombo, and Kansan from the stock window will be the one to finish him off. So Wildcard now have their first kill of Bank. The Terror Drones coming in to burn even more of these Kivas, force Kansan to be a little bit more exposed. Bosco goes down to Ivan, looking through that verticality. Bay and Kansan now find themselves the last two members standing. Bay, though, with a nice shot onto Fatal top square, maybe even on one of those windows. Kansan retaking stock control as well. But a lot of this site anchorage is going to fall on the shoulders of Bay. This is a gamble from Wildcard, banking that at least one of these attackers is going to come through stock and Kanzan will be able to pick him up. I think that Skimzy on the roof just above him. Wildcard just have to delay a little bit more time, though. Cruelty have let this clock bleed, and Bay gets caught in the middle of a crossfire. Kanzan refrags one, looks for Pyrox, finds him as well, and Ivan's going to be forced to plant. The timer is over. Somehow Wildcard come away with the round.
A remarkable recovery there, and the fact that I think they killed either Fatal or Mutombo, who had case control. The rest of Cruelty had to completely readjust that round, recover the diffuser, and that allowed some gaps in the mid-round. You know, both Bay and Kanzan doing a good job working off of each other to shut down that square position. They killed the Osa, who were by themselves, top square door from both the stock window and Janny Hall. And because there was, you know, very little CEO window presence as well, there was no one left to cover that plant as well by Ivan on Buck once he got that down. So much better early round by Cruelty, but because they didn't wait for the rest of the offense to then convert to that top floor execute, that left a lot of major gaps that Wildcard kind of capitalized on. They got a lot of one-for-one gunfights in that mid-round, despite it being a 5-on-3.
Yeah, the fact that, like, with a guy on the stock roof with window repels, with starting to enter the building, the fact that Bay was able to persist for so long. I mean, he only ended up getting one kill, but he provided enough of a distraction for Kanzan to get two. The fact that Bay survived for so long is like almost borderline unacceptable. He was just walking around the hallway as Mira without a care in the world, and it took Cruelty so long to kill him that by the time they actually got themselves in the bomb site and tried killing the last two players, there was like 10 seconds left. So an immaculate recovery from Wildcard, something that we saw a couple times on Kafe as well. Cruelty, only their second opening pick of the whole series, John. But unlike on Kafe, they couldn't convert.
3 assists there for Bay as well. I think he had some sort of impact on every other gunfight that Kanzan took. I mean, perfect team play to shut down that Osa Talon shield, like I mentioned earlier before we got into the actual round of the second here. I think gathering some info on cams as well and dealing plenty of damage as well throughout that round, getting the 1-for-1 to kill Fatal outright. So although it was a 2vx, still Wildcard working off of one another perfectly. And now Cruelty trying to synergize this top to bottom clear. They'll open up this hatch by open area. Doesn't seem like they're aware about Spiff being so aggro by Printer window, but a drone will sail past him. He'll begin to fall a little bit closer towards this extension, and Bay, nice shot landed. No response just yet from Cruelty. They're trying to clear out this cap cam, but I don't think they know about Kanzan being right beside him in the office.
It seems like they don't know about Spiff either, who picks up the kill on Fatal. Finisher still trying to come through. Beautiful shot on the Nitro cell, but all Ivan's got is the pistol. Fighting against Kanzan. Of course, he's going to lose that one. Skimzy now coming in for the assist. Far too late. Does pick up one, but is instantly refragged once again by Kanzan. Mutombo is in garage for some reason, while the rest of his team was fighting for their lives on the middle floor. Sure, I guess. He'll probably get a freebie right here if he peeks. Hello? Nope, Bosco heard him. He heard him shuffle when he stopped moving, and so he lost his freebie there. Kanzan looking to get aggressive just as Spiff drops the hatch, and Wildcard, which a much more confident round 2.
Yeah, I thought there for Cruelty, because they got the hatch opened up, maybe they play for more vert to force back the roam extension by open area, make them drop down the hatches to play back into sight. Then that would have made Mutombo's lurk a lot more profitable. He probably would have caught somebody dropping down the hatch. That could have been a free kill, or at least a cutoff angle for the late round. But none of that happened. It was a very, again, disjointed attack that primarily focused over by ATM, which is on the opposite side of the map from open area. That's now 2 kills for Wildcard. Your open area clear has now also halted. And again, Mutombo's in the mix of all of that, really totally away from the rest of the action happening. You know, maybe Mutombo's play would have been better either from A, what I mentioned earlier, of that cutoff point for the hatch fall off, or B, just going for a direct take to ignore majority of that roam extension, but neither one of those things happened.
It's a troubling start for Team Cruelty, a round that they looked really good in, unable to close out, and then a round where they got really tunnel visioned on basically 2 players, and were unable to kill both of them. Kansan having a beautiful map so far, 6-0. Now the leader, not to be outdone by Spiker and Bosco like he was last map. Open area the next site, Cruelty with the first shield operator of the map. John, we got Monty in play. We hopefully won't see a repeat of the Monty performance we saw on Bank in Element yesterday.
Cruelty utilized this Montaigne to go for a direct take in a staff room. They got the Selmas opened up by the quad wall after they cleared out somewhat of the roam extension that Friendship team had, I think it was. That was the last team that they played on this map. Once that had happened, they focused just primarily again on playing for the win condition of planting the diffuser and having flank watch for both archives and also the blue stairs walk up. So if they can clear out this roam extension on the top floor, that should give them enough time to, again, get those quad walls opened up, maybe have some printer window pressure. I would say Vert, but they don't have a lot of operators to do that besides Ash, and she might use her utility more towards the bomb site in this case. Once they're able to get those things set up, they could try to force a plant and maybe just try to keep those horizontal angles and cutoffs to their advantage against Wildcard.
Remember last time Cruelty played Bank against, was it Friendship team? They were only able to get one defensive round. A lot of their rounds were on the attack. So far, not off to a great start. Pyrox does get a refrag for Skimzy's earlier death. Still struggling to make their way fully through that top floor. Tumbo at least still alive on the Monty. It looks like their next target might be the player in E3. But they'll drop away, not wanting to tussle with the shield that they can hear coming in their direction. So Cruelty do have full top floor presence now, but what they haven't brought, John, is a lot of verticality. It's just 3 breaching charges from Pyrox, and that's about it.
Yeah, no, that is it. And that was kind of the concerning thing is like, yes, you have all this top floor control, but not a lot to really leverage that in your favor. They've got a couple of angles they could utilize to help clear out archives, but again, they're solely focusing on this bottom square control with the help of these ace charges. But Bosco with the Boss G kills 2. Matumbo just hops into archives, looking to go for a hero play, but he's the only one left alive after Bosco lands 2 pinpoint shots with the elephant gun. And it looks like the rest of Wildcard just continue to collapse on the last attacker alive. And once again, Cruelty just kind of hitting a brick wall against Wildcard as they try to cut corners on a direct take.
Yeah, and their clear upstairs wasn't even terrible. Yeah, they lost Skimzy pretty early, but they got the refrag, and they had all the control about halfway into the round. And even though, you know, I mentioned they didn't really have a whole lot of verticality, you don't need that much necessarily on a on an open area attack either. 3 breaching charges, probably a little bit more than that, but you still get the necessary, you know, in the corner by the hatch, or in the corner opposite the hatch and stock, you know, 1 breaching charge maybe in janitor, 1 or 2 to cover small office. It was that transition. Once they finish top floor and they start to work their way downwards, and Bosco lines up 2 with the Boss G. What can you do? Now it's 3-0 Wildcard. Cruelty, again, if I may remind everyone, they took 4 rounds against Friendship team on this map. 3 of them were attacks. They have not even won a single attack yet, and that does not bode well for the second half.
This was probably the best looking round for Cruelty, where in the early round, they spotted someone who is pretty alone and vulnerable. The hatch wasn't even opened up in janitor until I think it was Spiker who conned that he's getting droned. It was either that or Spiff, you know. It was Spiker because he died to Pyroxes on that opening gunfight duel. So Cruelty at least spotted out the isolated defender and worked a 1-for-1 in their favor. And then with the help of that verticality down below, they found a couple of extra picks. But once it came to resetting and playing for the execute, they died to somebody square in janitor hallway. They could not find any other points of the map to contest. Both Bay and Kansan, who ended up finding a 4K and a 1K. I wouldn't say a buddy ace there, as we usually tend to call that out for 3 and 2 kills individually, but regardless of that, it was still a wild card round win based off of Cruelty's errors in the late round. But this time, Looks like they're changing their entire attack ideology. They're focusing more on ATM and CEO repel pressure. They want to work their way up this lobby staircase with the help of the Capitao and maybe some frag grenades in the hand of Pyroxes here. That could clear out a large majority of that Trump and E3 position / the Kanto wall. If those Selmas can be opened up near the double wall. And hopefully that can also allow them to get a lurk going somewhere else, because again, Nook is probably one of the best lurking ops in the game just because of how much info she can deny with her gadget.
She can't deny the beepers, unfortunately, though. So
yeah, that sucks.
If anyone on Wildcard has sharp ears, they've heard her move into tellers, now into archives. Drone coming out from Skimzy to confirm there's nobody playing in lobby. It does look like Cruelty have a bit of info on where these top floor players are situated. There's plenty of castle barricades to help protect these rotations, but as Cruelty starts to make their presence known on the window repels, they've got the Ash with them, so Fatal likely going to be taking out these quad castle barricades soon so that they get a deeper cutoff angle. Pyrox still just lurking below John. It makes me wonder, maybe his job is just to prevent any sort of nitro cell potential from the defense instead of actually hunting someone down actively. But as Ivan is the first player in the building, he's also the first player to die. Bosco picks him up rather easily, and then no one else from Cruelty is there to help.
Pyrox is trying to hit alert play as well from Marble, but there's barbed wire in his way. I think he naded it off and then rotated. Yeah. It's a warden behind this mirror window, and he almost shuts down Skimzy as he...
The what? What?
And on the report, Bosco or Kansas shuts it down. My mistake. And speak of the devil, king of the match, Bosco, a drop shot onto the Nook to close out round number 4. I mean, I'm speechless, Harrison. I have nothing else to say about that clear. Everyone on Cruelty just sent it up the staircase and all died one by one.
The guy was rappelling down the lobby skylight. Did you see that?
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah,
I thought he was on the rappel all the way across the map.
No, it was right after Kanzan shot at the Capitao and wasn't able to kill him. I think it was Fatal on the Hibana was coming off of the rappel, like watching Kanto, went on the roof, started rappelling down the skylight, and then got fried by Kanzan. So 2 kills for Kanzan, I believe 3 for Bosco. I think the 1 kill that wasn't credited towards him in the kill feed was finishing off, someone else finished off the downed Capitao. But yeah, I would say this is an appropriate round to take a timeout in after the cluster that was that main stairs push. I mean, I struggle to see even like what the plan was, or if there was a plan beyond, smoke this guy front desk and then just run.
And this is something that Cruelty have tried before against LIS. It ended the exact same way. Ivan has that castle barricade opened up for him by the Ash. He hops in by himself before the rest of his teammates are ready for that lobby stairs push up and dies to the guy Trump. Bosco never got dealt with. That was the first line of defense before we even got to the Mira window, which again, the resolution for that, like you mentioned, was smoking it off. I mean, you can still wall bang through that soft wall. You could have a warden play there like Wildcard had. It seemed like Wildcard were fully anticipating a lobby push because their vert play last time we saw that site being attacked by Cruelty got them to only a certain extent of the round. Their square execute totally failed. So, of course, when you have a failing attacking round like that, you just go for the polar opposite take. It seemed like Wildcard read Cruelty like a book, took, again, their 1-for-1 isolated gunfights, and just had 3 different people all focusing on that lobby side of the map.
I can only pray that we see another round as ridiculous as that one in even maybe the next game. Wildcard, no signs of stopping. That first round was probably Cruelty's best chance of winning an attack so far, and they were unable to do so. Now, on this bottom floor attack, they'll start with what looks like a full map clear, but with how much Cruelty have been cutting corners, who can really say for sure? Spiker, opening pick, Skimzy dead, and John, that's Hib. That's their only hard breach.
It looked like they wanted to
fall back.
Yeah, I mean, they burned about a minute. They're maybe waiting on another drone or two before everybody drops off the roam, but The hatches are already open. That's at least one thing the Habana wouldn't have to worry about. But with an Osa, you still want to go for a default plant here. They need hard breach, of course, for CCTV. And no, Fatal is
I love this.
Getting smoked off by Bosco. The nades fly out here from Pyroxis, hoping to trade his fallen brethren. He's good for one and now good for two. Bosco might die here as well, but wow, he's loading slugs with that shotgun. Traded out by Ivan. It's a 1 versus 1. Both Spit and Ivan low on HP, but the defense, they've got info, and Ivan doesn't have case control.
I'm really surprised Ivan just ate that shotgun blast from Bosco. I thought surely he was a dead man, but end up in the 1v1. That play, by the way, from Wildcard to flush the Osa out, brilliant. Smoke out one side, force him to the other where the shield isn't. There was nowhere for him to go. He had to go back into the smoke. Love that clear. And I love Ivan getting back on the drone, confirming Spiff's position in Gold Vault. It looks like he's going to try and hit main stairs. Spiff maybe hears this. One bullet from the Vector will put Ivan down, and he's got another drone. He can nope, never mind, not reassess the position. He's just going to leave it as maybe a flank watch to see if Spiff goes upstairs at all. He's got one more phone call, too. The drone coming back out, 30 seconds left. Phone call likely going to come in before Ivan goes for the final push. It rings out. Ivan hovering just above the hatch. The drone gets shot. Down he goes. He's prone, but Spiff expects it, and Wildcard come away with now a 5-0 lead.
Question mark 2, adding insult to injury there for Spiff as he does not whiff in that 1 versus 1. Good job immediately going back into the bomb site, anchoring over by the armory position, just waiting again for the Dokkaebi to make that final move. But I got to commend at least Ivan there for using every single bit of utility that he had left in that 1 versus 1. To go back to the mid-round, Harrison, Wildcard again, phenomenal job of just cutting that attack in half, honestly. Shutting down the Osa play all the way from Garage, utilizing those smoke grenades and impacts. Huge power play by, I think that was, what, Bosco with the shotgun in that round?
Yes.
Playing over by Marble, almost netting 2 kills, and it looked like he was loading in slugs to kill that guy top Garage. That was a nasty shot landed. And then the guy close quarters on Marble, he somehow doesn't kill.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
Insane round there for Wildcard as a whole, and good job readjusting in that 1v1 to not even give a chance for Cruelty after that timeout.
Wildcard still firing on all cylinders, just like they were last map. I mean, 5-0, John. Cruelty, this is like the most must-win round of all must-win rounds. I mean, Fatal's still 0-5. Pyrox, despite being the star player last match, or the closest thing to, still negative. Ivan so far between the two maps, 3-14. A truly shocking performance as one of the most consistent players in all of Mexico. For him to be shut down this hard by Wildcard, I'm sure it's another reason why Cruelty are doing as poorly as they are. They typically need both Pyrox and Ivan to perform in order to find success. We've seen how dominant they can be when that's the case, but so far, one of the two in that dynamic duo being wholly shut down. Wildcard playing in and around the whole map with the exception of the basement. Last time Cruelty attacked this site, though, John, their top floor clear was the highlight. It was not bad. They went 1 for 1. They flushed their own back fairly quickly. We'll see if they can do the same here.
Ooh, Ivan low on HP. Mutombo finding that first gunfight in Kansan. Gets rid of Ivan. There's the lurk from Pyrox. Realizing no one's over in Archives, he'll capitalize on that map control. But there is still someone playing above. 2 people, in fact, both Spiff and Bay. Legion and Mute combination, maybe hoping Cruelty begins to get a little too fast here and misdrones them, or just forgets to gather info on that top floor. They could play a nasty flank in the next 90 seconds of this round. Cruelty, they are slowing down, but remaining gun up right now. They're not on their drones at the current moment. Only 3 left in this round. It looks like a Logi bomb's going out, and they've spotted the player in stock. Close tussle here for Bay, but he wins it. Spiff almost there to back up, but it's not required. And now they look to both flood out this player in the main hallway by the vending machine. Nice shot landed by Spiff and Wildcard. They regain the lead, but Pyrox has site control.
2 versus 2 now. Mutombo very low. But how much does site control matter, John, when you don't have the case? It's probably dropped somewhere upstairs, I would have to imagine. Fatal probably had it right outside that window. Cruelty still have not picked it up, and I think Wildcard know exactly where it is. Yeah, it's upstairs, protected by Bay. Oh no, he's dropped back down to the bomb site. So he's back on the anchor. Now it's just Spiff upstairs as Cruelty look to recover Diffuser, which they still haven't, according to the overlay. John, there's almost 20 seconds left. Finally, they've grabbed it. Pyrox has it in hand. Matumbo eats some damage from the Goo Mine. They spot the drop as well, and Spiff lands a nasty headshot. Domes Pyrox from across the room, and Matumbo knows it's over. Falls to his death just to end it. It's a flawless half from Wildcard. It seems like they just can't be stopped.
Yeah, no way to really get any kind of, angle on someone playing that far back into sight. Matumbo pulling out a Goo Mine as well, so Pyrox is literally in a 1v2 with both defenders ready for the hatch drop. They hear the vert going on at the exact same time. They know what's happening in the last 20 seconds. No one's going to rotate to Printer in that fraction of time. No one's going to walk down Marble to go for a beeper play. If that were the case, they would have heard it due to the audio call. There were just no options left for Cruelty in that round. And again, it's just basics of Siege, Harrison. We didn't see like a full clear done by Cruelty on that roam. So in the late round, they had to readjust and get rid of Bay and Spiff, who both end up going back down below in that round to then play the bomb site, wasting so much time against Team Cruelty. It almost felt like they never stood a chance because, again, they were just so disjointed, relying on a lot of those soli plays in the early round, which Wildcard recovered from perfectly.
Absolutely, and now Cruelty are staring down the barrel of needing a 6-round comeback just for overtime. And this is their weaker side. Like I said before, it ended up being a 7-4 for Friendship Team on Bank. 3 of those rounds Cruelty had on the attack. They went 1-4 on their defenses. So this is already not the favorable side for them, and they have such a mountain to climb up. Wildcard rocking a Nook round 1, as well as the sends from Bosco is very interesting. Uncounterable by Warden now, although there is none on the board. I believe bulletproof cams also cannot see through the sends wall, so that's Pyrox and Skimzy's utility going to be a little bit less useful. You've also got Spiker on the Nook, whose goal, once the execute starts coming in from Wildcard, will likely be to hit Garage and see if he can take anyone by surprise.
Minute burned away, like you mentioned, Wildcard, with their drone work, they don't spot any roamers above. That's going to give them plenty of time to get these hatches opened up and set up for the execute. Wow, Spiker already inside a Garage. I don't think Cruelty have any info to confirm that. That could be a really massive late play for Wildcard. Seems though, as of right now, the first line of defense is going to be this blue extension by Skimzy, maybe having a couple of Vulcan packs to work with here, but there's the opener once again. Wildcard continuing to dominate this early round against Cruelty. That's your Azami gone too. Those Kiba barriers can set up so many power positions in the late round. And there's the lurk. They had no idea about Spiker's position. This could be the series over and shut down just by one play.
2 kills from Garage on the long angle with the FMG-9 too. Those must have been incredible shots. 3 players from Wildcard stacked up by Marble with Kansan looking to hit from Server. The Nook gets taken down and finished off, but how much is it going to matter now with Fatal in Garage? And Wildcard starting to make their way onto the bomb site. Luckily, the Smoke able to get back in Red Hall, but as his teammate dies, it all falls upon him. Second smoke canister now expended as Kansan takes a little bit of damage from it. Third and final one now sent out with still 50 seconds remaining. It'll force Striker off the plant, but only for the next 20 seconds. And the Sens projectors, the ROUs coming into play as well, completely denying any sightline from Fatal as he fishes for a kill. He's domed from above, and it's a clean 7-0 from Wildcard. A statement victory to start this LCQ.
Already setting their eyes on their next matchup of either OXG or loyalty is scarce. I'm definitely looking forward to that best of 3 series that our other co-commentators, Happy and V, will get to cover much later in the evening. But we've got our eyes set up on that actual match that prefaces it, OXG and LIS, Harrison. And I'm also really excited that we get to cast that game as well. Hopefully, it won't be as one-sided as what we just saw, but Wildcard, I mean, they are really trying to hunt down this last SI spot for North America.
Absolutely. I mean, going into this game, right, Wildcard are obviously the favorites to win just because, you know, they're an NAL team, but I did not expect it to be quite this dominant, especially with how Cruelty looked so improved from their match against Friendship Team into the match against JJ. They looked like a completely different team, and now they looked even worse than they did against Friendship Team, and sometimes that just happens with the sort of play style that Cruelty are trying to use. It can be very inconsistent. It's one of those we can beat anyone, but we can lose to anyone kind of play styles. But right now, with how good a lot of the NA teams are, at least domestically with this early round, it's a we can lose to anyone kind of play style more often than not.
Absolutely. And for Wildcard, a lot of it also came down to them just being prepared for what Cruelty were throwing at them too. I mean, this is not a map that Cruelty have hidden. It's one of their most played maps in both Pro League and in Element 4, a series that we've covered quite a few times, where they've also played up against former Pro League teams like Friendship Team and also LIS, another T2 group as well that recently lost their qualification for Element 4 playoffs, unfortunately, but they just were not able to, you know, connect the pieces on Bank against either of those teams. And the exact same problems that we highlighted on broadcast for Cruelty just reappeared once again on the match that mattered most here in the LCQ.
And we're seeing a lot more depth in the roster with Wildcard too. We'll see once the stats end up on screen. It was more the same story from Cruelty, where Pyrox is trying his damnedest to keep the team in the game. I don't even know if he ended up finishing positive. I think he was the closest to it. Whereas Wildcard, Spiker, it was his turn to go negative, and then everyone else on the team ended up hitting, you know, double digits. A fantastic game from Kansan and Bay, by the way. It's like Spiker and Bosco were the duo on Kafe, Kansan and Bay were the duo on Bank. Those upstairs roams, the 2v4 that they had on that top floor was basically perfect. And I'm loving what we're seeing from Wildcard, and you know, coming into this, we were like, all right, all 4 of these teams have something to prove here. Wildcard looked like maybe they're the favorite to win the LCQ. That was a big statement win from them. I think they've, depending on what happens with the OXG LAS, unless OXG like 14-1 LIS, I think Wildcard have kind of cemented themselves as that pseudo like first seed.
For sure. And you mentioned everyone firing on all cylinders. The players that you highlighted specifically for the last map, Bay, Kansan, and Bosco, those were the people who were finding a lot of X-Factor plays in the late round against OXG. You know, their Nighthaven Labs match, a lot of their execute denial came down to someone flanking, you know, kind of causing chaos in the late round just to stop someone from, you know, for example, you on a bomb site like Command Room, having someone play underneath to stop that rafters clear, making sure that you have all these long horizontal angles to play off of in the bomb site. You know, a majority of Wildcard's defenses were won off that aggressive roam, not only in the early round, but the late round. So I'm glad that Wildcard were again able to show up and replicate some of that success that they had throughout the closed qualifier against OXG.
Yeah, and Cruelty looking, I mean, still didn't look bad in the closed qualifier at all. I mean, they won the rematch against Friendship Team. They took down Washington Wizards. They had an okay showing, a decent showing against OXG. You know, they fell 2-0, but both maps went into overtime. So I was definitely expecting a little bit more from Cruelty, because when we go down to the lower bracket too, they're going to be facing either OXG or LIS, who are still a team of 5 very capable gunners. And now we finally get to see the stats. Kansan with a 100% cost. Spiff, 8-1. Only a singular death that whole game. And meanwhile, yeah, not a single player ending up positive on Cruelty.
I mean, incredible showing by Wildcard as a whole. And yeah, the only person again keeping up was Pyrox, is the exact same storyline as map number 1. I'm really interested in knowing who the MVP of this match is going to be for wildcard, because it felt like everybody was popping off. It might go to Bosco because of how many entry kills he had in map number 1. That would have shocked me, but no, it's Spiker 21-9. I mean, there was really no weak link on wildcard, and Spiker is also, I think, one of the youngest players on wildcard too, and he definitely showed it here based off his stats, Harrison.
Yeah, one of the youngest players in all of Pro League too. I remember when this kid was playing T3 like when he was 14. So it's incredible to see him putting up these performances. I mean, choosing an MVP from the performance we just had, like, it's like choosing between your children. Like, so many highlight performances, but I think Spiker's 17 kill performance on Kafe is what pushed him over the edge. But we're going to welcome Jonah back in to go ahead and do the interview. We've got someone from Wildcard ready and waiting.
Well, that someone is the match MVP. It is Spiker joining us now. First of all, congratulations. That was quite a one-sided victory. Does that match your expectations going into that matchup? Exceed them? Where were your heads at going into it?
Yeah, I mean, we expected to beat those guys. We were just confident going in. I think, honestly, we dropped more rounds than we should have on Kafe. I think it probably should have been like 7-1. We had a really bad defensive round loss and then another reading round that we should have won. So it could have been 7-1, even 7-0. But, I mean, we were just playing confident, playing our game, and yeah.
Now, we're going to keep this quick because you kept this one as quick as well. When it comes to your game tomorrow, you'll be facing either Oxygen or Loyalty is Scarce. Any expectation, any desires there on who you'd like to face and your chances against either team?
I mean, we're probably going to play OXG. Probably just going to run a gauntlet against them. I expect the whole bracket based off of how, you know, things have been shaken out so far. We already played them twice. So we'll probably play them a lot, and we're just gonna, you know, we won last time. They probably feel like they should have won since they're up 6-0 on bank. But I feel like that was more because of we were playing poorly than they were playing well on the first half of the bank. So confident against whoever we play, and we expect to make SI.
All right, and if you do, would that be your first international event?
Yeah, it would. It would be me and Bay's first international event.
Incredible. Well, best of luck tomorrow, and hope to see you there.
All right, thank you.
Alrighty. Well, we'll bring in Crow and Fellow once again as we wrap this one up. Guys, it was a very quick game. Wildcard closing that one out very fast, Harrison. Yes, we thought they'd be strong. Did we think they'd be that dominant?
Well, clearly Spiker did. It shouldn't even have been that close. But I love the confidence coming in from Spiker. Like I said, it would be his and Bay's first ever international event if they end up winning it, and those are two guys that I've been casting for quite a while. So best of luck to Wildcard.
All right, well, that is going to end it for our first series of the night. Still 2 best of 3s to go. The next one still in the upper bracket. Oxygen against Loyalty is Scarce. Quite a matchup, and that's coming up after the break. Well, the road to the best and biggest event of the year was, well, over a year long at this point. We started with Stage 1 in 2024. You have a major Stage 2, plenty of events in between, but now it is the last chance qualifier, the final opportunity for these teams to sneak their way into the 6th Invitational. Once again, Jonas Willinger here with Harrison Crow-Broder, Jonathan Fellow-Seach. We have our second series of the day upon us, and this one is, well, safe to say, a tale as old as time. It is Oxygen, the T1 team with the experience and the accolades, against the T2 team trying to come in and take down the big dogs, Harrison. This one, David and Goliath, it is not going to be easy, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened before, right? We just had CL Pharrell qualify for the Montreal Major against Pro League teams. We had Parabellum way back when qualify for Invite against Pro League teams. In fact, the final of that SI Quals, I think, was basically a T2 versus T2 team, if I'm remembering correctly. It was a while ago. But already we're going to have the maps roll in. Chalet, Kafe, Border are 3 maps. Interestingly enough, Kafe is a map that LIS, you could consider it one of their best maps, but they've only ever played it in qualifiers. They're 6-1, but haven't played it in an actual league yet. Chalet, a decent map for OXG. They beat Friendship Team and LIS already in the closed qual. Kafe, they beat Team Cruelty, they beat Washington Wizards in the closed qual. LIS, as far as Chalet goes, beat Team Cruelty. Like I already said, already lost to OXG, and Border's probably going to be a fun one with how aggressive both of these teams can be.
Yeah, I love the fact that for both these maps, a lot of outside pressure can be established for OXG, which is one of their strong suits. And like you mentioned, Harrison, OXG have already played against LIS on Chalet. They beat them 7-5. So I'm guessing, maybe for LIS's sake, A, they already made that matchup close, and B, they have a whole VOD to use as prep to see what they did wrong and hopefully improve. That way they can win their map pick and have a chance at facing off against Wildcard in the upper bracket.
Well, I know we jumped right into the maps, but I want to take a half a step back here and actually figure out what teams we're dealing with here. First, the team we all know and love, Oxygen. John, this is a roster that, of course, has had plenty of experience and success in the past. Maybe this year wasn't the year they were looking for, failing to make the international events, but looking finally to bounce back from that.
They used to be a consistent, top 8, top 4 team internationally, and now even domestically, they've had a lot of struggles, which kind of negated them from making it to those major positions. This is now just their last chance at making it into the 6th Invitational, but as a whole, their play style is spectacular. Again, I talked about their outside map pressure. Their cutoff angles are spectacular. They're really good at trying to get in the map to assert that early entry game. And on the defense, again, another point about their positions, they play roam extensions phenomenally. Not only can they isolate the attack to win those 1-for-1 gunfights, they play on a lot of fall-off points too. So if they're able to not only get that opening gunfight, if they're able to fall off on top of that, that wastes a lot of time and keeps more bodies alive to deny the late round execute.
And as far as, how hungry these guys are, right? We talked about with Wildcard, Bosco has been to like almost every LAN with SSG. Kanzan is trying to get back to the LAN stage as well. Spiff had that brief stint with Astralis. Same thing for OXG, right? Diaz, Yaga, Gomez back with M80. They used to make LANs all the time. Newers, when he first joined OXG, it seemed like they were a shoe-in for most LANs. But they have not been to a LAN since Gamers 8 in 2023. Because they didn't make EWC, they didn't make either of the majors this year, they didn't make the last major in 2023, so it's been a long time since OXG has made the major. And then with LIS, these guys are trying to pull a Parabellum. Now, Alex, PRS, and Epic, you might not recognize, they are very new to the scene. They've only been playing about 6 months to a year in comp. Mr. B just saw them, saw a lot of potential, and decided to pick them up. Mike W and Brios, though, big mainstays of the T2 scene. Brios, one of the best fraggers in T2, and Mike W, an incredibly solid flex player. If you had asked me right after Element 4 started, the Swiss stage, and right after closed quals started, Could LIS make the run? I would have said absolutely. I think there is a chance where LIS pull the Parabellum. Now, they didn't win a single map in playoffs in E4. I think their chances are way lower than maybe just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, in Element 4, they were the #1 seed facing off against the 8th seed in the upper bracket. They lost that 0-2 and then immediately lost their loser bracket match as well, not finding a single map victory in Element 4 playoffs. And moving into their matchup against OXG on Chalet specifically, they struggled a lot with just simply playing together, Harrison. There were a lot of solo plays done by Alex and Epic that just didn't work out for them. That experience you talked about, that Mr. B has, that Mike W has, Alex and Epic don't have that long of a stint inside of comp, and against those pro teams like Wildcard, like OXG, it shows a lot that in just some situations, they don't know what right call to make.
It's funny because we're looking at two underdog stories, right? We saw Cruelty and Wildcard, but it was a little different because Cruelty play in the LATAM League, a ton of closed league experience, in addition to the same reps and element that it seems like LIS also have. But here you're looking at a team not only with limited pro league experience, with only one player who's ever played on a T1 roster, but maybe hasn't had all that much success, right? Mr. B, he had a little bit of pro league experience. It didn't go all that well, but now you're looking at a team who needs to, well, rely on that experience, rely on their ability to just turn it up and go absolutely crazy, Harrison, to take down a team with, well, all of that experience they could ever have.
And Mr. B was certainly trying his best in those E4 games. Epic was doing really well too. Brios, pretty consistent. The weak link on LIS was Alex. Coming from, basically, I know it's not an official term, but what is basically T4 and getting catapulted into a T2 team, he clearly was not, I don't want to say not ready for it, but it looked like LIS before, and Mr. B was telling me about it, had a very loose play style, right? Where Mr. B was basically like, you guys are nasty. If you see a play, just go for it. So they were playing very individualistic, really, really big on the gun skill, and then they tried to rein things in and play structured, and just like JJ's team, kept getting caught in between, where there would be these really early lurk plays where they see the fight and they want to go take it, but they do it solo, they lose it, and then nothing else happens. So, and when Mr. B is the one that has to get the entry picks and is top fragging, he's a great player. That means something's not going to plan.
Well, the history of the Six Invitational, as we've said, has been around since 2017, where we saw even some Xbox Six Invitational play. But we are now at the North American history at the Six Invitational. Not just victories as a whole, but specifically wins across the board, opponent by opponent. And here you can take a look at how the NAL has competed against the other regions, including APAC, Europe, and South America. As you can see, NA, not the best record against Brazilian teams, 27-38. Against APAC teams, it's looking good. Against European teams, it's looking good as well. But it's those Brazilian teams, John, that have been terrifying for these NA teams for so many years.
I think we can all remember just a year ago how dominant W7M was at an international level, not losing a single event since Copenhagen. They have been one of the best teams ever inside of Rainbow Six Siege, one of the most dominant teams ever, and they had a constant graph of improvement ever since the Charlotte Major. Sure, 2022 wasn't their year, but they immediately fired back after the Six Invitational in 2023. Moving on, the rest of Brazil also having a phenomenal year. I think it was either NIP or Liquid that have also won a Six Invitational. They are probably one of the best regions inside of Siege.
The thing is, though, this is the first time in Invitational history where it's majority NA. We have not had six teams at an invite ever, I think. So, and I think it's NA with 6, EU, MENA, and then South America with 5 each, and then APAC with 4. So if there was ever a chance, it's coming home. It might be this year.
I mean, one more team can join them, right? We have 5 already that would make a 6th. We know we're talking a lot about Oxygen. We're talking about LIS and maybe even their possibility of taking it to the world stage. Of the teams who are there already, John, and looking at this as a broader picture, we've mentioned SSG. We know all about the talent that you have ex-Beast Coast, Shopify, Dark Zero, M80. Is there a team that stands out to you as the one to be the favorites to potentially continue to carry the North American legacy into the future?
You know, obviously Brazil has still been a very strong region as a whole this year, just like last year. BDS have been so close to winning a major event. They almost beat Beast Coast in the Manchester major. I think they were the finalists in the previous major back in Montreal as well, and they lost to FaZe Clan. So not only is Brazil an incredibly strong and competitive region still, despite their, dynasty kind of falling off a little bit, Europe is right behind them, and NA, like Harrison mentioned, this is probably one of the best chances they have of winning a sixth invitational just on paper alone, because how many teams have qualified already, and one more to join them soon.
Well, Harrison, maybe you picked up on what I was trying to get at here. Which NA team do you think has the best chance?
I really don't know, because, ex-Beast Coast, they won the major, but that roster has now been picked apart. Gunner and Diffuser now go to M80, who strengthened their roster, as well as Packer. So I like how M80 looks on paper, but we haven't seen them play yet. So I don't really know. SSG are like perennial chokers. DZ are perennial chokers. So I really don't know. And I don't want to give an answer, because if I do, they're going to end up being like, wow, 0-8 and get first eliminated. So
we're supposed to be the NA broadcast. Everyone else has their LCQs. They're all gassing up their regions. We need to be supportive. John, second chance.
I'll go SSG all the way, Jonah. You don't even got to finish it, man.
Okay.
All the way. That's the hope that I'm looking for. They're one of the only teams that have, continued to stay as the exact same roster. They've had a lot of time over the years to cultivate their play style. And internationally, it doesn't necessarily fail them, but they always just fall short of making it to that grand final position. I think maybe this year it could be it for them. Dark Zero might also be another team to look out for, perhaps, and Shopify Rebellion. I just have to be concerned about players, like Kobe Lax, for example. He joined Dark Zero, I think, a stage ago. He has some experience internationally, but still has a lot of growing to do. But I think the three of us all casted Kobe Lax back in Element when he was on Team Envy, so that's definitely a personal favorite that I've got to look out for. And of course, Packer Star, he's already made an international event with CL4L, but now he's on M80, so congrats to him.
It's so incredible how far some of these young guys have come, and then the teams they're playing for now, the titles they're potentially playing for now. No, it really is amazing to see how far these guys have come. But as far as the sixth invitational goes, there have been so many instances throughout history, Harrison, where a team that thrives in domestic competition, or a team on vice versa that struggles in domestic competition, goes to the international stage and completely flips the script, right? Maybe they were middle of the pack in the NAL. They go to an invite or a major, and all of a sudden they are looking like a strong contender. This is a pattern we see across all regions here. Is that something that we got to keep an eye on here for any of these rosters in particular?
Absolutely. SSG, when they won Invitational, they were the LCQ winners. When TSM won their Invitational, they came from the LCQ. So we've had many, many times a team from the LCQ either win the whole LAN event or at least make a deep run. With the teams we have in this LCQ right now, again, I like how Wildcard have looked so far, but I think we also have to acknowledge the fact that while they played really, really well, Cruelty also played really, really poorly, and they're not going to be that lucky if they end up going to Invitational, right? These are the best of the best. Sure, there's going to be a couple teams who maybe have off days, but you're not going to get a matchup like that every day.
Well, as we circle back to the matchup at hand, as our players are looking almost ready to go, reminder of the map bans that we saw a moment ago. Chalet, that is LIS, Loyalty is Scarce. Their map pick will start there. We go to Kafe next, and potentially Border as that decider map. Before we get into it, I want to send this one back to you guys, just talking about predictions for these maps and this series as a whole. Safe to say that Oxygen on paper is the clear favorite, and for Loyalty is Scarce, they are the ones who have to really surprise us. Starting with you, John, is there a map here where you think they have the ability to surprise us, or is potentially their win condition on taking this series?
I think it would have to be Chalet. That's going to be kind of their feeler map. Again, they already have game day experience against OXG on this map, and they've had about another week, to have actual game day experience inside of Element to maybe fix some of those issues they had going into the close qual.
And yeah, LIS, they were already going to be the underdogs. OXG, I think if this goes to map 3, Border might be a loose enough map for LIS to take it, but the first 2 I think are going to be a lot harder. OXG as a team, with how aggressively they play, they excel at getting those like solo picks. LIS have really struggled with that. We talked about Alex struggling a little bit, LIS getting too over aggressive. Chalet is a really easy map to get over aggressive on. So I think the most important thing is for LIS to set the tone on map 1. If they can at least make it close, maybe there's a chance. If they can at least rein in the aggression, maybe there's a chance, but I think it's still probably going to be an OXG 2-0.
If, again, and I'm really trying to just play devil's advocate for the sake of loyalty is scarce and for the love of T2 here, but as, you guys have seen Oxygen play quite a bit, right? And indeed casted them as well. When you look at this roster, is there a weakness that can be exploited, John? Is there something that loyalty is scarce, not just a map necessarily, but something that they should have reviewed beforehand, that they should have prepared, that they should know what they're getting into before things start?
Maybe the early round when you have OXG defending, someone could, of course, be overextended a couple of times. That did occur. And for LIS, they were able to bring out the Blackbeard, kind of hunt down those early roamers and get a man advantage. That helped their execute a lot. But other than that, OXG did not show a lot of weaknesses on Chalet, which was really the only close map that they had in the series. The other game they played ended 7-1 on Clubhouse, and LIS just stood 0 chance in that map.
There was also, too, in the game against Wildcard that OXG played, what was it, Bank, where it was like 15 defensive rounds were won, not a single attack in all 15 rounds. So maybe that could be another weakness for OXG. Attack tends to be the issue for like every team in the world at some point or another, just because of how the game plays out. But Bank's also not in the pool, and Chalet and Border play very, very different from maps like Bank and Kafe. So I don't really know how much that attacking weakness is gonna hurt OXG.
Well, for those of you wondering why we continue to yammer on, we're just waiting on one final player to get into the lobby, and I believe he has. So as we dive into this one once again, this is the story of LIS, the team looking to prove something against the T1 Titans of OXG. They advance to the winner's bracket tomorrow. The loser will have to fight against Team Cruelty just to stay alive. Gents, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jonah. And like you said, LIS with something to prove that they can hang with the T1 guys, prove that they're not just a lowly first-rounded T2 team, but OXG also with a lot to prove. These are 5 players that have been to many a LAN event, and they want to get back.
Yingban off the rip here, right after we saw the Blitz being taken off the board. 2 of the most aggressive operators in the game. And this is a point that I was going to make and just kind of drop the ball on. For Clubhouse, LAS did nothing but bring out the Ying, so having OXG take her off the board is a great idea. Ying promotes a lot of execute focus for attacking teams. If you struggle to clear out the roam in the early round, if you waste too much time getting Ver or breaking through gadgets, Ying can be a great execute enabler because she's got 4 Candelas that fully blind almost every single defensive operator besides Warden. And now that Ying is off the board, you don't even have to bring that operator and don't even need to worry about the execute problems you could face with those flashes blinding you. Interestingly enough, Warden is still going to be played. Of course, flashes are really strong in the game altogether. But other than, bringing the shield, having that Warden pick could have probably brought somebody else in this composition. But, it's not the worst op in the game, I'd have to say.
Yeah, even without the Ying up, Warden still finds some use, especially on Dining, where smokes are very prevalent. You even see the Sens every now and then come out, even though, you know, Gordon doesn't really counter sense anymore. But LAS holding upstairs, of course, with the Wamai, Frost, the Malusi. Usually on this site, most of your presence is going to be upstairs. OXG, every single person on the squad, John, swapping operators. We've got the Monty from Yaga, who's going to assist in pushing Piano because all of that floor is indestructible. The one pick that confuses me just a little bit is Gomez on the Deimos. That's typically the slot where we'd see something like a Lion or a Flores to help clear this top floor. Deimos is a very, like, in between the clear and the execute for this site, where his utility only becomes effective after you've already taken full top floor control and you're trying to hunt down the anchors.
I was going to say, maybe they could utilize Gomez to guarantee if a roamer has fallen off of an extension or not. That's not really a bad idea. And he still has grenades to clear out this utility. I mean, yeah, Gomez just tossed that nade to break the Office Valk shield, so now Alex will be forced back a little bit. Even giving up Office altogether, I mean, sure, they have horizontal angles to work off of from Master, but that does give a little bit more map control going the way of OXG. No direct confrontation now from this balcony. They can probably get this other wall opened up and then start flooding into the building to clear out that piano extension with the help of this Montaigne.
And speaking of the Monty, he's already made his way into Ivy, looking to scope things out. He sees the shield in Piano, gets stopped by a Banshee a little bit. Wall behind him getting opened up by Newers as well as Yaga tries to cover. A sliver of his back was exposed, I think taking damage from the Frost holding Bathroom. Desperately trying to get these X-Kairos down. Yaga protecting them with his shield. This is an interesting play. They do go off, so OXG have a small hole into Office, I guess, but there's only like a minute left, and all they've done is pop 2 X-Kairos on the wall.
Yeah, not a lot accomplished here for OXG, and I'm glad LAS have pretty much chose to not engage with Oxygen, really making them waste their own time here. There's the cutoff angle we talked about, OXG's positions on Chalet that net them these opening frags that'll score once again. Nice shot landed by Gomez, and OXG just try to hit the go button, but the rest of LAS holding on strong. Epic's good for one. Hat will transpawn, get rid of Alex in this position, and now the roam begins to fall off. There's no cutoff angle on Trophy, so they stay alive, but Epic just runs into the open window, trying to hide in a rat corner, maybe hoping someone will hop out of Trophy and he gets a freebie, but the exact opposite happens. And now it's still a man advantage for OXG, but at least Mr. B will trade.
And here comes the mute of Mike W. Spots the Hibana and gets the kill. Mr. B on the other side of the map gets Diaz, and Yaga doesn't know what hit him. 3 kills for Mr. British. The IGL of LIS steps up as he's been needed to so many times, and it's LIS coming away with round 1.
And that's kind of the storyline that you and I were building up during the pre-show, Harrison, was the amount of brute force Mr. B has had to achieve for his team to win those gunfights. Again, your top performers of Alex and Epic, you know, dying off on that top floor, and Epic dying on a window by Trophy. I mean, yeah, playing towards sight might have been a better option there, or just immediately trying to hide somewhere by that split doorway, for example. That's kind of a nice position you can hold if a teammate is there next to you, over by Kitchen. But regardless, Mr. B trades him. And again, moving on into that execute because OXG wasted so much time on that top floor clear, not getting any headway despite them having the Montaigne and those cutoff angles by Solar and Highway. They were kind of just forced to hit the go button without having a lot of info to really work off of, which allowed Mr. B such a phenomenal trade game.
The man of the hour, I have a feeling, John, by that first round is going to be Mr. B. His team is probably going to rely on him a whole lot. Now, the clear from OXG was not bad. Like, LIS made plenty of mistakes as well. OXG got the first pick on Brios. They had a 2-for-1 roam clear. It was just that transition down onto the bomb site that really hurt them. The biggest being the fact that Yaga was more worried about Trophy because of Mr. B. It allowed that opportunity for Mike W to swing in and drop the planter. Now, OXG tasked with attacking bar games. I also just noticed, John, OXG's names are all in alphabetical order. That's how you know they're professionals. Look at that.
Absolutely.
My goats. Blackbeard in play too. Oh, John, this is our first. Oh my God.
It
We have
is?
so okay. So if you guys don't watch Element, you don't know this. Every game that John and I have casted for Element playoffs so far has had Blackbeard banned. This is our first game, and then Wildcard too. Blackbeard was banned. We finally get to see him get played. I'm so happy.
This was an op that LIS kind of, you know, I'm trying to think of the word, kind of, you know, just brute forced most rounds to help get those opening gunfights, kind of exploited the use of Blackbeard Shield to get map control and then just go gun up to win that one-on-one fight. Looks like OXG are trying to return the favor. Nice info there by Diaz. That might be a freebie. There is no Frostbite under his double window. I think he could hop in so long as Mez is cleared, which is what this back pressure by Office is here to do. Barging in with the Blackbeard Shield Frostbite. That deployable finds one, but Gomez across the map, the first to solidify the entry. That's a nade to get rid of Brios, so all the Azami Kibas that are up in this round will be the only ones left. The minute 20, Logi Bomb going off as well, trying to slow down LIS's retake of this top floor. And other than, oh, actually no, Frost is still alive. That's right.
Yeah.
They could hold this crossfire between Mr. B and Epic because there's still blue control.
That kill, the refrag that he got on Gomez was so massive. He does go down to Yaga, but the time has been wasted. There's about a minute left now as OXG confirm top floor control. Diaz already in library. Yaga joins him. Mike W, no C4 in pocket as Alex looks to go for a flank. It's just a distraction, though, as he pops the hatch and falls back in dining, armed with the Boss G. Mike W still worried about that verticality. Mr. B playing around blue stairs. Worried about someone from the attack pushing him. But time still bleeding away as he retakes upstairs. He doesn't spot the player to his left. There's one Ivy, Mr. B. Just look, but he doesn't. And he whiffs on Diaz, unable to confirm the kill. Newers comes back from piano to finish off the IGL for LIS. Diaz likely going to be recovered, but only 20 seconds remain. And Mike W is ready and waiting on this hatch. Down goes Hat. Down goes the case carrier as well. OXG likely now have no choice but to go for the kills. Mike W is still alive. Now here with the shotgun. Down goes Brava. And Diaz is on the other side of the map. Did his game crash? That has to be the only option. An unfortunate turn of events for OXG as Diaz is taken out of the fight. And Mike W goes huge in games.
And there it is, suspicions confirmed, an unfortunate loss of connection there from the game, but wow, Hat was zoned in on those 1 versus 1. Again, OXG just not able to play as a team there in those final couple of moments. You know, the Mr. B flank was luckily shut down before things got too chaotic for OXG, but they had nobody assisting their planter. No one was on the double window. Nobody else was helping Harrison directly off the hatch. It was just 3 isolated attackers all trying to do something on their own accord, and without them being able to punish Hat for overexposing himself in 2 separate occasions, he was able to clutch the round.
Yeah, and
Mike W,
yeah, with perfect
My bad.
positioning. Incredible shot being hit on the Hat, by the way, and really unfortunate that Diaz's game ended up crashing, because with that extra body coming in from the bar side of things, who knows how that round would have shaped out, because even if Mike W kills that player close on the door with Brava, he was out of ammo with his SMG-11, so he really had no option or no options to engage long range. I mean, maybe the shotgun kills from there if because if he's got the shotgun out, Diaz is probably going to try and take the fight from bar stock. Maybe the shotgun kills him because he's at 20 HP, but maybe not. It's just really unfortunate timing for OXG, but also just not really playing those final few seconds well. They just didn't have anything for bar stock. It's like they had an answer for everything LIS did, except for bar stock, which is like the most important power position on the site.
Didn't seem like they had much utility to flush it out. No summons from down below, obviously, to get the wall opened up. Not many flashes or nades. And again, just not playing off the win condition of trying to plant in that round. It might have been just a better idea to try to push in through the bar doorway and just use your numbers advantage to kill the guy in stock, and then threaten a plant with the last defender possibly having to retake since they were off site. But obviously they killed Mr. B, so it was just Mike W left in that round. And Obviously, OXG were not able to play together to shut down the last bastion of hope for LAS, but that's now 2 round wins in a row where they're able to expose OXG's faults by either A, stalling out during the early round where OXG just took way too long clearing out that top floor extension, and it turned out to be a sloppy execute against that anchor on Dining Room and Kitchen. And now kind of the total opposite, where OXG didn't really have a problem with stalling out, but more so just a problem focusing on the last defender alive and finding the right way to deal with him.
Yeah, it's some of the same issues we saw from their attacking half against Wildcard, right? They had some rounds where they were just losing the early game, and then other rounds where like the beginning would be fine, and then they would get to the execute, and it's like none of the pieces were in the right spots at the right time. Their timing was off. I think that was the biggest thing in the round we previously just saw, is that the timing was off. Mike W was able to isolate those fights because of, you know, when he's killing the player on the hatch, he's safe in bar stock. When he's swinging out to kill the player in bar, Newers is still on blue stairs. So hopefully this is just, you know, maybe early game jitters, because we do have to remember this is also LIS's map pick.
Right.
So if OXG end up losing this map, I'm sure it's not the biggest deal in the world for them, because they still have Kafe, which is a much more structured map. And as we've mentioned, right, LIS have been, at least an element, kind of getting caught in between the loose and structured play style. And if you're not committing to one or the other, it can really trip you up. So maybe OXG, you know, kind of banking on that, going to a more structured map like Kafe. But for now, loyalty is scarce, showing that they've got the fight in them, right? They've got that clutch potential. The bright side for OXG, despite being down 0-2, is that their early rounds have been really good. If they can fix that timing issue on the executes, then we could see them start to come away with more of these attacking rounds.
For sure. And another point to make out as well, we talked about the 2022 Invitational, or the 2023 Invitational, actually, where you and I covered that game where Reality TV, Mr. B's old Challenger League team, they played off against SSG, the winners of that LCQ. They actually had a run before that in the upper bracket where they beat SSG 2-1. Obviously, they ended up rematching at some point during the lower bracket, and SSG like totally stomped them. But regardless of that, it's not uncommon for a Mr. B team that's in tier 2 to still have a fighting chance against some of the top level teams inside of the NAL. So again, I wouldn't totally count them out. Like you mentioned, this is LIS's map pick, so they've probably done a lot of prep work to be more prepared against OXG. And it is only the first 2 rounds of the match, so maybe things could change night and day for OXG, but I wouldn't totally count LIS out of this match just yet. It just looks like OXG are obviously the clear favorites on paper.
Yeah, especially on Border too, which is, I hope we get, because between the way these two teams play, I already think Border's going to be super fun. Border for the longest time has also been just a really good Mr. B map. I mean, even back with Beast Coast, back with Reality TV, they were kind of Border warlords. So when it comes down to map 3, I do think if we get there, LIS have a decent shot of winning this game. I think I just need to see this early round on Chalet be cleaned up, because it can't keep happening over and over again. Eventually, the clutch gene is gonna run out, and OXG is gonna start chaining rounds together. So LIS, I'm sure they're happy that they've won the last 2 rounds. They should not be happy with the way in which those rounds were won. Mr. B, I know, has always been a stickler for that stuff. It's about how you win, and LIS need a couple, probably some more confident victories to feel good about this half.
LAS have a lot of operators that can be used to stall the execute. Maestro, great example of that. Really long range LMG, plenty of evil eye cameras for info. You've got Clash, who is entire kit is based off of slowing down an attack with that CCE shield, and also just in general having a very decent kit by having a wall in front of their face. But there is also a roam extension by LAS. You've got Alex playing over by Kitchen, Brios over in Piano, Epic not too far behind his teammate of Alex, but it already looks like OXG are trying to focus a little bit more on these cutoff angles. They've got the snowmobile wall opened up, some Vulcan packs destroyed in the late round, and with them having Vert Ops, it also wouldn't shock me if they maybe want to try to go for a snowmobile execute, maybe focusing less on this roam extension and just trying to go direct, but also having a Cali on the board, they could really hold any long angle across the map and be successful. Nice opening kill by Gomez, shutting down Brio, someone that we highlighted in the pre-show as one of the top performers on LIS's team, and so far he's been rather quiet.
Yeah, solo Roam getting picked off by Gomez, which by the way is Gomez's third opening pick in a row now. There is a response from Alex. He's on the board thanks to killing Yaga, and John, that's OXG's main counter to Clash. Now you have no Cali.
Oh, that's right.
A drone coming in to try and confirm the position of this Legion. The ace spots. Down goes both Alex and Epic. And, well, I don't know how much the Cali loss is going to matter now that it's just Mr. B and Mike W. The Alda and the Clash against 4 players with verticality being established. Mr. B will probably have to whip out the SMG at some point unless Mike W goes huge on this Maestro. I like OXG taking things slowly, not wanting to get ahead of themselves. Mike W does find one through the floor, though. That's Gomez dead on the vert, making this round just a little bit more doable.
No one else holding vert as well. OXG could get someone to play above to alleviate some of that pressure over by connector, but they do have someone on the cutoff angle at the very least. No one going in for a lurk take either by this back wall, so it looks like Mike W is actually going to try to utilize his Evil Eyes perhaps to stop this plant while Mr. B gathers info on the Clash.
Evil Eye popping, the Goyo is going to force off the plant and tag down Newers, but Mr. B dies on the Clash, leaving it all up to Mike W, connecting the headshot with one. But they know exactly where he is behind Trash, and the plant is being resumed by Diaz. Is he low enough HP for this Evil Eye to take him out? The plant almost completed. No, he's got enough to withstand and is still alive with 1 HP. All the way in the back is Hat with that DMR. What a shot. And LIS finally dropped their first round.
Yeah, that Roam not able to play for enough trades. All of OXG starting the round with the idea that if they're able to clear out this Roam, they can start to work vertical, then transition into that west main position, open up that double wall so they have a nice cutoff, literally cutting the basement floor in half. The only spot you could really comfortably play in at that point is either blue or pillar, and it was a Clash over by pillar, so you don't even have someone who's an active gun to stop that default plant. Mike W had to give up so much space to fall back and use his last bastion of hope, which was the Evil Eye cameras. And sure, he did a nice play popping off that Vulcan pack to force off the default plant, but then OXG just simply readjust. They killed the Clash. And then once he ran out of Evil Eye potential there when the plant had gone down, Mike W had to push up against that extremely long horizontal angle that OXG were holding from the get-go. And that finally solidifies a round win for OXG on their attack.
It really sucks for Mike W too, because you saw him cycling through because the glass was broken.
Right.
If he had just stuck on that first Evil Eye, he gets Diaz before the plant goes down.
5 seconds to go.
And Hat, I don't think Hat would have had. Yeah, I don't think Hat would have had time to run in and get the Evil Eye.
Objective is to defuse the
It's really unfortunate for Mike W, but he tried his best. And hey, it's only 1 round for Oxygen. The 2 other sites for LIS have at least proved to be winnable, as they go back down to dining room and kitchen with a very similar upstairs setup. The only difference being that instead of a Warden, Alex is now on the Azami, so that position a little bit more fortified thanks to these Kibas now, and should take OXG even longer to clear out. I like the LIS read. They're seeing that OXG, while they did just win the last round, and while a couple of these rounds have been close, the attacks have been very, very late.
Now Alex will most likely not have to give up office in the first minute mark. I mean, again, sure, it wasn't a problem for them, but they only had 1 shield as defense. And look at that. Epic and Alex, the youngest members of Loyalty is Scarce, popping off with 2 separate kills of their own. Gomez, he has to take matters into his own hands, pardon. He hops in from Solar, gets at least a trade, but there's the Vert to shut it down. Brios responds as well from Closet, and now Oxygen just forced to hop into the building at a 2 versus 4 disadvantage, and they've got info on Yaga because of the Banshee.
I'm not sure what the plan was here for OXG, looking a little bit disjointed with the bathroom window hop in and no follow-up, the trying to walk into office with no follow-up, giving a lot of 1v1 fights to LIS, and this is the way that LIS want to play their game. They have 4 confident young gunners and Mr. B, who's no slouch himself, as Epic picks up Yaga, shooting the Ram in the back. Diaz now the last member standing outside the building on Solar Repel. As soon as he swings in, there's Epic with his 3rd, and LIS with a 3-1 lead.
You know, funnily enough, Harrison, every round that LIS have won has been off the back of someone finding a 3K. It was back in round number 1 where Mr. B found that 3K, trading off some of his teammates over by Trophy and the bomb site. You had Mike W inside of stock, who was never fully dealt with. It just seems like OXG are not able to clear out these initial extensions on the map. Sure, we go back to round number 1 where they did eventually get top floor control, but that took way too long. OXG's resolution to that problem is they just try to go fast into the building without fully being prepared to deal with that extension. It felt like everyone had the same idea of, okay, guys, we're going to take these one-for-one gunfights and hopefully clear out this top floor, holding our cutoff angles from both Solar and Master. That way their fall-off points are denied, but that never worked out. They never even cleared out Office because of those Azami Kiva barriers and Alex taking aggressive one-for-one gunfight. If OXG want to have a better chance at clearing out this top floor, they might just need to minimize where they're starting their rounds from and just pushing as a cohesive unit rather than being so separate across the map, trying to hold every different cutoff angle imaginable.
Yeah, I mean, the solution to a defense spreading themselves out is typically not to spread out yourselves. You want to attack each little section of the map together so that those solo defenders have a harder time killing you. We've got Sens now coming out from Yaga on this Bar Games attack. Diaz on the Grim as well. Very different lineup than what we've seen so far from this attacking side. Newers and Gomez on the Striker. Duoing down below, maybe looking for an early West main lurk with 2 players here, and they catch Alex completely unaware.
Well, a much better start here for OXG. There's Newers to end up dying off to Mr. B. His assist was not there by Gomez, maybe getting caught in a drone or just not able to follow it up in time. That's at least a good way to slow down OXG for the time being. That Ash being off the board, that definitely cripples some of the soft destruction that OXG had, but they also have 2 sets of grenades. So that deployable shield top blue, most likely going to be able to be destroyed. The Kiva barriers might be a little more problematic in this round, but as a whole, it's not the worst start whatsoever for OXG and LIS. Their basic floor lurk just now has been halted, so they're going to have to most likely prioritize that top floor clear once again, which has given them problems in the past. I think that Bravo drone got destroyed. Yeah, I think it got destroyed just in time because Newers is not on that camp right now. He's not cycling for top fire.
Yeah, that's actually a really good spot from LIS. I assume Mr. B for, I think Alex being dead, calling out that the Bravo drone was hacking the camera. And Oxygen, once again, kind of slow goings here. We're halfway through the round. They've cleared the shield if there... I don't see any debris if there even was one here. Nate going out on blue stairs forces the Frost of Epic up just a little bit, but there's no one peeking him to capitalize. Gomez does give his team the man advantage, but Mr. B claps right back on the hat. Mike W, a follow-up on the Gomez all the way from main stairs. Wow. What a shot with the SMG-11. Still, OXG try to clear through upstairs using these ROU projectors to isolate the angles they have to deal with, but everyone on the defense has fallen off. There's no one else to find. They're chasing ghosts. Mike W and Mr. B are very low, however. 1 bullet from each of these guns will likely put them down, but it's the same problem, John. They don't have anything to deal with these bar stock players.
No more nades left in this round. They've got some Grim canisters and 1 RU projector. That is about it. All that LAS has to do is just wait for this drop, and it's sure to be another defensive round win. Yeah, Diaz just having no coverage there. Running in blind, and then Yaga to follow suit. Just these attacks, once again, just not really going the way of OXG. I mean, you talked about it. That clear coming in through the blue stairs position, no one really working off that grenade to look for a gunfight. They even had a drone spotting that the Frost had pushed up, but again, just no one playing off of it. A timeout called here for OXG makes a lot of sense. They still have a chance of salvaging this half to at least get a 2-4 split, which wouldn't be terrible on Chalet, but they really have not found a way to crack the code against LIS's defense.
And it's 8-1 for Mike W, having a standout performance so far. And John, the trend continues, by the way. A 3K from Mr. B on the Fenrir.
Yep.
Every round, someone on LIS is stepping up huge. Brios and Alex not having the best days so far, but with Mike W and Epic and Mr. B picking up a lot of that slack, that's really not going to matter until we get to the attacking side, because who is LIS's primary entry? it's Alex. They rely on him to take that space, and a lot of the attacking problems that LIS have is because Alex tends to get picked off kind of on an island. But LIS already look better here than they did in E4, so if they've been working on that, I'm looking forward to seeing if that issue has been fixed.
Big problem LAS had for this bomb site was that their roam wasn't really able to A, waste a lot of time, and B, find too many kills. It was just one opening frag, I think. Actually, no, Gomez still won that fight, but Alex actually traded Brios's death. Yes. That is what slowed down OXG to an extent, but then the rest of them were able to clear out. I believe it was the Legion, and then maybe the Goyo. No, Goyo was the first one to die. It was Vigil as well in that round. Vigil and Legion as the primary roamers once Goyo had died. But now LIS, they're totally changing their team comp. They can obviously still roam since Brios doesn't really have a lot of, active utility. He has to prioritize in his back pocket. That's already been placed throughout the bomb site. You can still roam a little bit, but obviously LIS with their composition are focusing more on the anchor, having these toxic babes, having these Vulcan packs, still having the Evil Eyes that almost won them the round despite them being at a 2 versus 3 disadvantage. And now introducing Azami as well, which has in some instances saved LIS.
Yeah, I like the Azami pick and running back the garage site. I really liked the hold that LIS had. It was just some unfortunate early picks being lost. Alex waiting for his hatch to be opened as he starts to hear Oxygen begin their clear. I think that was the Ram coming in from front door. Position, there's another attacker positioned outside the trophy window as well that Alex is going to have to worry about. OXG, the main issue, I think, so far, again, is just this time and utility management. They've had decent early rounds. I think the round 5 was really the only round where they had a really bad early round. It's been consistently good. It's just, again, that transition to the execute has been giving them a lot of trouble, especially when LIS don't just give them freebies, which they've been a lot better at doing as this game has progressed.
Minute 20 gone. OXG just double checking to see if anyone's hiding up above. No one playing over by stock. Now that this first floor has been cleared, they can start to focus once again on the execute down below, getting that cutoff angle, looking down all the way through this basement floor, spotting anyone over by connector, and a large majority of wine cellar as well. The Twitch drone coming in to pop some of these Vulcan packs that are on these, key chokehold positions. And overall, the same storyline for OXG as we saw in their last execute, except this time, because LIS again didn't play for a heavy roam extension and instead just fell off the hatch once there was enough pressure against them, they actually have a 5-on-5 and still so much utility to slow down OXG while they only have a minute.
I do like the utility burn from OXG, using that Twitch drone to take care of a lot of those problematic Goyos, but Yaga finds Mike W, the linchpin of this defense on the Maestro, thanks to some Vert looking down on connector. That is a massive loss for LIS with how important the Maestro is on this setup. He's used not just for denying the plant directly, but also for popping those out-of-the-way Goyo packs. Mr. B now feels the pressure, uses the first toxic gas canisters. Brios almost eats a shot from Yaga outside that main breach. Oxygen are a little bit more split up than on their previous attempt of this attack. Mr. B eating a DMR shot in Epic just under awaiting attacker, but the time is still ticking. 17 seconds now. Gomez finally into the bomb site, getting the plant down. Diaz holding in connector. Yaga with perfect coverage, but Gomez still dead mid-plant to Epic. A man advantage now for OXG as Mr. B goes down. Epic is the last man standing, able to kill one, but can't get past the player in connector. Almost secures Yaga on his way back up the stairs, but it's still a round for OXG.
Great readjustment there by OXG in the late round. After they found that opening kill onto Mike W, they just started to not only still prioritize some of that vert, but then begin to transition over to the other side of the map, not going for a pillar plant, as there was obviously that extension over by the boiler wall. They ended up going in through the open breach. That almost backfired as there was still a lot of defenders over by blue. So instead, once that toxic babe had fizzled away, they went back behind the shelves, having some pressure over by connector as well. And that kind of led the last couple of defenders left alive inside of blue with really no other option except to try to challenge that player inside a connector before even having a fighting chance to stop that diffuser from going down. So timeout called, adjustments made. That's at least a second round win for OXG on their attacking half. And now they'll move over onto the defense, where again, something I mentioned earlier during the pre-show, Harrison, their lack of countering the Blackbeard. It's something they faced before against LIS on Chalet. It's something that they brought out against LIS in this game. Sure, it didn't work out all too well for them on their attacks, but I imagine for LIS, they could be a little bit more successful, but it looks like Brios at the very last second is going to switch off of him. Maybe for LIS, they spotted that they're going to a different bomb site than originally thought of, and now they might try to perhaps go for a different style of attack because of that. No Blackburn in play. Almost saw Amaru, funnily enough, as well, Harrison.
Yeah.
But now we're on much more, structured ops. You've got info at the Brava and the Dokkaebi. Still wall destruction as well to help deny some of these, power positions on the top floor. And still soft destruction, too, because we're probably going to see a lot of shields and a lot of Azami this game.
Yeah, what's a little bit worrying now for LIS starting on the attacking side is that they've only had one opening pick, and that was Epic in round 4 when OXG tried to just kind of rush into the top floor without much control. Every other round, OXG have gotten the first kill, and that matters. Losing the first body matters a whole lot more on attack than it does on defense, especially when you've got Brios and Alex combined right now. Only 3 and 11 as your primary entry players, but just as I say that, Alex gets the opening frag. Diaz is down, that's a C4 now gone, and a player now has to drop off the top floor to replace him in the bomb site.
That could have been a gap, maybe capitalized on by LAS, but as you mentioned, there is a fall off, so it's not going to be a weak point just yet. Banshee hacked. It's going to be an impact grenade wasted to remove that potential issue for OXG if they want to overextend past the double door, leading by Piano. 90 seconds burned away. Sure, it's a man advantage, but the rest of LIS still have to clear out 3 defenders on this top floor. They've broken through a lot of Azami Kibas. They still have 2 Ash charges as well to utilize here in this round. And now that the office wall has at least been opened up to secure an angle, I imagine maybe some members on OXG will try to fall off, but that does not seem to be the case. And now that Gomez has found a C4, that could maybe keep this roam alive. But as I mentioned it, there's the fall off from Hat. Really incorrect timing there as Brios will punish.
Yeah.
LAS will take back the lead.
Interesting fall off attempt, but Epic jumping into Piano does go down. Could maybe be Rezible as the rest of OXG not really in a position to pick up that kill. Yaga, though, finishing off Alex. Down goes your Brava. Mr. B is still stuck outside on this rappel. Brio's the only man in the building left for LIS. And Epic still on the floor. That Dokkaebi dying removed a lot of this clear potential as OXG now retake these forward top floor positions. Mr. B just narrowly spotting that Fenrir's foot. But still, Yaga not exposing himself, knowing that he's still there. Newers just swings on him. Mr. B dies. Newers picks up the downed Epic, and all 3 of these defenders looking towards Brios. OXG take the first round on the new half.
Yep, great job by OXG, not being too concerned about fighting back for the trade. They still had Azami Kiba barriers. They still had frost mats to try and deny anybody from hopping in through highway, either from bathroom or in Piano. And because the ace was dead in that round, OXG finding that Nitrocell kill, I think it was, to get rid of him through the floor, funnily enough. Because of that death, there was no one in office to help the horizontal take by Piano. It was just the cutoffs being held by Mr. B, which on paper, that's great. If you can clear out Piano to begin with, or clear out offices, then it comes down to the rest of the defense trying to fight back, challenging that cutoff angle, or giving up the top floor control and falling back into either side or trophy. With there never being a full clear over by office because the ace had died and there was no one to trade him, OXG could just comfortably sit far enough away from that cutoff angle that LAS were kind of just on the outside looking in for the most part of that round.
It was a confident first round for OXG, never being flushed off that top floor.
10 seconds to go.
Hopefully, if you are rooting for the underdogs, that is not a sign of things to come as we move on to Bar with yet again a top floor hold from OXG. They've got the Lamai, they've got the shield from the Frost, plenty of burn. They've still rocking the Fenrir that kept LIS at bay and prevented them from walking into Piano. Brios, though, gonna pick up the Blackbeard, deciding he wants that shield op. Alex now on Buck. Plenty of verticality now established. Mr. B and Epic 2. Big util operators to help clear out that blue stairs position. LIS spread across the map. Some players starting by library side, others looking to full clear over by Solar.
One thing LIS used the Blackbird for was to, again, just enter the building early, and Brios already proving that point. He's hopped into the Solar Repel, spotting the Frost. Beautiful crosshair placement to confirm that kill. Yaga already having his utility placed. It's not the worst thing, but a good opening start for LIS. It is swiftly traded back, though. Gomez across the map will stop the lurk, I think, from Alex as he tried getting some vertical down with that skeleton key. There is some pressure over by Office. That, with the help of the Rotero drones and those grenades, can deal with the top blue shield. And Mr. B needing to stay alive as Capitao. He might need to wait for some backup here by his teammates, as if they give up library control, OXG could switch around their rotation and defend library as if it was mezzanine instead.
Mike W does pick up Gomez on the main stairs, though. The death from Alex has been a big issue from LIS. If you're going downstairs as that Buck, you've got to have someone helping you. Mr. B still playing with fire against Newers on this pixel angle here. Trying to see if he can get any help from his teammates as he delays this Legion, but Newer's still sitting here. Nade to come out, takes a little bit of damage from top main, ends up falling back, and Hat gets the kill from blue stairs before he also rejoins his teammates around the bomb site instead. Tucking into the basement as well, maybe looking to come up top main for a flank should LIS rotate their push towards Fireplace. Mr. B also very low on HP despite being that case carrier, and Diaz has a C4 still in pocket with one of these attackers' names written on it. 50 seconds now remaining for LIS as they start to set up for this execute.
Goo mines as well for the doorways. Legion will not even have to peek. He could simply wait behind the bar until the Goo mine pops off. That's immediate info someone's trying to execute, and that's how he shuts it down. They've got these Capitao smoke bolts. No Warden on the board. They could obscure the vision of this player either from bar or stock, and that looks to be the case. That denies at least Diaz's power position. He'll have to rotate because of that, but Newers perfectly timed swings and kills Epic. Mr. B to respond with a trade. Mike W's the one to plant, and because of this Fireplace control, he can't walk up snowmobile stairs. Diaz will shut down the planter, but now it's Mr. B in 1 versus 1. He knows that Mr. B is relocated to the top floor, but they've
Oh, what an angle!
Pixel peek through the metal rebar. That's Mr. B now good for 3. And another multi-kill to score LIS the advantage.
They can't keep getting away with this, John. Another 3K, and wow, what an adjustment on that push. I love the plan from LIS. They get that opening pick on the Yaga, refrag the Wamai on main stairs, set up perfectly with the Capitao pulse. Because Gomez died so early and off-site, there were no magnets to stop that. The smoke perfectly played around. Newers was able to pick up a kill, but Mr. B on that main lobby stairs lurk. Good for 3 kills, and I think we literally said it at the exact same time. What an angle he found through the vert. 100% Diaz was playing, trying to get that defuse and expecting Mr. B to have to sprint all the way over to the hatch. And the timing would have worked out perfectly. Diaz would have been so close to counter defusing by the time Mr. B gets on the angle, the Capitao would be forced to peek. And then that's when Diaz can pop off and finish him off because he was only 1 HP. But what an angle established when they were still working the vert. 5-3 now LIS. Beautifully played round. Now they have to deal with OXG's own clash hold in the basement.
You know, it's like when you're playing chess, Harrison, and you get the little pop-up. Brilliant move.
Yeah, your opponent finally falls for the trap you set up 15 moves ago.
Dude, yeah, right? It's like mate in 3, but we might see a fast play here by LIS. Look at this, Mr. B with the opener, but Diaz good for 2. Slows down this push, and Brios almost dying to the West main player, but oh my god, the recovery! The shield, ample coverage allows him to re-peek, and now you've got a 3 versus 3 with LIS refusing to slow down.
The bad part here, though, is that the rush, not completely successful, at least not successful enough to get them into the bomb site itself. And you've lost your ace, so all these walls are going to remain closed. The Grimbees come out, but
my God.
Mike W has no idea Newers is close with the shotgun. Now it's Brios and Epic in a 2 versus 3, and with this Clash still alive, she's going to be a huge problem. They don't have anything to deal with her. Epic revealing his location on blue stairs. Brios fishing for a pick, but can't find any through the vert. I like the initial plan from LIS, but again, having Mr. B on the ace lead the charge, leaving you with really no plan B.
That might have been an issue of just no info for the rush as well. Maybe not having a drone set up for that, not realizing, hey, they have a Goyo Clash smoke composition. Maybe we shouldn't rush the bomb site. It just seemed to be a call that they made during the prep phase and just went to stick with it. Nice attempt there by Brios, almost killing Diaz. And a second chance at tying us up in a 2v2, but Newers barely surviving as well. The Clash, plenty of info, realizing this Blackbeard's ISO'd. I imagine Oxygen, sharks to blood in the water. They hunt him down. Diaz a triple with this shotgun. And now it's Epic bottom main position known as well, and I think they're gonna just repeat what worked out for them in that previous engagement. Send the Clash, slow him down, keep him trapped in a box before they put him out of his misery. Great recovery there by OXG, shutting down that rush and keeping their anchor alive and well.
Yeah, again, I like the idea from LIS, but the fact that Ace was the first man, the tip of the spear dying, means you can't open any more of those walls. The plan was to go through the red rotate, but still opening that wine wall, it tends to be crucial to an attack, plus Clash never being dealt with. As soon as Brios was in the building, Epic kind of needed to be there with him, because like you said, once they were like, oh, this guy's alone. Because
kill him.
And you have the shield, like the shield guard break from the Clash.
Yep.
Yeah, he stood no chance. OXG back to within 1 round of tying the score, but LIS still ahead as we are now on Dining Room Kitchen. OXG with a good defense. LIS unable to do anything on the top floor against OXG's off-site hold. Still rocking the Fenrir that caused so many problems for LIS as well. They don't have the, what's it called? They don't have the Legion? Or no, sorry, that was the round after. They're rocking, they don't have the Melusi that they had last time.
Okay.
Instead opting for the Thorn from Newers. Typically, I would expect that to be for the shield, but he's brought barbed wire, so kind of an interesting change.
I think they're running Thorn and barbed wire. You know, obviously, they're worried about Brava drones. So maybe that's why they don't have Banshees. That can be kind of a double-edged sword. You can still hack Thorn gadgets with Brava drones, but it's just not as common. I think the barbed wire and Thorn gadgets are just to slow down the shield. Because, again, Blackbeard, really big challenge OXG has had to face beforehand on Chalet. That might just be a more specific counter, but for the offensive side of LIS, I like their comp as well. Again, having a lot of utility that's very info focused, the Blackbeard shield, the Brava cameras you can use late round, but also for Blackbeard, he's got some grenades that can help assist clearing out those Fenrir mines, dealing with the Azami Kiba barriers. If they had something else like a Flores or an Ashe, I would say, yeah, this is a phenomenal team comp, but they also have to prioritize on getting these walls opened up, and against a Cade, you need a Thatcher to help assist with those EMPs, and at least for Epic's sake, if he can keep one more Selma charge in his back pocket, maybe he could use them to break the Kibas too and make things a little bit easier for his team.
I think you are right on the money about the Thorn swap, because we did see the Brava hack some of the Banshees, and it was Pat who was forced to use an impact on one of them. And if you hack a Thorn, it's a lot less annoying for the defenders to deal with, because you just walk into the range and walk out. LIS setting up by Piano. Hacked a lot of the utility down on the bomb site. Still haven't really made their way in upstairs yet. Newers and Gomez still holding forward in office. The C4 goes out, and Brios is trapped in the barbed wire. No refrag from LIS. Epic is looking for it, but now Gomez can just play close on the breach with the shotgun and one-pump anyone that tries to push into his line of sight. About a minute left. Epic looking like he wants to try and work his way in, but Gomez hears him and puts him down. A two-man advantage now for the defense. LIS still unable to clear the top floor. Everybody has evacuated. Are they just going to go for a complete swap? Mike W looking like he's going to go back up to the office balcony. Mr. B now library, so I guess they're going to retry taking top floor, but there's only 30 seconds left. Gomez does die at least. Here's a kill for Alex. But you got to wonder how much information are LIS actually working with here. The bomb site is vacant. The verticality is in play for OXG. I think the Thorn of Newers right now is looking down the hatch. There's just going to be a smoke plant attempt. Mike W gets a kill upstairs. Alex does die on the cover. Mr. B trying to complete it, but can't get it done in time. And Mike W, the last one alive now, doesn't know the Fenrir's upstairs. Though it gets a little bit dicey and LIS go for a daring play, it's a tie game now for OXG.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate there that nobody on LIS could help Brios there. I mean, to be fair, it's a little bit different compared to a Montaigne because you don't have a rifle to use, but the same kind of ideology is what makes Blackbird so powerful right now, is that he can be an active threat because of that shield if somebody's playing off him. If you have an active gun with the Blackbeard, you have to kind of respect that map control he's trying to fight for. But again, because no one was there to assist Brios, it's an easy nitro cell for Gomez. Then someone tried to trade him 10, 15 seconds after the fact, giving him another 1-for-1 gunfight. And that once again goes in favor of him because he's close quarters with a shotgun with the wall next to him by office not being opened up. So he can fully play that close to the wall without really being punished for it. I would, again, love to see better trades here established by LIS and just having somebody off the rip help that office Balk player, because that's usually one of your first points of contact for a map clear like that when attacking dining room.
They do take the timeout though, so Mr. B now talking with his squad. I believe their coach is also Geo. At least he was for Element. I'm pretty sure he still is. So he's likely talking to the squad as well. OXG already used their timeout on round 6. They've taken 4 of the 5 rounds since then. LIS surely hoping for a little bit of the same magic as we draw closer and closer to what could be an overtime. LIS still struggling a little bit with this attacking side. It was the biggest issue for them in Element. I'm glad to see them fix the defenses, but still, this tends to be the side where that makes or breaks teams.
Aster now in play. Looks like OXG are going to extend over by Mezzanine. That can obviously waste a lot of time if you're doing a library overtake. Might even have Yaga play over by Blue Stairs. No, that barbed wire is just to help out the person who's most likely by offices. He can swing off of that double wall and then probably find a kill when someone walks up that blue staircase. That can be a real pain if you're just super tunnel vision on someone either over by Mez or you're focused on another entire different point of the map as well. So OXG, they don't want to just sit in sight, anchor, and let LIS take all this map control for free on the top floor. They're going to actively contest this and hope to find some early opening kills off of it. But maybe LIS just decide to hit it fast and go for a solar take. They already have a lot of presence over by this trophy side of the map and literally 0 people over in library or even office valve.
Here they go. Sense projectors come out. Blackbeard, the first man in, clearing the below the site, but there's no one to find. No one from OXG playing in dining and kitchen. There is a player down in the basement, but I believe he's the only one off site. Epic seeing the Ivy barricade is opened. He'll be wary of that, likely for the rest of the round, but LIS, at the very least, they didn't get any kills for it, but they did get a lot of control and confirmed that no one, again, except for that basement player, is playing underneath for that C4, and they'll likely continue with the rest of their solar take now.
Not too much time wasted here for LIS, but once again, Auction not really facing any threats besides some of this highway pressure, but they've got Kiva barriers to pretty much just patch up the open barricade that we saw opened up by Alex, I think it was a moment ago. Actually, no, that was not. It was Epic. My mistake.
Oh, they know.
Oh, spotted out down below. Gomez, low HP. The E1D as well, ringing out behind him, but he still wins the fight against the Blackbeard. Your spearhead gone once again. Alex tosses out a nade and almost loses the fight, but thankfully Gomez cannot ADS in time. So they clear him out, but that took 2 minutes and a body off the board. And again, there's no other control for LIS in this round besides, again, A, the outside angles from both Highway and the Solar Rappel, and B, the downstairs presence that Oxygen hasn't really needed to fight for.
So much time spent on clearing Gomez, and you lose the tip of your spear. Mike W does kill Yaga, so the man advantage is squarely in their favor, at least until Diaz kills Alex attempting to run up the Solar stairs. He takes some damage, now downed as LIS start to work their way into the bomb site from Solar. Newer's looking for the run out against Epic, finally goes for it, but he's traded out by the Claymore, leaving Hat now in a 1 versus 2 in the bathtub. Jumps out, they know exactly where he is now that he's shot that Goyo canister. The plant is completed by by Mike W in the bomb site, with Mr. B outside the office doorway, and he just doesn't even spot Mike. LIS after the timeout with a comeback round and map point.
I love the last minute adjustment as well, rotating over to office balcony. Sure, it wasn't that impactful in the round, but it definitely helps. One of the key angles that you struggle with when going for a master execute like that is just having someone in offices playing that long angle with utility of some sort to shut down that plant, to shut down your walk-in from the Solar doorway leading into site. So I'm glad they had that covered as well. And the Claymore too. Sure, Newers found that kill, but it was immediately traded. Again, something LAS have struggled with a handful of rounds is trading themselves. And sure, it wasn't a gunfight to get that refrag, but hey, it was at least something to stop Newers from being alive in that round. And going back down below to that roam clear against Gomez, at least Alex won that gunfight to not make it a 5 versus 3 with Oxygen wasting 2 minutes and having a large man advantage. Now LIS are back in the driver's seat with map point.
Yeah, I mean, once you have an advantage like that, it basically becomes like chess, right? Simplify the game. Trade yourselves out until you're in that 2v1 scenario. And guess what, John? That was another 3K from Mike.
I was going to say, I'm 90% sure Mike W got a 3K.
From Mike Wazowski, because he got those last 2 defenders in the bomb site and got the kill just before he swung into Solar. So, yet another 3K for LIS. Wow, that's, every single round so far.
That's a crazy stat line.
It was round 1, it was Mr. B with the 3K. Round 2, it was Mike W in the clutch with the 3K. Round 4 was Epic on Frost. Round 5 was Mr. B on Fenrir. Then the bar games round was Mr. B coming in from lobby with a 3K as Capitao, and then Mike W with a 3K on Grim. It's I mean, at this point, can we call it consistency? Like, we always talk about, like, oh, you can't rely on solo plays every single round, but I mean, they're in the lead, and every round they've won, it's happened.
Oh, almost a spawn peek. Epic, if he lost that EMP,
crazy.
that could have been the cutoff angle denied by LIS, but luckily he's alive. Back wall opened up as well, so for the time being, Mr. B will just hold this angle, waiting for OXG to maybe over-aggress. He almost had a chance there, but it was just to pop the Vulcan pack, so it's still that player and connector, not trying to get a little overzealous here. It again seems like LIS just waiting for Oxygen to maybe overstay their welcome on this roam. They begin to fall off down below, and they still have a lot of utility ops for this bomb site. They have Clash once again, which worked like a charm to stop that rush. They've got the Vulcan packs, Toxic Babes as well. Doesn't look like they're going to go for a smoke plant, so the Warden isn't going to be super useful in this round, but I think he's the one holding that boiler shield, so if they try to flash him out, he could easily deny that, unless someone throws an EMP at his face, which they've got 3 left, with 2 pocket EMPs and 1 primary from Epic.
That is true, and they've droned him out, so they know that the Warden is still playing there. The real problem as well is going to be the Clash that's helping him. Exothermic charge from Mr. B goes out on the connector hatch, and the nade from Brios actually catches Hat, looking for another against this Cade, forcing Diaz to run away, looking to ADS him down, and he's stuck in the corner. Brios now has 2 opening picks for LIS on what could be the final round of the map. Gomez dead too. Newers has to drop back down into the bomb site with the Clash. Alex a second. Mike W the final. The only round where LIS don't need a 3K to win is the map ender. 7-5 against OXG. LIS proved that perhaps they can still hang with T1.
We could see history repeat itself, Harrison. I mentioned it on the broadcast. Reality TV just 2 years ago beat SSG to move forward in that upper bracket, we might see history repeat itself with another Mr. B Challenger League team being able to defeat OXG, one of the best teams we've ever seen internationally up until this year. I'm a lot more hopeful for Mr. B's team of LIS after they found a 7-5 reverse victory against Oxygen, and again just punishing some of those solo plays that we saw throughout this matchup. And more specifically, one small thing to note about that round is that typically if you have a Warden behind a shield extension like that, sometimes you don't want to bring out a Lamai or a Jaeger because Warden can counter the flash burn, then they fall off once they see the grenades. But Brioche just cutting right to the point, throwing a nade at this guy's face, then charging at him with his gun up. I mean, there was no fighting chance for Hat, and nobody was there to assist him on West Main, which was actually something that helped OXG last time they defended that bomb site, countering the trench rush.
And LIS, to win this map, I'm sure, I mean, obviously it's their map pick. They kind of expect to win it, but I'm sure it's also a huge sigh of relief. The last 4 games they've played have all been best of 3s, and they've gotten 2-0'd in all of them. In the closed qualifier up against Wildcard and OXG, they fell 2-0. When they got knocked out of Element 4, they lost 2-0 to Bay Harbor Butchers and Core. This is the first map that they've won in a week. So just getting this out of the way, being able to win Chalet against a pro league team, I'm sure, is a sigh of relief, and most importantly, a huge boost of confidence for LIS.
We go to Kafe as well, Harrison. This is not a slouch map for LIS. Sure, maybe in the past, LIS have looked a lot stronger as a team, Harrison, when going to that map, and OXG are the ones picking it, so they're probably a lot more confident going into map number 2. But Mr. B has a lot of experience IGLing on this map, and the same kind of play style that they implemented on Chalet can also be replicated on a map like Kafe. Again, a lot of window repel pressure, a lot of extensions that you see with Azami Kiba barriers or deployable shields. Piano, funny enough, Piano on Chalet, Piano on Kafe, almost the exact same thing. A lot of cutoffs you can establish too in the early rounds. So again, I wouldn't count OXG out of this. They're obviously the better team, but maybe that forward momentum of winning map 1 might just be, a little bit of a confidence boost for LIS in this series.
Yeah, and like we said before, if this goes to Border, that is a Mr. B map. Even when they were on reality,
sure.
Even beat Astralis on Border back in their heyday. So,
crazy.
We will be back with map number 2 just after this short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, the improbable has happened yet again. One map, just one map, but it is a big victory for Loyalty is Scarce over OXG. To be very clear, Harrison, this is a team that looked, and we'll say it, objectively bad in Element just a few days ago. They come out against OXG and they take a map and they, well, did it with some style here and there. They did it with some flair.
I was muted. I'm back. Anyway, there's good and bad from that win. The good, obviously, they won the map. They did it. It was great. They looked a lot more structured than they did in Element 4 playoffs. They were caught in between a little bit less. The bad is that it was a Mike W and Mr. B masterclass. And again, if the two support players are the ones getting the most kills, something's not right. Brios really struggled that game, even though he really opened the door in the last round. We saw a lot of struggle from Brios. Alex was getting picked off a lot early. Epic got 7 of his 8 kills on the defense. We're going to need to see a little bit more from those 3 guys in the rest of the series.
Gomez as well having a stellar performance, 6-0 on entry, picking up the slack for people like Hat who are 0-3. It might be a lot of OXG's mistakes that led to this map loss rather than LIS just finally cracking the code against them. We saw a lot of, 3vx advantages, 4v2s for OXG, where they just weren't able to play as a team. Against LIS, they gave Mike W several different 1-for-1s, like on that bar defense. Mr. B opened this series with a 3K of his own. Almost every round was won by someone finding a 3K clutch, winning several different 1-for-1 gunfights, rather than it feeling like everybody was working off of one another to beat this Goliath team of OXG.
Well, John, I love that you raised that very first round, because I wrote that down immediately. I said, this is how LIS will win. And it is exactly what they did. It was hero plays. It was those 3Ks, those crazy moments where you don't think they have a chance to win a round. Somebody just steps up and seizes the moment and makes it work. From the very first round of the map, LIS proved that they could make it happen. Can they do it again? We go to Kafe to find out.
Thank you very much, Jonah. Now, like we said, we're going to need to see more from Alex and Epic, and especially Brios as the most experienced of that, triple entry threat. 5 out of 6 of those round-winning 3Ks, John, were from Mr. B and Mike W.
Yeah, usually you've got your hard support of Mr. B, and then Mike W, he is a really phenomenal gunner, but he's not typically on those primary entry roles. He's typically more on those flex positions, playing a lot of Grim, playing more supportive operators, but can shoot when need be, right? So it's very concerning that the 2 people that Mr. B picked up specifically because they had good mechanics are not showing up. That is a huge red flag, and I have to agree. Now that we're going on OXG's map pick, some of those weaknesses of not having your entries really, outperform OXG, they might be more of a handicap on this map compared to Chalet.
Especially with Kafe being a lot more structured, you rely on role players, right? So your hard supports are going to be in even less positions to get these frags than you are on a small and more fluid map like Chalet, where your support players can be the ones hitting the back. So we'll see how LIS start things off. Reading Fireplace or Reading and Dining is going to be our very first bomb site. Skopos being played in the very first round, and Blackbeard still being unbanned as well, John.
To be fair, again, Ying, great on Chalet, great on Kafe, great on really any map, to be honest. I remember when Oregon was still in the competitive pool, she was like the op to ban if you were the better team on Oregon, because you could completely lose a defensive round because Ying just throws 4 flashes at your teammates holding an anchor, and now they have the plant down with power position. So having Ying off the board again, I think is kind of, the greater evil out of the two compared to Blackbeard, where, again, Brios wasn't firing on all cylinders on Chalet. And most times when he was playing on Blackbeard, he was by himself. Like, I feel like they tried using the shield as a band-aid problem to help the fact he was playing by himself and didn't have anyone to trade him, where it was actually kind of the weakest part of his placement as Blackbeard.
He did get his only 2 opening picks on the Blackbeard, though. So he was doing a lot better on Blackbeard than he was on the defense. Gomez almost dies to a Mike W spawn peek on Smoke, of all things. That was a
garage.
That was a daring play from Mike W. Obviously not taking any damage, so, no harm, no foul. Our attention now turns to Alex, roaming downstairs on the Skopos. The power of Skopos is the fact that you have an almost like get out of jail free card. Basically, the way you want to play her, okay, all right, well, a zombie's dead, but the way you want to play Skopos is like, if you can guarantee that you're going to get a kill, go for it. If you think like there's even a 10% chance you're going to lose the gunfight, just swap to your other drone and get out. And then the attack has spent so much time clearing you, essentially for nothing, because you're just back on site.
Well, all right.
Well, that's not how you want to play Skopos.
Nope, 2 opening deaths, not traded, and probably some of your most valuable operators now off the board again. That get out of jail free card not capitalized on because Alex went for a run out, hearing that repel sound cue. I think someone was baiting for him, though, so that allowed a pretty easy pickup there. And Epic, of course, dying alone, not having anybody to trade him. So Oxygen, a much better start to their attacks. They still have that Montaigne as well to maybe help assist this top floor clear. Newers has been down by, I think it was Mike W, but he's now been pushed back to bottom white where Yaga's there to keep him at a safe distance. Cut-off angle established, but Gomez only finding one of Mr. B before traded back by Mike W. And this smoke able to force out Yaga with the help of Brios by pallets. It's now 2 versus 3. The spearhead is gone, and there is still some top floor control. In worst case scenario, Brios can fall off. He'll end up going for exactly that. And although they've got top floor control, they can't get any vertical, but in 3 versus 1, I don't think that matters, Harrison.
Yeah, I don't know about that reaggress from Mike W. I think you got to be happy with the 2 picks and happy that Brios is able to get back down to site with you. Now he's getting fired on from above, and Newers cleans him up from 90. I thought LIS were in a pretty good position to bring that round back, especially after killing the Monty, but I think getting a little bit too overactive there, with Mike W really wanting to get another kill upstairs. Challenging that White Hall angle is really tough if you're the player coming up the stairs. So OXG with a good first round thanks to some over-aggression from LIS, especially from Alex running out there on the Skopos and not being able to find anything. As we saw in chat, though, Diaz's mic not working, so we're going to have to take a quick pause. But I'm sure LIS are thankful for that, being able to recollect themselves a little bit.
OXG as well. I love the fact of how they used the Montaigne to clear out that roam much faster. And I also love that for Newers specifically, he made sure that the only chance of LIS re-securing that top floor control other than a red flank was being watched. He was just sitting there waiting by pixel to make sure no one would walk up white stairs. That's now a 3v1 and practically zero chance of Brios winning that gunfight. He was last seen dropping off the hatch going in a laundry room, so he's somewhere around the reading hallway or stuck inside of reading rooms specifically. So you can just flush him out with utility like we saw with those flashbangs and then just hunt him down once you work your way into that second floor. So fantastic coordination by OXG. And again, a point I think I made back in map number 1, not throwing away the man advantage, right? You get these 2 picks almost for free, and OXG, they don't just try to hit the site fast. They don't try to do anything crazy where they force a post-plant position. No, they use the Montaigne, which is their key operator in that round, to push back the roamers and give them a better chance at securing some of those gunfights. It even allowed for a res, too, to keep that man advantage a little bit stronger, too.
Yeah, with the player getting downed in Cigar. I think the play probably there for LIS. I mean, obviously, I understand Brios wanting to get back, but if you're going to go for the top floor retake, Brios was in a much better position to do so. Rather than Mike W having to push up the white stairs with the SMG-11. But it is a great sign for OXG that they were able to keep things, calm, cool, and collected in the first round, not throw away. I thought we were about to have like a Brios 3K incoming or something to save the round again, but we do go back. And the site is, back to reading. LIS are going to hit the retry with a very different lineup.
I don't necessarily blame them because it might have taken OXG more time to have an advantage like that of a 5-on-3. You had Epic dying in a 1-for-1 somewhere random, and then you had Alex run out, like with OXG clearly prepared for that engagement by Bakery Double. So this time maybe playing a little more reserved. They got Castle, Legion, Azami, Aruni. They've got all these utility-focused operators that they can put on the top floor to make OXG's clear of that cocktail and freezer side of the map a lot more challenging. And they might even fully commit this top floor. You see Epic placing some barbed wire by Humidor. He might just play there as Azami and use those Kiva barriers to make it a big nightmare for OXG to clear out that side of the map, which buys a lot of time for his teammates over by Cocktail, who still have a lot of potential to win the round just by simply playing above.
Yeah, I think more of a top floor setup is definitely smart from LIS. OXG, despite having such a massive advantage, still took a little bit of time getting down to the bomb site, but Brios gets spotted out downstairs. The question mark from Gomez as he kills him from garage, and LIS once again lose an early body, and the one that you really don't want to either. Legion got maybe 1, 2 goo mines out. Mike W with the refrag onto Hat with the garage run out.
Ooh, from the fire back with another question mark.
Did you see what he said before that?
Oh, yeah. Surprisingly, I can read. It took a while.
I'm making sure.
I took a while. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not busting your chops. That is true. You never know. Someone might not know how to read as your commentary, as your co-caster. Moving back into the action, though. LIS still seeming pretty comfortable on this top floor. OXG spotting out their extension. They'll get some control of Piano, opening up that ticket wall, and Deimos actually leading the charge, which again, I mentioned this back on Chalet, using those Deathmark trackers to see, where this extension is, where these players are defending the top floor, and if they've fallen off the roam to go back down below. That is crucial info to allow OXG that headway into taking some of these gunfights on the top floor. But with there being almost everybody but Mike W up above, I doubt they'll fall off.
Alex looking to take the fight against Gomez, but the Buck being incredibly cautious on that angle. He'll be allowed into Piano. Castle set up in freezer. Will give some delay to this attack and allow Alex to bleed a little bit more time before finally falling back to Laundry, where there is no rotate. Interestingly enough, despite having a Castle and an Aruni and a Smoke and a Legion, there's no Laundry rotate for whatever reason. Alex has made his way into the bomb site, though, now teaming with Mike W as OXG establishes the vert thanks to Gomez.
Oh, they double reinforce Laundry, so once they give up top floor control, Oxygen can't use Laundry to their advantage. Oh, no, it's not double reinforced. They have a safe spot used. Oh, what? There's no reinforcement?
Yeah, it's
what the heck? I can read, but apparently I can't see. I got to get my eyes checked, apparently. That is totally on me, but OXG looking to hit this go button. They're getting more vert with the skeleton keys, trying to clear out reading room, but they still have these toxic babes. They still have these Surya gates, and maybe they could have someone reading to apply more pressure. Yaga, a nice shot, but there's Mr. B just hiding in the bomb site. Epic from Pillar kills Diaz. Now that leaves just Epic in a 1 versus 2. Not too much time left for Yaga to get into the bomb site, but he's managed to move deep into reading room. Is Newers here to cover? Damage dealt, Kiba deployed, blocking the laundry doorway, but Newers just holds W. And the Azami wasn't prepared for this position. Somehow, OXG bounced back once again, despite having a bit of a slower clear on that top floor, but now that's 2 in a row for the offense.
Yeah, unfortunate at the very end there, not expecting the attack to just full go in through laundry. A couple players caught off guard by Newers wielding the Deimos. The smoke canisters unfortunately dissipating just before Oxygen hit the go button. I thought it was going to get really dicey there with only 10 seconds left, but Epic, in getting the kill in Pillar, found himself locked out of the bomb site. So Oxygen now up 2-0 on their Kafe attacks. Much better start than we saw on Chalet. We'll go on to Kitchen now for LIS. Mr. B now rocking the Clash. We're not going to see a top 4 defense from them just yet.
Again, Bar and Cocktail is kind of a challenging bomb site to defend most times because of that window repel pressure that most teams go for. They even try to add vert sometimes to really help push out anybody playing by C1, one of the only few power spots by Cocktail that can't be cleared from the window repel positions by either, the Bar side of the map or from Heaven repel. So it looks like that is going to be kind of like the quaternary bomb site for OXG. Like maybe they do really poorly on Double Kitchen, or if LAS do really poorly on Double Kitchen part, and maybe they'll try to go to Bar and Cocktail. But having a Clash and all this utility, I imagine that Double Kitchen will be fairly straightforward to defend, so long as they keep most of this utility up and alive. Again, Azami's been kind of one of the main operators that has died early on most of these rounds, especially on Chalet, and sometimes the Clash hasn't even been utilized that well by LIS, especially back on Chalet when there was just no one to play off of her last time. Remember that basement floor bomb site where it was just Mr. B and Mike W alive across the site?
Now Mr. B and Mike W are looking to hold on to Bakery, as the barricade has already been opened. Clash on the Aruni with the DMR holding the long angles. No roam, though, means OXG are going to have full freedom of movement on the top 2 floors, and they've got quite a bit of verticality to work with, both Buck and Ram on the board. So we should expect to see LIS, well, I was going to say evacuate the bomb site, but there's no one even playing in it, so LIS, this verticality is essentially going to prevent any rotations back into the bomb site rather than find a kill off of it. At least that should be what it's for. If anyone from LIS just walks back into the bomb site and gets killed from above, I would be questioning that decision a little bit, but you can hear the Bucks starting to go to work. Mr. B still looking around, and Clash's worst enemy, yeah, there's a couple operators that can help deny her, like the Zoe and the Kali and such, but verticality also very dangerous for her as well.
I mean, sure, a lot of angles gathered by OXG, but they just can't all sit up above this entire minute left in the round. They've got to start to work their way down below, and there's still that extension over by VIP that could at least bide a little more time here for LIS. Nade tossed out from Coat. Doesn't seem like anyone's playing directly in that position, so it's not going to net anything for OXG. This might just be a retake assisted by the Clash for LIS because they've totally given up site control, but as of right now, OXG have still yet to drop and hit this go button. Eventually, with the help of these RU projectors, they plant deep behind the sink. Hat's good for the first opener. Mike looking to assist, but there's the verticality that we've been oh so worried about for LIS. Now they're forced in a 5 versus 2 retake. Yaga connects one. Hat gets a trade as well as Brios is only able to shut down Yaga. And now it's that lone Clash we were hyping up off the bomb site, having to take the walk of shame through VIP Hall, transitioning into Whiskey, where every defender is playing for the vertical. There is almost zero chance Mr. B can come back from this round. It's looking to be a flawless rotation for Oxygen. As we've seen reading attempted twice by LAS, that's brutally failed, and now the exact same thing will happen, but on a totally different objective.
Nobody inside the bomb site to stop that plant. The Azami was the closest to, but those RU projectors so good at isolating sight lines. The Sens pretty much making that VIP extension completely useless. And now LIS's turn to take an early tack timeout, trying to figure out what the hell is going on this defensive side. Newers has not even died yet. He's got 2 kills every round so far. LIS still suffering from getting picked off early, not having anyone in the right position to stop the execute from OXG, and so far this attack is firing on all cylinders.
Feels like LAS are giving Oxygen a lot of respect in terms of map control, especially after round number 1, where sure, LAS were trying to go for aggressive plays. We saw that Mike W spawn peek that didn't get a kill. We saw that Alex run out that was stopped. After that, we've seen a lot more of a, again, trying to work off of your gadgets and extensions style of play by LAS rather than trying to take these early gunfights before OXG could set up. That was a big thing that netted OXG a lot of round wins on attack against Wildcard, the #1 seed in our NAL LCQ. The fact that they were able to deal with 0 roam presence, so on a map like Clubhouse, they set up all that verticality. They get this lurk going down from blue. They have someone be able to walk down main, hold that cutoff angle, and everybody is able to have impact on that round. And that's especially effective because of the fact that they didn't have to really spend a lot of time clearing out these roamers, hunting for gunfights early on. I would love to see LIS maybe try to work for some of those opening engagements against OXG before they can properly set up. That way they not only stall themselves out trying to deal with these mini games throughout the round, but also just giving LIS a more fighting chance throughout the round. You want to see more action by this defensive team and not allow OXG to kind of walk all over you on the entry.
Monty being played once again from OXG as we go back to the middle floor, though this time it's mining and dining rather than reading. LIS, of course, still holding upstairs, though that cocktail hold a lot less important to clear out as the attack on this particular site if you're going for a mining execute. But OXG starting upstairs, starting on the balcony, looking like they'll probably just go for a minimal upstairs clear, just taking what control they need to. Because like I said, you don't actually have to worry about these guys in cocktail. As long as you have piano and cigar control, and you just have a couple people sit up there to stop the defenders from rotating in, you can typically go for an execute.
Could maybe see Yaga hop into the map through that mining window to plant default, especially if they're not going to try to go for a fireplace plant. Like you mentioned, that is one of the only weak points you can sometimes see for a mining defense, is that if OXG put a lot of effort into clearing out piano, they could just hold horizontal angles and try to directly challenge that presence by cocktail, similar to what you see sometimes with a library, light push, going for a direct take over by Barn Games. On a map like Chalet, Newers opens up with a frag on a Brios. Gomez follows suit as well. He's been extremely consistent in this best of 3 so far, even after their map loss. Newers backing up the Montaigne, the active threat of this top floor. And it took a minute 40 to clear out the entire top floor extension. Not a single death on the side of OXG, and they're looking to hunt down this isolated Malusi too.
Now they know where he is as well, thanks to that Lion scan. Gomez deals with him swiftly, and Mike W is the last man standing. 3 kills for Newers, a flawless round for OXG, and the timeout not netting a win.
Still no way for LIS to slow down Oxygen. Bring out the Montaigne once again, just creating that space for everyone to work in. They've got active info. You basically think of Montaigne as this just indestructible drone, right? Pushes in, cuts past all of this utility that LIS have on the top floor, and working off of that Montaigne before LIS can fall off, that nets them 2 opening kills and stops somebody from falling off of the roam after all of his teammates died brutally to OXG's attack. Sure, the first minute and a half took a little while to set up, but it totally paid off. LIS were thrown completely off guard. and they had no chance of, fighting back in the mid-round like we saw on Chalet, where they're able to win those 2vx positions, where they're able to spot somebody isolated. Because of that, Montaigne basically just ringing the dinner bell for the rest of OXG, telling them, hey, this person's isolated, let's kill him. There's really no chance for LIS to get the element of surprise against OXG in this first half.
The big story for OXG as well is not only do they have a much better team dynamic on this map than they had on Chalet, Newers is deathless. He had a little bit of a disappointing performance, 10 and 9. Not the worst in the world, but also dying very often. Now he's staying up till the ends of the rounds, and we're seeing just how good he is and how important he is to OXG's success as one of their best fraggers. Mr. B finishing his setup pretty late. I thought for sure he was going to get his head taken off while he was doing that, but still alive for now as we go for our third attempt of reading and fireplace, John. 0 for 2 so far. LIS are hoping that third time's a charm.
Yeah, I'm really not like surprised how effective the Montaigne has been, despite there being, operators like Smoke and Legion. You've mostly seen Smoke focus on the site pressure rather than helping with the extension above. And, 1 or 2 goo mines, if they're across the map, they're not always going to connect on that Montaigne shield. Maybe having someone play down below with a Nitro Cell when the Montaigne pushes in through Piano, which the entire floor is soft. That could be something really impactful to stop the Montaigne from being such a threat. That's your opening entry to slow down Oxygen and they lose their Spearhead. Something like that can make a hell of a difference. If only, they had Valkyrie on this board. That could have been really effective. They're the ones that banned it, though. Their most banned ops in the match, or as a team, I should say, pardon. But there it is. The opening kill actually going the way of LIS. Gomez is now dead. That was one of the best players we saw back on map number 1, and Mr. B, a beautiful second shot landed. Montaigne surprisingly slow in this round, and it looks like LIS are able to capitalize off of that.
Oh, what a great shot from Hat to take out Mr. B. Epic was still in the corner of Pixel, and Hat catches him trying to run away. Poor positioning from LIS nets them 2 losses, and now an even man count in what was a 5 versus 3. A whole minute left for Oxygen to resume clearing this top floor as well. We've got 1 player behind B1. Alex almost takes out the Monty, but is swiftly dealt with by Diaz. Now there's only 1 player left on the top floor. Up against Brios. Yaga, though, downed by the goo mine. Not finished off just yet because Brios is very worried about the supporting cast. He tries to drop, but Diaz catches him. 3 kills for the Nomad, and the Monty now rezzed. Mike W alone versus 3 with the attackers now starting to work their way downstairs. Monty getting ready to drop that hatch. Diaz and Hat helping support. They know they don't really need to come from different directions. They can just force this Monty, play the trades against Mike W, who's doing his best to stay undetected. Monty working his way through, does get caught, but now they know where he is. Takes out Diaz as well. Shotgun is the last hope against Hat, and he snipes him with it! Mike W pulls the Hat. I don't understand. I don't understand. He shoots the Monty in the back, and they just forget where this guy is? Hello?
Another 3K for the series. Mike W, rabbit out of the hat against Hat and his team, clutched the round, but I mean, every other part of that round was done perfectly by OXG. Sure, they lost their 2 opening gunfights to Mr. B, but again, they reset, play off of their win condition on the Montaigne, and again, LIS just not really respecting it. Sure, they try to fall off eventually, but it takes way too long. DS catching 2 different members falling off at like the perfect time for him to punish. I honestly just don't think that Yaga was able to calm in time for Diaz that there was, Mike W hiding behind a table. I think they just saw him die and weren't 100% sure where that was.
I guess.
And by the time that happened, you've got just the Habana left alive in a 1v1. So that's a totally fair fight for Mike W. So kudos to him for hiding at just the right place to capitalize on that. But if OXG just picked, Reading Room Fireplace to go plant, that would have been a totally different round.
The problem, too, is just, like, there was only 1 spot the Monty could have been shot from, because you already cleared out Laundry. He's not there. The Monty, his back is only exposed to one angle, and the answer that Diaz has once Monty goes down is not even to attempt to refrag. He just sprinted in. Unless maybe they did think it was laundry, and that's why he sprinted in to get away from the angle. I'm not sure, but what a hat trick for Mike W. I mean, that shotgun blast too, you got to feel for Hat. How many times is that gonna one pump someone? Like, that guy got sniped, but Mike W now gets sniped by Hat in return. The opening pick, Brios does refrag in Bakery, but Newers is there for another response. A man advantage now for OXG as they push even deeper into Bakery. Now 1 versus 4, Epic spotted, and this half is over.
It's an info game for OXG. They lost all 5 of their prep phase drones. That's because they used them to spot, you know, where LIS were setting up in that round to allow such a direct take. I think they realized there weren't many people defending over in Bakery and that they could be exposed easily by another shield play. I mean, LAS just did nothing to stop the Montaigne. Like, they didn't bring Goyo, they didn't have Smoke play more aggressive to throw toxic babes at them. They did that like 1 time out of the entire game. And the 1 round they did that, Harrison, it isolated Montaigne so the Smoke and Brios could kill him. The only time they did that, it worked. The fact that they never stopped those shields from gaining so much value for OXG, that costed them 5, almost 6 rounds in a row. Like, OXG just did a perfect job at really punishing LIS for refusing to adapt. They did the same thing over and over again that first half.
And now LIS are looking to do the same thing. Already flashing the Monty and Blackbeard round
Double
1.
shield.
Yeah, for a mining attack. I mean, LIS looking to abuse the same things. Unfortunately, though, we have a lot of the same issues that we've seen both in the last map and Element 4. Epic 1-6, Alex 0-6. Brios 3-6. These guys who need to be the spearheads for LIS not finding a whole lot of success just yet. Mr. B needs these guys desperately to wake up if they want to take, you know, map 3 as it's looking like right now on Kafe. Of course, we still have at least 2 more rounds to get through before we head to Border. Epic doing some early clearing of the castle barricades on the cocktail rappel. It looks like that is where LIS's clear is going to start. Likely also going to have the pinch coming in from the other side on piano, thanks to Brios and Mr. B. As OXG already looking to fall back a little bit towards cocktail. They've also got the pulse, though. So Diaz, as long as he's not pressured on this middle floor, is going to be the source of a lot of good information for OXG.
Hat also playing on Solus. Set up over by Train, maybe looking for these drones to clear out the extension above, calming to his teammates where LAS could be starting their attack. Although Newers figured out the hard way. He spots a guy blowing open his Azami Kiba from piano, and he now falls back in a bathroom, even spotting the Blackbeard of Brios once again, just by himself on an island. Finally, Epic will drop down the hatch too. He's over in Cigar Balcony, so he's not too far away from the Blackbeard. And now with these Grim Hives and the Montaigne working in tandem, the roam has been forced back. But oh, look at this. Dios down below, he's got info. This could be a freebie for him with this Nitro Cell combo, but it's not timed right. LAS turned the other direction, and without even realizing it, they just saved themselves from trading against Oxygen.
They have killed Yaga. I was going to say the clear was swift and good from LIS. The only thing that they don't have that OXG did were kills. And then they pick up Yaga. The OXG have all fallen back to the site, and they've got 2 now lurking underneath. The FBI operators, Pulse and Castle, on the first floor. Hat getting caught rotating around mining in the hallway by Epic. Now 2 kills for the Hibana as he begins to wake up. Gomez on just 1 HP, hovering around Brown's stairs. Diaz coming to his aid as they heard one of those proximity alarms coming out. Newers trying to hold down the bomb site, finishes off Epic as the Monty works his way in deeper in dining, looking to pressure out Newers. Mr. B taking a lot of damage. Diaz killing Alex as well. Mr. B looking for the opportunity to kill him, but as Brios comes in for the assist, he's domed by Newers. Finally, he gets caught by Mike W. coming up the red stairs, finishes off Gomez as well. A 1-man advantage for LIS as Diaz now finds himself in the 1v2 against Monty. Mike W cutting off his rotation with the Grim Bees. They've got some information on where the plant is going down, though. Could finish him off through the wall. Can't find the shots, though, as Mr. B's turtle planting. And the situation goes from bad to worse for DS Lucas. Now in a post plant, Mike W upstairs, Mr. B staring at him. He's forced to try and bait for something, but Mr. B knows it. Dia's wasting more time chasing after this Monty. Mike W knows he doesn't have to assist. He can let Mr. B die and basically just confirm the round. Information coming out on him as well. This is a lost round. LIS keeping OXG off of map point, at least for now, as Dia is still twisting in the wind, flailing desperately, just trying to pad his stats at this point. Mike W puts him out of his misery. A 3K for the Grim once again, John, and another round for LIS.
A buddy ace between Mike W and his teammate as well of Epic, who started off the round with those 2 opening kills. Love to see that. Our favorite line of Siege is the buddy ace. Not a full house.
Absolutely.
Nope. Can't have that in Siege. But I gotta say, for LIS, that must have been a really nice feeling round, you know, returning the favor, bringing out those 2 shield ops, forcing back OXG on that roam above, and it also netted them 2 opening gunfights. And having Mr. B be able to create so much space inside a fireplace as well to have his teammates work off of that. Mike W with the assurance policy, you know, watching for the flank watch down below and having such a key role in red stairs to help assist for that plant over by mining room. Another small thing to touch up on as well. We saw the Solus and Pulse, and although they were not used to directly stop a plant from down below, you did still see LIS plant on one of the only safe spots, like in mining room by that concrete flooring or the marble flooring. So even if that was going to be a problem in the round, let's say, at least LIS had that covered. That way it wouldn't, you know, stop them from winning the round despite having a man advantage.
5 seconds to insertion.
All in all, though, I like how LIS's shield play ended up working out. There was a little bit of a scare with Newers there. Didn't get... Unfortunately, his play, not enough to get OXG over the line. Only his 2nd death, by the way. He's now 12-2 in 7 rounds.
That's crazy.
Mike W, in the meantime, the only member of LIS currently positive. Alex now on Sens as 2 players on the attack set up outside the small bake window. Mike W setting up outside the 1st floor. Maybe it was just a distraction as they now head up to the roof. Mr. B looking to full clear with this Monty. The thing that worries me, John, is that even though LIS had a decent shield push, it took them a long time to clear Newers, and the plant went down pretty late. Now we've got Kitchen in play, so LIS have to clear the entire map, and they're going to have to deal with an Echo.
They've just now entered the building, noticing there's really no roam on the top floor. It's taken about a minute to figure this out, and they've also realized, hey, there's no one playing on the 2nd floor. Maybe it's just an extension on that 1st floor, which seems to be the case. Hats over in Bakery, just shuffling around his yokai drones. You've got someone, I believe, as well, playing a bit closer towards that VIP position, and another over in coat check. Here comes the vertical from those Ram Boogie drones, but an impact will stop its intended path, at least about halfway. They have the Buck skeleton key as well to utilize here in this round. So not really a big concern. There's plenty of vert at LIS's disposal. And now Montaigne looking to gather some info by the brown stairs. He might know someone's behind Whiskey, but as of right now, he's solely focused on that VIP player behind the shield. So maybe if he gets tunnel visioned and doesn't spot out this player behind the bar, this could be a free kill. Nope, never mind. Just gets up.
Mr. B taking some chip damage from that impact. Newers also pretty low on HP, duoing with Gomez here behind Whiskey Bar. LIS have quite a bit of setup so far, working the vert thanks to Brios and Mike W, but still not really any signs of an execute setup just yet. A lot of it is probably going to revolve around Alex and Mr. B using those RU projectors to get deep into the bomb site. And the Monty himself, the one with the case, he drops in, sees Newers, but Epic is still tussling with this VIP hold as the Warden peeks on through, supported by a player on Whiskey Bar, but it's Brios with the opening pick. Hat goes down, and John, that was the main worry. That's Echo. There is a couple refrags from Oxygen, though, as 2 players, now 3 go down from LIS. They had such a brilliant start killing the Echo, but now Mr. B is alone in the bomb site with basically no info. Has to take the one against Azami. Does finish off Newers, but Mike W only manages to go 1 for 1. Now Mr. B forced into a plant scenario. Diaz finishes him off, and Oxygen lead with 6 points.
Yeah, interestingly enough, they used the ROU projectors to stop the VIP horizontal angle rather than having it set up to where Mr. B plants deep inside of sync. That could have maybe allowed for a better use, again, of that verticality that LAS had set up. We saw Wildcard do that against Team Cruelty, and it went off without a hitch, but they didn't plant over by the other side of the bomb chassis. Instead, again, they went for sync and relied a lot more heavily off of that verticality. But I think to an extent as well, they also had someone already playing over by Whiskey for a short period of time. LAS just not having a lot of map control. They were hoping they could get that plant down after killing the Echo, but with OXG still having a lot of horizontal angles to shut down the resistance around the Montaigne, that left only Mr. B alive. They had info on where he was planting as well, so he had to reposition to kill the Azami and then go for another plant, which at that point, it was only Mike W alive to assist him, and they found a trade because they had a man advantage and knew where he was down Red Hall.
Yeah, I thought the round was shaping up pretty nicely with the Monty getting into the site, starting the plant. The Echo was dead, but again, when OXG kind of forced this trade game against LIS, at least on Kafe, they've been very successful. Still have Alex sitting on a donut now on Dokkaebi. Blackbeard and Monty combo coming out once again. The one round they won on round 7 did have this combo, so probably hoping for a little bit more of that success. Only this time the site is top floor, and John, there are 3 C4s in Oxygen's arsenal. Brios and Mr. B, once they start pushing deep into that site, are going to be very susceptible.
Probably just noticing that Montaigne's been their win condition, same thing with Blackbeard, so they're actually doing something about it. They're running more trap ops, they're running Capcan, they're running 3 nitro cells, they're running impact grenades. Like, they have so much to stop Mr. B and Brios from being a threat in this round, and it'll probably work. Newers might even hop out. He's thinking about it. He hears the rappel, impact in hand, but spots it's Brios on the upside on rappel, so he's going to think better of it and instead play off this Kiba barrier for the time being. A lot of roof pressure here from LIS, but there it is. Newers still goes in for the aggressive swing, spots Alex, and he is still yet to find a kill in this match.
Another solo challenge and solo death from the young gunner on LIS. Newers starting to feel a little bit more pressure as we have a rappel on the other side of the stage, looking to lock down this Azami. Epic gets rid of one of those Kibas, and Mr. B looks to work in with the Monty. Dueling against Hat. There's not really anyone to help this mute. Mr. B trying to bait this nitro cell, but now he's got to worry about the castle as well. Gets out of the line of fire from the mute at the very least. Now looking to re-aggress, but he's stuck between 2 defenders. He needs help soon. Brios dropping in now as well as the Blackbeard. The mute kind of stuck in Humidor as Mr. B looks to take more space, but there's the C4 from Yaga. Mr. B down thanks to ADSing against the Azami. Mike W and Epic are still outside. The Bearing 9 gets 1, looking for the other. The Grim coming in to assist. Epic now with 2, but you've lost your Monty and you've lost your Blackbeard, and you've lost so much time.
Tough spot to be in now. 40 seconds left, both shield ops down. They've got some info on the player freezer. They could try to isolate this defender, but right around the corner, there's someone Pallet waiting to play for this trade game.
Oh. Epic does get Gomez. We're now even. He spots one towards the rotate, trying to full blind Diaz, but he is Warden. Yaga, though, isolated, and so is Diaz. LIS with the 2v5? Hello?
And the lull in chat, too. Oh, my goodness. Adding insult to injury. OXG still have 3 rounds to spare to still win their map pick and bring us to Border, a much more aggressive map, which OXG and LAS, they have not been too upset when it comes to playing aggressive against one another, but still losing that matchup is crazy, Harrison. I really thought that was going to be the round in the books for OXG.
Yeah, I thought it was over.
They were playing off of each other's contact. They were forcing the Hibana and Grim to enter into the map in a really vulnerable fashion too, but somehow LAS come back from that scenario, and OXG just figured, you know what? We had a great extension over by Piano and Humidor. We found 3 different kills in these 2 locations. Let's just go back here and maybe just know when to hit the brakes against LAS after we find our entry kills.
Mike W is hard carrying LIS right now. He was credited with 3 of those kills, Epic with 2. Every round that loyalty is scarce has won, John. The trend continues. It's been a 3K, all of them from Mike W. He is trying to put this team on his back. He just needs some more support. Epic did a great job of duoing with him in that round, but again, we gotta see more from him. We gotta see more from Brios and Alex. 0-9 on the Dokkaebi. Keeps dying early like we saw in that last round, just dry peeking the Azami without anyone's help. Now he's droning out the basement, making sure that there's no roamers down here. LIS may be going for a bottom up. We've got a lot of players set up outside Cocktail, it looks like. Mr. B on the Monty could make his way up White Stairs. We'll have to see. OXG, though, still with a couple Nitro cells and could easily rotate downstairs if those underneath players don't have enough support.
The question is, that info game for LIS, are they aware that anybody could be playing down below, either for a flank or just, again, in the late round, having that Nitro cell opportunity to stop the Montaigne that's in play? No Blackbird this time for Brios. He's actually on Zofia to probably help with the Azami Kibas over in Piano, allowing a lot of aggression in that early round. But Alex, he's on the board!
Woo!
History is made for the Dokkaebi as they get rid of Yaga. There was that solo roam presence down below, and he could maybe even hack cams for extra info if he wanted to. But the rest of this clear is happening on the top floor. Epic, a nice shot landed off that rappel, and now this could give leeway for the Montaigne to hop in as well from Red Door.
I love seeing that little shield poke around the corner as Mr. B finds Hat. The Mute feels the pressure. Stun coming out from the Zofia as well. Gomez doing his best to cover his teammate. Wow, destroys Mike W on the skylight. Great shot to try and start to bring things back for his team. Mr. B still can't make his way through the door because of Gomez duoing here. He and Hat are holding firm, and wow, Alex destroyed. 2 incredible shots from Gomez, keeping his team in it, but Epic shuts down Hat. Now downed himself in stage. Gomez finally dead. It falls upon Diaz. The C4 out, does damage, but not finish Mr. B off. As Brios maybe looking to go for the res on Epic. Behind stage is pretty safe. It'll be Mr. B to walk on over. LIS know they have plenty of time to do so. Diaz hears it, but he can't get an angle, and he needs to play careful because of Brios in Cigar. He could swing at any time. The Monty now back to pushing in. Spots the Warden. There's the info, but Brios gets smoked. And Diaz looking to do what he does best in the clutch. 1 bullet will put Epic down. It's all he needs. With the time so low and the pings, Epic looking to come around the corner. The Hibana skirts around and wins the fight, denying Diaz the clutch and keeping LIS alive once more.
Oh, the re-engage with the Bearing 9. You mentioned it, the Hibana was one shot, but so was Diaz after those 2 previous engagements. A close call for OXG. They almost win their map to bring us to border, but we'll need 1 more round as the decider. Both bar and cocktail attacks have been more than enough for LIS to keep this game, keep this series close. But a timeout is called, stopping the momentum. We go to a new map, or a new bomb site, pardon, of Double Kitchen. And I gotta say, finally, the entry department, it's kind of woken up a little bit. Alex is finally on the board. He kills Yaga from down below. Epic off the rappel. Because of Brios introducing the Zofia, he had a much easier time looking for those gunfights over in Piano. That's now a 5 versus 3. And off of that, they push aggressive with the Montaigne, trying to clear out the rest of Cigar and the balcony right next to that location. And it ends up being just enough to work out there. I also love that they sent Mr. B to go in for that res. That way he can remain shield up and not give Diaz a free angle from across that top floor that kept everybody alive. And like you mentioned too, if they get info that Diaz is looking to challenge from stage, they've got Brio still there by Cigar to shut that down if it was an actual problem. Now, it did get close, but because they had such a large man advantage, LIS will still keep their chances alive on Kafe.
Gomez doing so much in that round, and Diaz, I really thought, I mean, he's been the clutch minister for so long. Just narrowly missed the one shot he needed as Epic just took out the Bearing 9 and sprinted through the rotate. I mean, the gall to go for that, knowing you're about to lose the map if you don't win that 1v1. Gotta really hand it to Epic. And once again, John, it's a 3K from the Hibata player to win LIS the round.
5 seconds left.
It's uncanny. It truly is. How many times is this going to happen? Oxygen, they had an incredible comeback on map 1 after their timeout, though. We got to remember that. The timeout worked beautifully. When they took it on round 6, they won 4 of the next 5 rounds. So this is a scary situation for LIS. They don't have the lead. They don't have that breathing room to let OXG go on a run post-timeout again.
This was a really challenging site for LIS, though. Sure, they had vertical. Sure, they had a Montane in sight trying to plant the bomb, but they didn't have enough of a clear on that first floor to cut off all those horizontal angles OXG were using to play for that trade game, which has been really reliant for them in map number 2. But here's the immediate aggression. Hat will shut down Brios, and he finds another one. This could be the end, but Alex steps up once again.
What?
A triple kill for Hat! How do you throw a Monty and a Blackbeard at this guy and he still holds Bakery? Just complete willpower to keep OXG alive. And the tack timeout might have been perfectly timed here as OXG looked to punch their ticket to border.
I don't even know if they really needed a timeout in the first place. If Hat is just going to do that. On the Echo, no less. LIS spot him out. They want to isolate what is essentially the most dangerous utility on the defense for the style of attack LIS are going for. But like you said, how does he get away with that? Monty and Blackbeard? Absolutely ridiculous. Now fighting against Mike W. The Nomad's got to worry about like 4 different angles as he tries to work his way in. Almost loses the fight, not once, but twice. Alex working towards coat check, kills Gomez, and now tries to back off. Nomad air jab being hit as well. Mike W now in the building. LIS hoping for another 2 versus 5 heroic act from Mike W as he sits and waits on this angle. Yaga almost creeping up into his line of sight. Hat also still lurking in Bakery on the other side of this wall. Mike W looks the wrong way, and it's an ace from Hat to secure the map for Oxygen. A valiant attempt from LIS, but no comeback to be found.
A great bounce back from OXG. 2 close maps to say the least, Harrison, but at the end of the day, OXG were just more prepared in that first half. And again, when you see those kind of aggressive plays, Harrison, it comes down to a lot of cutting corners. We saw no one open up that single wall, no one exposing Hat, just directly challenging him with full confidence that those 2 shields would be enough. And quite frankly, it wasn't.
I don't know how he got away with that. I mean, you said it again, right? Blackbeard and Monty. I mean, how do you lose that to one guy?
I don't know.
What a finish. Such a wild end to that map. And nearly, John, the comeback that I know some people were pulling for there. LIS absolutely putting up a fight there towards the end. Oxygen, though, right? It was the story of their redemption from map 1, and they made it work.
Absolutely. And on top of that, too, they even had moments where they were punishing some of the same, playmaking abilities LIS were looking for in that second half, but more specifically the first half, just starting off on the right foot. Again, LIS just never adapted. They kept hitting their heads against the same brick wall over and over again, and it would have been a flawless half if it weren't for that Mike W 3K clutch, something that was so uncanny in map number 1. We mentioned it after the map had concluded. But again, OXG were just extremely confident in bringing out that Montaigne, pushing back the roam extension, giving them a lot of time to set up for the execute. And LIS, they never found a way to work around that primary obstacle. They brought it out themselves in the second half, but OXG brought a lot more nitro cells. They played for trades pretty aggressively on those extensions, and it only seemed to be a major threat in one round out of the 3 or 4 they played in that second half.
Yeah, the Monty only working maybe really working like twice.
Yep.
On their attacks, and we talked about it at the end of Chalet, right? Like the uncanny 3Ks. For how long is that gonna work? Eventually, your luck's gonna run out, and it continued on Kafe. Out of the 11 rounds total that LIS have won, 10 of them have been because of a 3K, and I think 7 or 8 of those 10, it's been Mike W or Mr. B, and it wasn't enough here on Kafe.
It's the kind of pattern that is really fun to watch, but is also just not consistent enough, not reliable enough to carry you through to multiple map wins. Now, we say that with the caveat that they did win one map and nearly sent it to overtime in the second one with that very thing. And we've talked a lot about what this might mean for an explosive map like Border and what the danger could lie here for Oxygen, especially John. When we saw what LIS was capable of and how both of these teams kind of turned it into just a gun-up frag fest, I mean, this one is truly anyone's game, it feels like.
In terms of aggression, though, I mean, for Kafe, it seemed like OXG were on top of their game. A lot of the mistakes that they made on map 1, they quickly fixed on a much more suitable play style for them. Almost everyone going positive, if not neutral, on the entry, besides Yaga. But again, they were extremely consistent on those trades. And there was never really a point in the round that LIS were able to recover from that entry loss, besides, again, that hero play of Mike W in the 1v3 clutch, and then the 2v5 that we saw on Bar and Cocktail. Another point to make up is we've already seen LIS play against a pro team on Border, and it was rough. They couldn't stop runouts. They weren't able to get a lot of map control on common positions like CCTV or Office. Wildcard just kind of threw everything at them with that aggression game, and it flatlined LIS's map entirely, not even just one specific half or the other half, because Wildcard also hit a lot of gaps while they were attacking rather than defending. So if we see the exact same kind of aggressive playstyle by OXG emphasizing those shields, I could imagine we see them move up to the upper bracket against LIS.
And real quick, Harrison, we might be getting a little ahead of ourselves here, but both of these teams feel like no matter who loses, that they will have Cruelty dead to rights based on what we saw in that Cruelty wildcard game. Is that too far from the truth?
I don't think so. Cruelty just could not get anything going. I mean, they didn't even have the star power that they're known for, whereas with LIS at least keeping things really close against OXG, I think LIS, should they lose Border, have a really good chance against Team Cruelty. I just worry that if that's the case and LIS still play the same way they're playing now, Cruelty are going to have like Pyrox and Ivan out of nowhere just dropping 15 to 20 kills, and LIS are going to have Alex dropping almost a donut again. I mean, at least we had Epic almost even and started to get a little bit better on that attacking half, but it was still largely the Mike W show.
It's very clear, though, that if LIS can find a way to round this out and get better contributions from some of these players across the board, they are more than capable of going toe-to-toe with Oxygen. Maybe we'll be capable of going toe-to-toe with Wildcard. We will see. After all, this is a double elimination bracket. A lot of chances for these teams, even if they cannot come away with this map 3 win. Border coming up next. It's been a battle between these two teams, and that battle continues after this. I don't know if I am way off base here, just feeling this. I feel like this kind of thing has happened to OXG before, where they have to fight against a T2 team, whether it's in an LCQ or a Pro-Am event. They always find themselves in tough spots like this. Luckily, they are still alive and still have a map 3 to prove that that first one was just a fluke and that they are here to work their way to the 6 Invitational. But it's been cutthroat, it's been back and forth so far. Harrison, LIS have been putting up a heck of a fight.
They have. They certainly didn't make Kafe easy, at least not nearly as easy as we thought it was going to be after the 5-1 half from OXG. They showed some great resilience. They didn't come away with it, and now we move on to Border.
Border it is. Gents, it's all you. We'll see who can finally come out on top in this best-of-3 series. Go for it.
Thank you so much. The first ban, John. LIS once again taking out Blitz. We know that OXG, Yaga can play Blitz. Gomez can play Blitz. I'm sure the rest of the players probably can too. M80, back when they were on that team, were big Blitz fans. And Blackbeard, OXG taking that operator away from Brios, but the all-important Monty still alive.
It's probably an operator you might see a couple of times by OXG, helping with that CC clear. Speaking of that site, or that part of the map, my mistake, Azami is typically used to help with the CCTV extension. Now that she's gone, I don't know what kind of operators LAS are going to really throw at OXG to stop that early round aggression that we highlighted a lot for Kafe, specifically with the help of that Montaigne. And you don't want to just give up CCTV control for free, right? That's going to buy Oxygen so much time on their attacks. Maybe they're going to use Brios as Warden with a deployable shield, but that isn't really anything that's going to slow down Oxygen, especially if they decide to bring that Montaigne. But another point that you can say about Border that's slightly different than Kafe, other than its size, obviously, is its structure with verticality. Almost every floor on this map is destructible by something like a Buck Skeleton Key or Deimos's Pistol. So you see a lot of info ops usually helping someone with that vert so they can isolate these extensions over by CCTV, for example, because there really is no safe place for you to play, especially without that Azami and if there's someone playing down below.
LIS opting for Mira, Doc, and Echo. So Alex being like, what is he, 12 and 22 right now. They stuck his ass on Mira, saying, you know, if you're gonna die, at least have your utility already put out.
Real.
5 seconds left
I
before
don't know. I like bringing the Echo in the first place. I don't know how I feel about Mike W being on the Echo because he's been so important in these late rounds as a gun. I feel like maybe Mr. B would have been better on the Echo, and you can stick Mike W on the mute, but I don't know, maybe he's just the GOAT Echo. We'll have to see. Ying and Sens, though, being played by the attack, John. That is a dangerous combination, as we saw from OXG last map. They played around the Sens incredibly well, and they just got even more powerful now that Ying is unbanned.
They could maybe use that RU projector to cut off all of those long angles from Armory and then just hop into plant. They still have to be concerned about archives. They could use the Ying flashes to stop that position from being a major threat. And I think that's what they're going to go for. Grim canisters coming out, the Candelas to follow suit. This looks to be an execute soon to happen.
Newer's killing Mike W on the Echo. Mr. B to fall as well. Yaga now getting the plant down. C4 missing. Epic dying. Everything is coming up. OXG. A couple kills from Alex and Brios, but now it's all up to the Warden with the plant going down. Another brilliant Sends and blind-based execute from Oxygen. They have been masters at it so far. And dude, with how much was happening by Archives, I didn't even realize this was an Armory wall plant. Brios is able to get one, but no more than that as OXG take a fast first attack.
I noticed that too, and it makes a lot more sense because, again, the ROU projectors, you cut off that small office position. There's no one playing by blue after they killed Mike W, so they have the sandwich cutoff angle to stop anybody else from pushing in for the most part. You can't watch everything from that rappel, obviously. You've got the Ying causing chaos on the other side of the map, and a key factor of that extension by LAS was their lack of CC pressure. If you just cut corners and try to push lockers directly for that kind of plant, someone CC is probably going to either hop out on you or just kind of be a nuisance throughout the round. But because they gave up CC and played off the mirror window instead, OXG never had to worry about that. So having the info, having the foresight to realize no one's over in CC, and having all this other outside pressure to kind of push LAS away from a retake, they had a straight shot into sight to plant that diffuser and play for the win con.
Now on Bathroom Tellers, LIS hopefully have a bit more, a larger web of control across the map instead of giving OXG all this free map control and free space to do whatever they want and set up. I think that's been a pretty typical theme so far for OXG. When they're able to set up and LIS don't really have anything to delay or disrupt them, 9 out of 10 times they're going to end up winning that attack. And now it's their turn to bring the Monty. He's up as Blackbeard and Blitz have been banned, so as the last shield standing, we'll probably see him a lot. Now, the one weakness that Monty has on Border is that a hell of a lot of these floors are destructible. There's very little safe space upstairs if you're clearing through. Yaga just has to be very careful if he goes upstairs and he doesn't fall victim to a C4, but it looks like this is mainly going to be a horizontal clear from OXG, with maybe a couple players going upstairs and just holding enough map control so that LIS can't work further.
Nice pre-placed drone by Break as well. That could be some good late round info in case someone tries to flank from that position. They'll get the CC window opened up. It looks like there could be someone playing by a rotate hole near the CC hatch, perhaps. And now the Montaigne is looking to maybe enter in this building. They're worried about some east stairs control, so they'll get a drone to check that out. They spot the triple walls opened up, so now Gomez is here to assist from that direction. And now the Montaigne will once again be the spearhead when it comes to clearing out this realm.
They spot the Vigil. Brios gets away just in time, though, as Gomez looked to peek. Almost gets him through the wall as well, but over a minute now expended, and Oxygen have no kill as they look to continue taking office control. Twitch drone out, maybe looking for the last mirror window, as one has already been destroyed. I think the other mirror, though, is down on the bomb site, so it's just some info for Gomez, seeing that Archives is fully cleared out, and I believe the whole top floor is now fully cleared out. Yeah, everyone on the defense has since fallen back to the first floor, so OXG now have all the free space they need to start working for the execute.
They don't have a lot of vert, so a majority of their offense will just move off from that top floor, get this single wall opened up, and hope that the Montaigne can be enough to solidify this plant. But across the ways, Hat's been injured.
I think he got cross-G'd.
Yeah, I think he got one tap by Brios perhaps, and it looks like he could get picked up. Mr. B's been downed as well. You got to worry about this customs pressure, though. That's such a long angle that LAS could use to stop the entryway, other than from maybe the fact that Yaga has a shield that could defend him, but then you got to worry about the site pressure as well. That was a nice shot landed, so it's still a man advantage here for OXG, but there's still a lot of opportunity here for LAS to stop this plant.
Oh, nice shot from Alex, though, to finish off Hat, but he can't make it past Gomez on the cut. Mike W trying to take him out, does spot the head to make it even, an Epic takes out Newers, going 1 for 1. The C4 once again absorbed by Yaga as Mike W looks to cross. Diaz the one holding. Mr. B on very low HP. The Cade makes his way in, does kill Yaga right after the plant is confirmed, and Diaz just has to hold steady. Both players on the defense low. Diaz in the perfect position to cut off this rotation against both Mike W and Mr. B. There goes Mr. B. Now it's just Mike in the 1 versus 1. The Ash tucked in the corner. TCSG and Revolver both basically out of ammo. Mike W misses the 1 tap and is forced to back up and reload, wasting even more time, but gets the headshot. Mike W, are you kidding me? Once again, he is LIS's savior.
Another 3K for the tally pool and more than enough time to defuse. What a clutch for Mike W yet again. I thought having that cutoff angle for OXG kickstarting their entries in the late round was enough to stop LIS, but once they killed the Twitch, that gave them enough space to push in, stop that Montaigne. Literally Mike W just forcing himself to fight that Montaigne. And although it was a good spot for Diaz once the plant had gone down, he did end up losing his teammate in the bomb site and was not able to trade from that position. And once they were able to find out that the Ash was essentially trapped, they played for a 2v1 trade that Mike W narrowly clutches. I thought for sure OXG had that round in the bag, but just was not enough when everybody on LIS were just throwing themselves at OXG. They had no one to assist Gomez there, who was really the first line of defense to stop anyone from shutting down that plant.
Calibrating air compression.
Mike W has ice in his veins, man. I've never seen I mean, we know Mike W is good. I have not seen a performance like this from Mike W in a game that matters this much. He's really putting the team on his back. And the good news as well, John, Alex and Brios already have kills. They had incredibly slow starts to both Chalet and Kafe, but if winning map number 1 gave LIS the breathing room and to allow Alex and Brios the time to get comfortable, could this be where those shining stars start to wake up again?
This has been so far the best performance by Brios and Alex. Obviously, it's only round number 3.
That's saying a lot.
Don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but at one point, Alex was 1-9. And now, wow, him and Brios popping off on the entry. Hat spotted and exposed. There's all your heart breach gone for a bomb site like Armory. They have no other operators to stop this Mira besides the Twitch drones as well, so that's a huge opening kill. Oh, they have Ash. That's my bad. I forgot they had Ash. But that gets rid of the CC Mira watching top east, although you can hold this pixel angle. That's a really nice position by Epic. And no one here on CC Balk to really hunt this guy down. They've got Deimos who could maybe play below for some vert if he has a Deathmark track, but I'm not too sure if Ox is able to ID anybody.
That shot was also really nice for Brios. That guy, he was not hitting shots like that on Kafe. So again, back to the point, has he been given enough time to comfortably wake up? And the death mark failing because he sat on a mute jammer. That's some utility now wasted from Gomez. Oh no, I forgot you get the if the get death mark fails, you get it back, I guess. So not the biggest deal in the world. Epic seeing the Monty is also going to be allowed to rotate out of CCTV. Oxygen get the control, but they don't get a pick. Gomez also lurking down below, looking to maybe kill someone vertically, or at least displace them using that revolver. There's only a minute left. Oxygen, again, yeah, they have CC control, but they don't have much beyond that, and they don't have those wedges with the Sens and the Ying anymore.
Nope, they'll have to brute force it with this Montaigne. If Deimos could go, it looks like he's trying to get vert below to kill this guy blue, but because that mute jammer, he can't pinpoint his location. Just going off of the intel from this Montaigne, he now backs off. Deathmark will detect him as he gets off of the jammer, but the Deimos can't punish. He's out of grenades as well. They've got no chance of clearing half wall, and Mr. B kills the Montaigne. That was their only way to wedge this execute, but then Mr. B and Brio swing Dios instead of waiting for the execute.
And Alex almost dies to the long angle held by Newers as well. Once again, Mike W is the linchpin on this defense. Under fire from Gomez from below. Now Gomez 1 HP and Mike W's position still held. Diaz still kicks him. He kills him. Mike W dead. Diaz with 3. They've got to just barrel their way in though, and they're all so low. Alex gets 1. Alex gets 2. Gomez finds himself alone, and LIS don't let it become a lost round. The last 2 members clutch up, and Mr. B has the lead.
Being on such little HP and not enough time, there's the stall out that we talked about, Harrison. If you don't let OXG sit up in the early round, they tend to stall, and that allows for such a vulnerable execute to be punished by LIS in that round. Mr. B shutting down the Montaigne, that was the only hope they had left. And on top of that, too, not having the ace to open up extra angles over by office to get alert going, maybe across by offices to clear out that mirror window, for example. Oxygen were just so limited in that round, and although they lost 3 bodies to just peeking Dios for no real reason other than just trying to go for a 1-for-1 gunfight at a man advantage already, other than that one major hiccup that we saw, everybody else on LIS was able to punish OXG for having such a sluggish round compared to round number 1, where they had really a brilliant attack. They were pushing from multiple points of the map. They had a Ying for Archives pressure. They had a cutoff on Sandwich. That round, all they had was CC Balk going in the site.
And you know what else, John?
What?
No kills from Mike W and no 3K.
True.
That was a team
Attackers are
one
heading out to defuse
round
the
from
bomb.
LIS. And look at this. Alex is 4-2. Epic is 2-2. Brio's 3-3. These guys that have been so quiet all match so far and has necessitated this hard carry from Mike W and from Mr. B on map 1. It's no longer, it seems to be, at least for now, no longer a factor. LIS, I think, have woken up. Again, still early, but if this continues through the next few rounds, I think we're going to find OXG in some trouble.
You know, another point we didn't really touch up on, the Mute addition as well, realizing that Oxygen are relying heavily on this Deimos for border. Direct hard counter and readjustment. Not only are they playing faster against OXG to deny that early round setup, securing the entry against Oxygen, but also finding ways to kind of stop their spearheads. Other than the Montaigne, that was more or less him just being punished for kind of walking in by himself without any help from the rest of Oxygen. This Deimos now being a lot more challenging to use for free almost. Still a lot of info you can gather, and he's got a great pistol with nades. But so far, it looks like Oxygen, they're kind of taking a step back and figuring out a new way to deal with these extensions up above by LIS.
They've got a couple players CC side, one of them being Hat with the diffuser. OXG have also hopped off of the shield again. This time Vent Workshop, even though the shield tends to be pretty useful for forcing your way into vents. Player in Fountain does get droned out. LIS still holding firm. Brio's taking the first engagement, dealing a little bit of damage to Hat, forcing the ace to fall off just a little bit. One player from OXG maybe looking to backstab in by Archives, but look at how spread out the attack is right now. It's like we got one player on one side of the map, two on another, two on another. Dokkaebi call rings out, but still OXG, not a whole lot of movement. And there's only a minute left now. They don't have a single kill on these top floor players, but just as I say that, there's two.
Something at least going the way of OXG. The rest of LIS now forced to fall off. They've injured Gomez. Soon to be picked up. Two goo mines going off, almost injuring Hat as well. We got at least two attackers, one shot, but Mr. B, he didn't fall off. He's hiding behind half wall. This might be a chance.
He's dead.
Spotted by the Deathmark tracker, though. Info provided.
He gets out?
He gets out with his life, but it's still a 5 versus 3. 30 seconds left. Maybe we'll still see LIS try to retake in this position, given the fact that OXG are so tunnel vision on hitting the bomb site.
Mr. B almost killed from above. He'll take one of those revolver shots. Epic also needs to be really careful on just 1 HP. Looked like the ace was maybe trying to slink down metal stairs, but this time is so low. The plant is just now going down. Epic doesn't have a C4 to deny and is cut down by Diaz on metal. Hat now finishing the plant. This round is over. 1v5 against Mike W. Flawlessly executed by OXG, and we're all tied up at 2.
It may have been a slow round for Oxygen, but again, being able to set up from multiple locations, breaking down those mirror windows, and pushing together to clear out LIS was critical to winning that round. And again, just the assurance policy, having that Deathmark tracker, noticing Mr. B was also playing up above. They take some time to gather info, figure out, okay, has this guy fallen off? Is he hiding in a rat corner that we didn't check? That info game has been a make or break for Oxygen on multiple rounds, and that was a perfect example of that. We could have seen Mr. B land like a 2K or just cause chaos, taking more time off of Oxygen's clock, and that could have been the round recoverable for LIS simply off the fact that OXG would have had no time to execute without feeling, uncomfortable in that case.
Now we head back onto Bathroom Tellers, where we saw some heroics from Mike W with that revolver. In fact, Mike W's only 3 kills was in that clutch.
True.
OXG dropping the Monty, though.
10 seconds.
Opting for a... Oh, I was going to say Finka and Ram. Newer is now on Striker.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I do like that OXG... they tried the shield for a couple rounds, didn't work, and are completely abandoning it. Not trying to, hit their head against the wall too repeatedly. Just moving on in terms of strategy. I do like that decision.
Reloading ammo.
Newer's on the Striker is an interesting pick, rocking both frags and EMPs. That's another combo that I feel like doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. like as a defender, right, you usually take like shield and C4 or, wow, this is crazy, or like shield and bulletproof cam. I feel like normally when you're on a striker, one of those gadgets tends to be like a hard breach gadget more often than not, or like frags and flashes. But well, I guess now that you only have 2 flashes, it doesn't really matter anymore, so never mind. I digress. At the very least, Alex with the first frag, Hat goes down. That is the only hard breacher for the attack.
Not the first time it's happened. Same thing. Back around.
Wow!
And
What?
Rios. Beautiful shot. Gomez will at least trade his fallen brethren. But that's the Legion for a striker and a Habana. No more EMP, or I guess no more EMPs, that's a lie. Half your EMP and nade pool has been cut in half because that operator loss. And this is burned about, again, a minute 20. The roam seems to have fallen off. They can't get the hatch open. They've got no hard breach. So, sure, they can get vertical, but they're not going to be able to go for a sight hit from that hatch. They'll most likely have to maybe try and get into the Teller's side of the map, but they don't have anything to stop the Mira either.
Yeah.
This is a really tough spot for Oxygen, as no matter which way they go, they have a weak point that's really punishable by LIS.
Crazy peek from the IQ, but Diaz lives and in fact outduels Alex on that angle somehow. Miro whiffing some very important shots. I was gonna say they probably can't come from window side like they wanted to in that last attack either because they don't have the hard breach, but they might just try and force it anyway. The verticality being played against Mike W, looking for the shots against Gomez, but neither player will land any, at least not for now, as Mike W positions even deeper under the vert. But again, like you said, these hatches are closed. Gomez is going to have to join the team at some point. The Dokkaebi calls coming out, revealing Epic's position, waiting for Yaga to peek in, playing the off angle, but loses the swing. And it's all guns up for OXG. Every single gunfight going their way, and LIS fall by the wayside.
A great recovery by Oxygen, not wasting too much time kind of pondering about where they need to attack from. They spot Alex, who's alone in sight, just playing behind the mirror window. Diaz has the perfect tool to clear that. A nade tossed out, pushing him off that power position, winning that 1-for-1 gunfight. And even though the vert didn't really work out, it did force the rest of LIS a little bit further back, and it got them off the bomb site. They could only play near that lobby default cam and also play over by customs, which eventually OXG ended up clearing out because they had courtyard control and didn't have to worry about that mirror window anymore. Really great job from OXG separating that defensive hold down below and still trying to take those 1-for-1 gunfights despite them having a really rough start clearing that top floor. Again, losing your only hard breach, so they can't get the hatches opened up. They can't clear out the Miras as effectively as they wanted, but they had just enough utility to make it work still.
And now OXG have a tie half
At least.
LIS. Yeah, and remember when they, I believe the last time LIS played this map, it was up against Wildcard in the qualifier. And they ended up going 3-3 on both halves before losing both rounds in overtime. So LIS going even here. Not the worst thing in the world, but probably wanted a little bit more on that defensive half, just again because this tends to be the easier half. A lot easier to get 3 on the attack than 4. Another switch from Oxygen, this time rocking a different shield. They've got Osa in play for an Armory, Lockers, Archives attack. And what does that usually mean, John? It usually means they're going to try and set up for an Archives plan.
Yep, Talon Shield over by that Archives doorway. You have, I don't even know, the longest angle imaginable on this map besides sitting in a spawn point and looking to kill somebody, right? You can even have one set up by AC if you really wanted, but keeping both Talon Shields for this doorway is probably the better option. Nomad air jabs, maybe to stop the retake into sight. That's a really smart move. And the Capitao ran by Gomez to have those smokes covering the plant, and obviously maybe a little bit more utility with the fireballs. But Mike W, the hop out, it's traded from Newers. But that's not only a key cutoff angle taken care of, but also a lot of utility now down the drain.
Yeah, killing the Capitao is huge, but they're just going to hit the go button anyway. Plant going down, Nomad air jab stopping the defense. Hat gets it down. And now OXG can just peel back and play behind these shields. 2 kills for Yaga and Hat. Epic can't outduel him. Mr. B's alone. It is a near flawless attack from OXG. The only player lost being on that run out.
And there was just no response there. The air jab cut off everybody in Archives. It blew away 2 people, slowed down the rest of that retake by LIS. And on top of that, although there were 3 impacts available, nobody was in a position to use them. I mean, Warden doesn't have impacts. He's the only player in lockers that has an angle on that talent shield. The other 3 defenders are in Archives because they were holding an extension by Office that no one tried going for a run out, probably because of the air jabs. They were really concerned that an air jab or a claymore would have killed them, so they can't go for that. That's a free kill. They try to retake the bomb site, play together as a team to go for those trades, maybe get AC pressure back in their favor, killing that person on the window, then just bolting their way against the OSA, even if the plant goes down. But they didn't have enough time to set up for that, and they didn't kill the guy AC. Had beam gun up there, just played in tandem with his other teammate on the window.
And I like the aggression from Mike W. It's all well and good, but again, why would you have him on the Echo then? Like, is that really worth it? The 1v1, but you're losing your Echo, being like the only guy in a position to stop the plant thanks to those drones? I just don't think that's a worthwhile trade in a situation like that. LIS now find themselves on the attack. No shield from them either. We have an interesting operator lineup, very different from what OXG were bringing. We don't have any dedicated hard breacher. Instead, we have both Lion and Deimos being played to help probably suss out where these roamers are playing, force them to either, move and get spotted by Lion or stand still and fall victim to the Deimos. Look, all 5 members of the defense now spotted. There is a mute being played though, so LIS are gonna have to choose their targets carefully.
A lot more focus here on this bottom floor. I thought for a second a run out was attempted, but nothing to spot of it. They actually drone the castle here by Catwalk. Will they punish him though? Doesn't seem like it. He falls back into break room, having a better extension here. These castle barricades assisting him from that long angle by the CC window, so he just has to worry about that catwalk control. But Gomez has been injured from the balcony angle. Looks like he can fall back into Office and maybe survive. That was a good Deathmark track, but yeah, he's not finished off. It's still a 5-on-5 unless they can confirm that kill with a nade.
Mike is desperately looking for it, but he can't find it. They'll even use a Deathmark on him, maybe trying to get him from below. Alex does confirm the kill, and Epic lands a follow-up onto Hat. So that's 2 now for LIS, working their way in through... Actually, not really through anything. They're still outside, and Epic will pay the price, peeking into Diaz, who is having a heater of a game, 11-2 now. But LIS are still not really solidified in the building. That is until Mike W finishes off the last player holding CCTV break, and that was Newers. Yaga and Diaz now in a 2 versus 4, and LIS have plenty of time.
Yaga and Diaz both separated a little bit between the 2 bomb sites. They're both looking down 90, though. One watching from the corner, closer to that default cam. The other a little more worried about someone up metal, perhaps, for a wide swing on that single door. LIS taking their time, gathering info. They've got no more Deathmark trackers, but they've got plenty of drones at their disposal. Crazy swing by Yaga, but I can't blame him. He's trying to find that kill in order to slow down LIS and maybe have a fighting chance in a 2v3 rather than 2-on-4. But now LIS readjust. They work their way over to this locker side of the map. They try to get this plant, but he's been down by a C4. Thank God for Mike W. Just charges in and takes control of the round. LIS not out of this just yet, as they have at least a good showing so far in the second half, but we need to see more out of them.
They did need a strong round like that to start off their second half. Should be a confidence boost. That was a good round, playing around that Deimos, securing the Legion, and then slowly working their way in through break room and top east. I thought it was maybe a little bit too slow, but OXG kept getting caught in their rotations back, or caught overstaying their welcome. And from there, the execute was pretty simple. All LIS had to do was try and walk in through the armory door. OXG now cycling onto bathroom. They've got a little bit more delay this time in both the Tubarão and the Goyo. So we'll see the fire packs, the Volcan canisters coming out. Really interested to see where Yaga ends up playing, because again, LIS had absolutely no hard breach. There was nothing. So where is Yaga going to play, not only against a team that has already demonstrated that they don't need hard breach to win an attacking round, but also on bathroom tellers? Where are you really going to be holding down a reinforcement that you need a Tubarão?
So they're going to have the hatch opened up as well. I mean, maybe for triple wall. That wouldn't be too shocking. Or the single wall over by Tellers. That is a spot that OXG tried to execute from more than once. But Yaga being above, I think he's just using his 2 Brow Zoto canisters for, again, the triple wall, maybe just helping prolong that extension. Not a terrible idea. You mentioned it really well that, yes, LIS were confirming a lot of kills last round, but it took them a long time to get in the building. A lot of that pressure mainly came from their bottom presence with the help of that Deimos Deathmark tracker. This time now having to clear out a roam extension above, that Deimos might be a little bit more challenging to bring out here to its fullest potential. It seems like LIS, they've got some archives control. They can maybe hop in or at least just hold a cutoff. That way, if they get lockers control, for example, no one can push up through archives by the fountain side of the map to punish that. So I do like at least having a bit of an insurance policy with that cutoff angle. And yeah, it seems like all of LIS are focusing on dealing with this extension up above. And as of right now, they haven't gone into a confrontation just yet, but there is someone hiding by break room that I don't think LIS is aware of.
Gomez gets the first pick on Epic. A quick follow-up from Hat. Brios gets cursed with timing, and just like that, the whole clear from LIS falls flat. Not a single trade being gathered by this attack. Not a good sign heading into the rest of this half. Mr. B and Mike W, who have been quite the dynamic duo, at least on map number 1, now find themselves in the 2v5 position. LIS have won it multiple times before, but with Mike W getting smoked by Gomez, this round just went from almost impossible to basically unwinnable. Mr. B attempting to dance around the open wall, is able to get one, but there's a re-swing from Yaga, and OXG clean up. A flawless round to answer the attack from last round.
And it looked like there for LIS, just really poor timing working off of that info. They didn't have anybody going off of an active drone. Sure, they threw drones out to spot the extension, but just took a little too long to work off of it. And on top of that, the Deathmark Tracker 2 on the Legion, I mean, just really unlucky timing there for the Ashe. If they had waited just a second longer, they would have spotted Legion in break room and probably could have did a better job at shutting them down rather than focusing on that default cam in 90 Hall. But another point to bring up there for LAS is just they seemed way too spread out there, right? I understand that, you know, CCTV, you got to clear out at some point when you're attacking the top floor. You got to get that top east pressure established, then you can work over in a triple wall. But if you have people all the way across the map by archives and lockers as well, it just seems like you've got two entirely different attacks going on that don't really benefit one another unless you just win those 1-for-1 gunfights and then you have the entire top floor cleared out besides office and fountain, which you can then push in from 90 Hall and archives. But that didn't work out. LAS just continue to rely on these hero plays and these 1-for-1 gunfights that Oxygen continue to win.
Yeah, LIS, it looked promising at the beginning of Border, but again, that triple threat, Brios, Alex, and Epic have all seemingly cooled down, which does not bode well. Mr. B picking up the fuse. Interestingly enough, I imagine with a shield. Get off the drone, please.
Yeah,
Yes.
there it is.
With the shield.
There you go. This is one of the only, you know, I guess reasonable sites to bring fuse for. If you get that top floor control, you have all of lockers and some of archives to use those cluster charges. Breaks a lot of utility in the bomb site. And if you're lucky, it could net a kill. You've got that shield as well, which currently shields are a real pain to deal with. You saw that a lot on Kafe being exposed by OXG, but they're just gonna hit a fast plant. Epic, perfect coverage up above, I think it was. Gomez, sure he's been down. Yeah, it was on a window rappel or a regular rappel that he used. But the CCTV balk, the plant's now gone down. Mr. B is alive. And if they had top floor control, he could have used these cluster charges to stop the denial as well.
I feel like maybe that was the initial thought, but they saw the gap and just hit it. Diaz will even the odds at 3 apiece, though, with Brios going down. Yaga looking to make it past the window. He will, and now he's tucked in the corner, safe. They can't stop this unless they walk in, but Alex is there just in the nick of time in the middle of vents. Traded out by Diaz, but at this point, the time is so low. Do they know where Hat is? He's still up above covering. Mr. B, you've got to stop the counter defuse. Mr. B, you're upstairs. OXG from under LIS's nose. Stop the bomb going down, and OXG map and match point.
Oh my goodness. Good on Diaz for trusting his teammate up above, though. I mean, I thought for a second there he would try to get off of that defuse, maybe take a moment, try to help out his teammate, but no, was not required. And that was the win condition there, was having Fuse up above to use his cluster charge to stop that post plant from being disabled by OXG. But because there was someone actively contesting up above for the vert, Mr. B was not able to do anything because he had a shield. If he had a gun, that might have been a 50-50 gunfight going the way of LAS, and they still have a chance to play for the verticality with those Fuse charges. But that wasn't the case. You know, again, OXG, incredibly fast reaction to what LAS is trying to accomplish. And again, just taking those one-for-one gunfights before LAS can fully set up. We mentioned that exact same thing back in round number 8, and sure, it was a lot more chaotic. It was a lot different than what we saw, but overall, the same idea is being played out. I think the only difference there is that LAS looked, you know, a little bit more structured because they spotted a gap, but OXG had really no issue playing for the retake because they still had vert and they were still being aggressive against LAS, not letting them set up.
Yeah, the idea from LIS was really good, but it's also like the mistiming upstairs. How was Mr. B behind half wall and not creating enough of a distraction against Hat to not allow him to kill his teammate jumping in the window to kill the player counter defusing? Like, is Mr. B just sitting there doing nothing, letting the Mira kill his teammate? I'm really confused as to how that was allowed to happen, or why LIS, you know, don't plant the diffuser and immediately just rush this guy half wall with like 3 players. You need that verticality. Otherwise, like when you plant in the corner like that, you saw it. Diaz can play close and you can't deny it from the window. It's just such an odd, like a great idea and then an odd finish to the round from LIS. Now OXG just need one more point to put them in that winner's bracket game against Wildcard. And they'll try and do so back on Armory Archives, the one site that LIS have won so far.
That was off of Alex's entry, playing down below with the Deimos. Overall, 3 back-to-back kills for LAS. A really long time to set up for those frags, but it did pay off in the end, granting a 5v2. And now it looks like Oxygen are just trying to once again play aggressive to stop LIS from getting those early frags. But now there is no Deimos, interestingly enough. Maybe they were expecting more of a roam down below to shut that down, but you know, the primary way that they scored those opening gunfights is now off the board, so it really begs the question, will LAS just stall out once again?
Close fight being taken by, I believe, Hat up against Alex, who's fearing for his life now outside of this window. Dokkaebi call goes out to see if he's still close. The mute has since backed off, but that's now all of your Dokkaebi calls gone. Alex pretty much out of utility, and it's so early in the round, LIS hasn't been able to do anything off of those calls.
Still plenty of office control for OXG. They do have hard breach to maybe clear out this guy playing Canadian, but I think there's a mute generator behind it too, so it really just seems like LIS have nothing going for them. They enter the building from top east, but they still have to worry about CC. They almost kill Newers, but he backs off, spotting this Grim. The hives pop out. They know he's still playing over by this rotate hole near this power position, but it's Hat, player of the match so far, at least in map number 3. He gets rid of Brios, the top fragger we highlighted so often, but in this game and throughout the entire series, he's been one of the lowest rated players in LIS, and it's really showing.
At the very least, Alex will get the refrag on Gomez. Legion is now dead, and Newers was softened up significantly by Mike W when playing around the half wall in CCTV. So Diaz getting aggressive here on the barricade. The Grim jumps in, looking to tussle against Newers, but he's caught in the crossfire. Mr. B finishes him off, but here's almost a freebie from Diaz. He misses the shots, and Mike W is allowed to escape, but Epic is not. Mr. B luckily is there once again for a refrag. Man advantage LIS by 1, but the 2 best players for OXG by far, Diaz and Hat, are still alive. Scratch that. The best player for OXG, by far, is still alive in Diaz. Once again, the clutch minister, his team looking for him to salvage a 1v3 and send them to tomorrow, but Alex puts him in the dirt, and LIS keep themselves alive.
I didn't even notice how well Diaz is playing here, Harrison. 14 kills in map 3. this guy's been having a phenomenal game against LIS, Border in particular. But good job on LIS, not running in without a plan. Obviously, they detect that Newers is still playing in CC because of the Grim Hives. They send Mr. B in to deal with him, and he's already low on HP, so it took one bullet to kill the Vigil. The same thing can be said, just a lot of info enabling Mr. B, who oddly enough has been in more of a fragging position than we've seen other people like Alex and Epic, I'd say, up until now. This has been Alex's best performance by far in this best of 3. I'm glad he's showing up, when it matters most, but I feel like as a whole, LIS have not been firing on all cylinders except for maybe a majority of map 1, but even then they still had some weak links. I think just that lack of comp experience has shown several different times against OXG Harrison today.
I do think too, John, that was a buddy ace between Alex and Mr. B.
Brios didn't get a kill. He was dead to Hat.
Pretty sure it was... Yeah, because Brios is still 5 and 9. Epic still has 5 kills. Mr. B got 2, and Mike was 6 and 7. So yeah, I'm pretty positive Alex got 3 there.
Another 3K.
Another one.
Yep.
Another one.
Just won't stop for LIS, man. Time in and time out. Oxygen, this was one of their best extensions by far for Bathroom and Tellers. LIS just try to attack too many things at once. I understand that CCTV is really important to get control of. If you get lockers and archives pressure established, you can then push into Fountain to clear out a lot of office. But going for those 2 exact plays at the same time kind of spread LIS a little too thin, and now this time it looks like they're focusing more on this top east control, trying to deal with the break room roamer, and then also maybe put pressure on the triple wall. I like that a lot more because at least now it looks like they have a plan A to stick with rather than 2 things.
There's a run out from the Legion, missing his target, but Alex, once again, an opening pick. Newers goes down. A beautiful start to the round for LIS, looking to gather more control top floor as Alex picks up Hat as well. The 3rd for Alex! Has the sleeping giant finally woken up? 6 kills in 2 rounds, and the Pixel won by Mike W. Gomez in a 1v5. LIS looking to come back. Still upstairs is the Goyo. He hears players under him, catches Epic through the vert. That's 1. 4 more to go. Dropping the hatch, doesn't look behind him. But wow, Alex gets destroyed. Luckily, Brios has the refrag through the wall. Gomez with a fantastic reaction, but not enough. Only 1 more round, John, and LIS can push OT.
I love the adjustment there by LIS again. Putting really no emphasis on lockers and archives, just focusing on those 2 first roamers by break room and triple wall. They isolate each defender, having Alex just barrel in off of some info, his teammates right behind him to trade. And now a timeout being called by OXG. They do not want to face overtime against LIS. They're looking to close out this round in regulation, the series in regulation. That would, of course, cost us a rematch here. LIS would have to face up against Cruelty once again, and OXG will be fighting off against their other Pro League comrade of Wildcard. We already saw this in the closed qual, but honestly, with Wildcard, their performance against Cruelty, I wouldn't be surprised if we have OXG once again falling down the exact same issues they had against Wildcard in their closed qual best of 3.
We got to get through this first, though.
Absolutely.
Oxygen, they do have a good record when it comes to post timeouts. Even on map number 1, when they lost, on round 6, when they took the timeout, they took 4 out of the next 7 rounds. And of course on Kafe, took the timeout on round 11, and that was the only one they needed to secure the map pick. Find themselves in a similar position once again. A timeout taken, 1 round to go. LIS out of timeouts, looking to attack on Ventilation Workshop, where they spotted that massive hole, took advantage of it, planted, but it was the post plant that really fell apart. Again, confusing play upstairs, not pushing out the Mira. Hat was able to deny those players looking to kill Diaz on the counter defuse.
5 seconds remaining.
We're gonna have a similar upstairs hold from Oxygen once again with the Mira. LIS though, no shield. They've got Capitao on Mr. B. They've got Mike W, who will probably look to deny these Mira windows with the Twitch drones. My eyes though, John, are on Alex. He's had back-to-back 3Ks. He's starting to wake up. Can he keep up the performance when his team needs it most?
I hope so, for LIS's sake. Brios already entering in through CCTV, a drone ahead of him.
Oh.
Being that guiding light, Bandit on the reinforcement. He could wall bang this, but not in time. Oh, just half a second earlier, that could have been a free kill onto Gomez. Again, great setup there by LIS, trying to spot a weak point in this roam extension above, and it almost ends a kill for Brios. But hey, that's still CC control. That's still a lot of map presence in this first 50 seconds. And now you've got Alex as well by the radio window. Logibomb calling out. This might be the rally cry for LIS to push a little bit further into this extension by Oxygen.
There's a Mira window that they're going to have to deal with. Brios repositioning to deal with it with his Ash charge, likely from Catwalk or a similar location. Mike W outside main door looking to cut anyone off should they come down metal, but OXG do have the fallback thanks to the box hatch. Twitch drone looking to see any utility, any players holding down vent. Hat took a little bit of damage in an opening engagement, but luckily not going to lose his life. Diaz also in a position, a good one, to deny any vent plant with the C4. Second logic bomb comes out. LIS looking to move in off of it. I believe the Mira window upstairs has been denied. There's a Capitao firebolt from Mr. B as well, and a defender prone in Fountain. Alex just sees his leg. Or did he? Yes, he did. He knows there's a player in the corner. He drops down the hatch. That needs to be communicated to Brios, though. He'll take the fight against the Bandit, win the one, and get out. No refrag from the Fountain player. Yaga goes 1-for-1 against Epic, traded out by Mr. B, and it's a man advantage for LIS.
Hat still hiding here, though. Not checked, but LIS just don't care about the top floor presence anymore. Alex has dropped into sight. Mike's got the cutoff, and Mr. B still having case control. He could try to plant, but both members of OXG are above holding vert. If they can spot this plant position, they might have a chance of stopping the hopes of LIS achieving their goals of moving into overtime.
Alex softened up a little bit more. LIS desperately looking for a safe haven. Mr. B planting. There's someone covering from up above, denying the vert. Mr. B not trusting it though, looking to reposition. Hat now watching outside, looking to kill the rappel player, but falls to Mike W. Newers denies the plant, but Alex is up there to refrag, and loyalty is scarce. Have pushed border to overtime.
Spotting a gap once again, but before doing so, getting some of that roam extension cleared first. It did almost come down to the verticality that Diaz did have at the very end, but regardless of that, LIS not only holding the rappel by that CC Balk, covering a majority of that top floor, but also having the lurk by Alex coming back up above to get the final kill of that round, solidifying overtime for LIS. And once again, opening gunfight by Brios. Gomez is down. If the Mira might have had a chance of like popping up, that could have been at least a trade, but still the rest of LIS just having a much more fluid attack and having a lot less difficulties gathering info. It seems like they've again been spotting gaps a lot better on the offense, like you highlighted Harrison, but also again just doing a better job of enabling their entries, which was really problematic for them back on Kafe, but now it doesn't seem to be as big of an issue here on Border.
Yeah, Alex 14-9, having a standout performance. This is what we've wanted to see from him, even back in E4 playoffs. The dangerous thing here now, John, for LIS's chances is that OXG have the attack. It's been back-to-back 4-2 attacking halves. Border has come up all offense, and OXG may have read into that before the map even started. They selected attack for overtime. And OXG will have to start their first on Archives Armory. Back when LIS were defending this site, they tried it 3 times. They only were successful once, John. Mike W, a little pot shot out of spawn with the Yokai drone, BMing Newers a little bit. Hopefully Mike W doesn't die on an aggressive run out, going 1-for-1 this time as LIS look to stall out as long as humanly possible. They still brought Epic on the dock as well, but OXG still playing with the Demo, still playing with the Twitch, has plenty of utility.
You've got Epic as well, holding an open hatch by CCTV, maybe expecting there to not be a lot of presence by that balcony that could allow him to kill someone like Gomez. If they're alone down below, that's a direct 50-50 gunfight. But once again, Ash charge going off. That's now the mirror window gone. His angle being held by East is a little more challenging. He's got some backup there by Brios. I believe the Doc has felt too much pressure from that balcony I just mentioned. It was vacant for a little while, but then Oxygen tried to play off of that vert presence. Doc now falling away, burning about a minute off the timer. That's not too bad. And he keeps himself alive.
This is crazy. And
the readjustment, getting that mute jammer down by the double wall, that keeps it intact because there's no pocket EMPs. The only thing that could help get this wall opened up is a well-timed Twitch drone or a grenade to assist the Selma charge.
I really like this game plan from LIS, giving up the control a little bit earlier than maybe we would have liked to see, but also locking down Office and preventing the ease of access to offsite positions for OXG. They'll have to chew through that reinforcement if they want to try and take Office from CCTV. Yaga's downstairs, though. He spots the Echo. He can't get the kill. Mike W's still alive. They've got some pings on him, but still he persists behind half wall, and it's Brios instead with the opening pick on Gomez. Deimo's dead. A good bit of information, and that powerful revolver are now on the ground.
And all that impact we saw last time with Deimo's playing below, securing those opening entries, it's been shut down, but still Mike W!
What?
Why would you go back to the vertical? Oh, Yaga, massive play. Diaz following suit. Everything is falling apart for LIS. It's just Epic retaking half-wall control and Alex behind a shield to stop this aggressive attack.
LIS getting caught out in rotations. OXG finding them at the perfect time, and it is a cleanup. OXG with a confident attack. They lost one member, and from there, LIS felt, I guess, like they could move around the map freely, but OXG were taking their time. They were so slow. LIS just didn't expect them to be sitting there holding.
Again, just positioning there for OXG, right place and right time to shut down LIS. Another thing to point out as well, although Deimos on the vert wasn't that successful, having the IQ to check for people on cams like the Echo, since we've seen him every single time Lockers has been in play, that was almost a freebie the first time. And then Mike W, I guess, just assumed that, you know, the vert was gone, like the IQ was going back up above to help his teammates horizontally, but that wasn't the case. Another thing to mention too is that, you know, having IQ to spot those mute jammers, that can also enable the Deimos to get more info in the round. So I really love that although OXG struggled a lot with the early round entries, they didn't give up on their game plan, because again, all of Border is destructible by vert except for a couple of specific locations. So they couldn't use it to clear out CC, but they used it to clear out the site, which then made their cutoff angles by archives, for example, a lot stronger.
Especially if he was just watching cams. He had a dead teammate. Rios was gone by then, and still Mike W retaking that position, not the greatest idea. You even have Epic trying to retake, and he gets domed. A very good round from OXG, and again, probably a confidence boost after losing round 12. The only time in this series where they've taken a timeout and lost the immediate round after, though. Diaz has disconnected before we went back to us. OXG were hovering Armory. I don't know if I like that for them, because it's the only site out of the three they played that they didn't win. LIS won both attacks there, so OXG might be setting LIS up for success unless they have like a completely different hold. They've both times now ran a very similar extension with the mirror windows on the archives while watching Office. You've got some light Castle and Legion presence around Break Room who fall off early if they can. And LIS have been taking advantage of all that map control by just getting super aggressive with Alex, looking for an opening pick, and then immediately shoving their way in off of it. I don't really know why they wouldn't go back to, like, Bathroom. I guess because Bathroom and Vents they've lost more recently on rounds 11 and 12, but I don't know. Armory is that defense that started the comeback for LIS.
Yeah, maybe they're hoping that LAS just make a mistake and kind of play off of that, for example. Like maybe they try to go for an Archives direct take, which in most cases, OXG have been more suitable to stop a play like that rather than something more Lockers focused, because their a lot more, I wouldn't say they're chillax positioning by CCTV, but not having a lot of utility to work around CC besides the castle barricades due to a zombie being banned. So typically they're there kind of as like an early aggressive roam, then they fall off. But for the most part, LAS have been punishing those early roam extensions by CCTV and somewhat to an extent by Office as well. And also maybe they just realize, Dios is disconnected from the game, so it doesn't matter what site they pick, they're just going to rehost. So maybe that's not where they want to go at the end of the day, and now they'll have more time to think it through.
I do know he is trying to reconnect. We got fingers crossed. We'll see if he can, because sometimes when your game crashes, it does just like kick you out and pretend you abandoned the game. So hopefully he's back pretty soon. Especially because he has been OXG's top performer. He's got maybe 15, 16 kills now, matching Alex every step of the way. DS is someone who has... he was still good on maps 1 and 2, but this is definitely a lights out performance. I think before map 3 he was 17 and 13. So he's still having a pretty good series. I do, again, like that Alex has really woken up. But we're still not really seeing the same from Brios and Alex, or sorry, from Brios and Epic, and we're not having, the MVP performances from Mike W and Mr. B, which is certainly not helping LIS.
Yeah, they've been a lot more quiet. I think the only major, advantage that LAS have had is their entry work. Again, droning in the Ash constantly, having Alex with a Dokkaebi to gather his own info. It feels like you've been able to have Alex be kind of that solo player still, which is originally what LAS were kind of harping off of when they started as a team, being able to have these mechanical players just kind of do their own thing and net kills off of that. It seems like they maybe have fallen back to that a little bit, but they're not just leaving him on an island. They're still working off of him, just having the Dokkaebi start by themselves most case.
Yeah, he's been kind of like on the opposite side lurk when it comes to things, which is probably why they've been using the logic bombs so early, is just to get Alex like into the building and into a position to start catching defenders off guard. It would be interesting here on the Archives Armory attack for LIS for them to completely switch things up, because their take has largely been the same, with the exception of the second go around just not having the Deimos underneath. But the gist of the take has been largely the same. It would be really interesting to see them like just flip the script and go for like a Monty or an Osa Archives play like we saw from OXG. So we are going to go to a quick break though while we get this rehost finished up. So don't go anywhere. We will be back with the thrilling conclusion of map 3 in just a few minutes. have all 10 players in the lobby, which is hopefully true. I think OXG warned the admins before the game that they are playing all like in the same house, and for some reason they've been having crashing issues. So DS is the unlucky victim of said issues, but we are heading back in the game. There was now after a slight pause, hopefully neither team has cooled off. Maybe it was just like a nice little break, talk amongst themselves, recollect themselves. If you were not with us, though, it's a 7-6 lead overtime right now for OXG, now heading into their defense.
And it looks like they are not going to lock in lockers.
Yeah, okay.
And archives. We were a little concerned about that. Again, you mentioned LIS were flawless attacking this bomb site. And yeah, it just seems like, because Dios had disconnected, they didn't change their bomb set in time, going off some false info. Now they're going to be going to the bathrooms and tellers, which, although the Rome extension got dealt with a little better when LIS had to re-attack this bomb site, maybe we'll just have OXG play a little bit farther back, a bit closer to the chest, maybe relying on these trap ops to do more of the early round aggression. They've got Yaga now on Capcan, Newers with the Legion, plenty of stall as well with the Toxic Babes, Goyo Packs, and Banshees. I imagine Gomez will probably just play a little bit closer towards site or on some sort of extension down below rather than up above. And then the rest of his team playing up above, again, utilizing all of this stall potential with the Vulcan Packs and Banshees to make sure LAS were not going to be as successful when it comes to clearing out this roam above.
Yeah, the best counter to both a fast-moving team and a Monty-centric team is all these traps. I mean, you can almost consider like Smoke to be kind of a trap operator too.
I'd say so.
Sort of. Yeah, I think he kind of counts.
Yeah.
LIS certainly have a lot of traps to chew through. The most dangerous one, typically being the Capcan if you're not careful. Especially when you have that Monty in play, you want to make sure he stays as healthy as possible moving into the execute. He's the one with the case right now, so the plan is probably eventually going to be to send him down the hatch and turtle plant, but Brio's very early on jumping into CCTV, catching Yaga off guard, removes the Capcan from the board. His utility already placed, but still an opening pick nonetheless. LIS happy to get, as they now have spots on Hat as well. Oof. And Alex, despite getting lit up, domes the Malusi. A two-man advantage now for LIS, and only one player left standing on the top floor.
He's low on HP. A Goo Mine or a Capcan trap could easily kill him, but he's able to get the needle out of his foot in time. Banshee destroyed as well. You still have Newers hiding here. Minute 50, though. I doubt LAS are going to misdrone this lone Legion, who doesn't seem to be playing off a fall-off point. The hatch is opened up, so if he can get to that radio position, he could drop off. But it looks like he's hiding behind the printer, just hoping for a Hail Mary play against LIS's unstoppable clear of this top floor.
Newers does get droned out. Now the aggress from the attack comes in, and Newers on the floor. Gomez playing top east is able to get one, almost finds the Monty as well, but skirts back to site with just enough HP. Diaz re-ascending the east stairs, does kill the Monty, but now Gomez falls to Mike W and leaves the Goyo in a 1v3. The Vector would easily chew through these members of low HP, but Mike W out-duels him. It's another successful attack. Now 10-4 the split between attack and defense. And heading into round 15, OXG have that advantage.
Now the question is, for LIS, where will they choose to defend? Once again, I doubt it's Armory Lockers. I think they've lost that bomb site like 3 times now against OXG.
Yeah.
Both teams really on the struggle bus with Armory Lockers, and a lot of that had to do with the outside angles being held from both CC Balk, Archives as well, even a couple of cutoff angles by OXG on Sandwich, for example, too, that were a real pain. That and not having a zombie for CCTV has definitely shown it to be a much weaker spot to extend for both Oxygen and LIS. So they're going to opt to go for bathroom and tellers, similar to OXG. They wanted to defend, use the entire map to their advantage. If I recall correctly, this is where Mike W found that 3K clutch. I'm not 100% sure if LIS found another round win on this bomb site. They might have. No, OXG, they were able to use Dios's nades to clear out the Mira and isolate her, and then they dealt with the last 2 defenders that weren't on site. That's how they won it. So the only time they won was a 3K.
They've got a similar operator lineup too. The difference being, at least from that round 2 victory, same operator lineup as round 5. When they had won, they had a Vigil rather than the Legion, but falling back on that trap operator. OXG, on the other hand, when they won in round 5, they were rocking that IQ, just like they did in that first round of overtime. So we got a bit of a different operator lineup for this attack. They are still rocking the Ram, the Hibana, and the Dokkaebi. Only this time, instead of the Striker as well, they're picking up the Deimos. Already a bit of damage being done to Gomez, I think. Was that through the drone hole from the Cade?
That might have been. I've died to that angle a couple of times. Really agitating, to be quite honest. Really is a pain, but at least Gomez did not end up dying in that position. 45 seconds burned away. Once again, Deimos being brought into the pool. He's got 3 different operators selected. There's the Logi Bomb call as well. Here's the info, and what a shot! Not through the quad wall. Either way, Brios is dead. And Newark just kind of walks away as if nothing happened, just all nonchalant, just a chill guy with a Magnum.
Yeah.
And just like that, Auction, they've got the opening entry. That might punch their ticket to face off against Wildcard once again in their SI LCQ, but I wouldn't count LIS out of it just yet. There hasn't been a lot of map control just yet for OXG besides CCTV.
I think you're right. I think it was through the wall. And of course, you know, leave it to round 15 to get caught with an unlucky wall bang like that for Brios. Mr. B also tussling with an open passport barricade could be a dangerous proposition, and Mike W is sitting right here underneath the vert with the Dokkaebi and Ram just above him. Mike W getting spotted now and finished off by Yaga, trying desperately to hold on to Bathroom. Now a 2-man lead. This is not the way LIS needed this round to begin, as OXG start to stack up above the hatch. Epic, far away from the site in customs. The Mozzie of Mr. B lit up from Catwalk, just gets his way into Sandwich with Alex covering from that mirror window. Mr. B looking to rotate into Bathroom, but there's a player on the window. Gomez and Mr. B trade. It's just Alex and Epic. The plan now going down. Alex has the angle, but he can't finish him off. And Oxygen, with a confident round 15, send themselves to the match against Wildcard.
And that overtime pick going back to attack sealed the deal against LIS in their final round for this series. I gotta commend OXG keeping their composure. It looked a little rough at the beginning on Chalet, but Kafe, they were just completely on another level against LIS. And then going into Border, it came down to the wire, but again, just spotting, I guess a free kill. They just got like a free kill reward card there at the very end to get rid of Brios, but on top of that, their roam clear was pretty straightforward. I mean, there wasn't really anybody to challenge them on the top floor, and I think that was a huge issue there for LIS, just letting Oxygen take all that map control. And again, that's a big point that you and I brought up a lot, Harrison, was if you are able to let OXG set up for the late round, 9 times out of 10, they're going to win it. You mentioned that right before we got into Border, and of course, the round where it matters most, LIS fall for that exact same trap card.
Yeah, they get one player just gets wall banged, I guess. And then the follow-up kill onto, I believe it was, Mike W, trying to hold on to Bathroom against so much verticality. I mean, you have to really question all the mispositioning from LIS in that round. I mean, Brios, again, super unlucky just to die there, but then Mr. B gets caught in his rotation back into the bomb site and peeking the window as well. If he had been looking at the right side of it, maybe he could have gotten that kill without getting traded back. Alex then stuck behind the mirror window in the worst possible spot to try and deny that plant. There's a lot of mistakes from LIS in that final round, but there was a lot of good here on Border too. They had a lot of really good adjustments and really good solo plays. Alex finally waking up there. It was just too little too late. And OXG will face their NAL brethren Wildcard. LIS, in the meantime, what's really unfortunate for them is coming off the back of a 3-map BO3 max OT on Border, they have to head straight into the game against Cruelty.
And again, they're the more unexperienced team in this entire LCQ. I mean, even though Cruelty lost against Wildcard, they've been playing as a cohesive unit, as a professional team for quite a long time now. They've got plenty of game day experience. They've got plenty of practice behind the scenes, whereas LIS, some of their players have only been playing comp for 6 months. And as a team, I think they've only been playing since the Element 4 open quals. So having this kind of, stamina, this kind of endurance game most likely isn't there for LIS the same way it is for Cruelty. But a lot of the issues that LIS did have against OXG the first time that team faced off against one another, they definitely improved and sometimes weren't even there at all against OXG, but they also still weren't 100% perfect against their professional opponents.
Yeah, Wildcard, I think, are going to be putting up a pretty good fight. No, that wasn't through the wall. I think he saw him there.
Ah.
That was just a nasty reaction from Newers. Wow.
Fair enough.
And then here, Alex unable to deny the plant and then caught between like 4 different players at the end.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Better map from Alex, but still a lot of mistakes from LIS that I think if they weren't made, like, again, we saw on the highlights, right? Hat killing those players, trying to stop the counter defuse while Mr. B was literally upstairs. Like, if Mr. B had known Hat was there and killed him, like, this map could be over by now and we could be sending a different team forward. But instead, it's Oxygen, and they'll be playing a rematch against Wildcard. Now, last time they played was in the closed quals, and Wildcard won 2-1. So it's OXG who are going to be the ones looking for revenge.
Yeah, was that completely defender-sided bank game where it was 15 rounds with 0 attacking round wins? That was a match for sure. That was a map, 100%. Clubhouse, again, OXG did a really good job setting up late round positions there to go for pretty fast executes. I think they won like 5 or 4 attacking rounds against Wildcard on Clubhouse. They had no problem playing on that map. And then to close things out, I think it was Nighthaven Labs where Wildcard just had a better job roaming across the map on the defense, stopping OXG from getting comfortable, and they were really in their faces a lot of the time. So I would be interested if we end up tomorrow seeing a bank matchup between OXG and Wildcard, but if we don't, that also wouldn't shock me either. But man, these stats, Harrison, 3 people with over 30 kills and Hat 1 frag away from dropping a 30 bomb as well. I mean, OXG came to play today.
Mike W as well, 37 and 23, the only member of the squad positive, literally doing his damnedest to put the team on his back. It wasn't to be OXG outshining LIS, but again, there is still good to be had. LIS are coming off of a week where they didn't win a map in 4 best of 3s. They finally got one under their belt now, and the maps they lost were decently close. Again, max OT on border against a pro league team. So if you're LIS, you just got to shake it off and hope you're not too tired to go up against Team Cruelty.
Yeah, that is a big issue too, is that Cruelty could have been just watching that match the entire time, waiting, recovering from their loss against Wildcard, noticing the mistakes that LIS were making against OXG and finding a way to capitalize on that. To be fair though, Cruelty also had a lot of the same problems. They weren't enabling their star player of Pyrox. Ivan wasn't really doing a good job on the entry either. A lot of people just kind of fell flat against Wildcard for Team Cruelty, and the only person kind of keeping afloat was Pyrox's. And in this case, it's kind of a similar story here between OXG and LAS, where Mike W was the only person keeping up most times, unless it was off of a hero play, like Alex finding a 3K, Mr. B finding a 3K. I feel like we said the number 3 so many times. Of course, it's fitting that the series ends on a 3rd and final map, but you know, again, kudos to LIS for making it this close, but they still have a lot to improve on today.
Absolutely. And we're going to get to talk to one of the members of OXG as we bring Jonah back in for the interview. We'll be able to have some insight into what happened in that BO3.
Well, thanks, gents. A fantastic call as always, Hat. Welcome. Congratulations on a very hard-fought victory. Seeing that was a war in the server, maybe a war of the mental game a little bit there in the end with some choice words for your opponents. How do you bounce back from a map 1 loss against a team that on paper shouldn't be able to go up against a team like yours? How do you bounce back from that and end up taking the series?
I mean, for us, it's just one map in the best of 3. We always know. the game's never over until the last round. So we just tell ourselves, just forget the map one. We get to learn from it, and just we know how they play off that one map, and just go from there, round by round, map by map.
Was there any point at which point you guys said or expressed maybe a little bit more concern? It wasn't just that stalwart confidence that obviously you're displaying now. Was there any point where you guys had to take a step back and go, actually, we have to change something we're doing, it's not working?
Well, yeah, of course. After every round, we change something, we adapt to everything that we see, everything that they do against us. Obviously, after the first time, we weren't the most confident. We could tell by the comms, and we talked about after the map. Like, we just need to not be so pressured on ourselves and just play the game that we know how to play.
Well, a grindy finish that now sets you up to move ahead to tomorrow to the winner's bracket final, where wild card awaits. Spiker earlier expressed equal confidence that he would be facing you guys there and would be able to handle you guys no problem. Do you have anything to say to Spiker or your wild card opponents coming up?
Well, I would hope Spiker and them have confidence. We obviously have confidence. It's going to be a great game. Can't wait for it tomorrow, and we'll go from there.
All right, well, if you win that one, I'll see you back here in the interview maybe hat. So again, congrats on the win today. Good stuff, and good luck tomorrow.
All right, good luck tomorrow.
All right, thanks,
And
Hat.
I'll see you tomorrow.
See ya, man. Clean finish as always, of course. Our match MVP after all is said and done on the OXG side. We said it the entire way that somebody leading the charge on both sides. We highlighted Mike W over on LIS, but on OXG, our MVP leading the charge, I believe, was Diaz at the end of the day. 34 and 20, Harrison, lighting up the scoreboard, at times doing almost single-handedly keeping his team in the fight.
Yeah, first map was a little bit rough for him, but as soon as we headed onto Kafe, it was like a switch got flipped, doing incredibly well on that flank watch as the cut player. When OXG was forcing back the roam, typically it was Diaz on the attack who was there to catch them, and doing well on the defense as well. And then Border was just his map. I mean, going 17 and 7, dropping 17 kills, just like we saw Spiker do against Team Cruelty. Border was the Diaz show. Makes sense. I mean, he's been one of the biggest mainstays in the NAL ever since he joined. He's been one of the most solid, like, secondary support flank watch players we've seen.
Well, after 38 rounds of cutthroat competition, OXG survive and move on to the winner's bracket final. LIS, on the other hand, Cruelty awaits them in the lower bracket side, where elimination is now on the line. That matchup is coming up next. Harrison and John, thank you so much. Excellent as always. We're going to say goodbye to you now, and we'll see you tomorrow for the grand final. But for now, we'll step aside, and LIS and Cruelty coming up next. Well, 2 down, 1 to go, but a big one at that. We have elimination now on the line for one of these teams, and well, neither one hoping to go home here. Jonas Willinger, but now joined by V. Light Rose Kohler, Aiden Happy Connolly. We've got quite a matchup here. Two teams that I know both of you are moderately familiar with because they've popped into Element 4 somewhat recently. Team Cruelty, a little more success than their opponents now in LIS. But V, we're looking at two teams who have shown us glimmers of hope, but Cruelty maybe much smaller of a glimmer.
Yeah, that first game up against Wildcard probably isn't the best showcase of their potential, with Wildcard probably being the favorite to win out the entire thing based on the first two games and what happened in the closed qual. But now they're facing the third seed of LIS. This is the best chance that they've got to continue on, stay ahead of the curve. And right now they're actually still in Element compared to LIS, who are knocked out, so they can still establish that dominance over them.
Well, it has been quite a ride for Loyalty is Scarce, LIS, because Happy, we just watched them go a brutal 38 rounds against OXG. A pretty impressive performance how far they got, but they just could not put it over the line in the max OT on map 3. Do you think Cruelty are a team that are going to be able to slow them down?
I think it'll be better, definitely, than the start of the day for Cruelty. Hard to get much worse for sure. But when you look at what LIS just did, plenty of reason to suspect that they will be the favorites here with how Cruelty started the day and LIS looking rejuvenated. We've talked about it a lot. They didn't look themselves through the Element 4 playoffs so far, so really excited to see them back in form.
Well, Happy, as you see here, map bans already getting underway. We have Labs, Skyscraper, and Border, the three maps here, so potentially revisiting that third map that we just saw, LIS against OXG. What do you make of this pick, Aiden, from Cruelty?
I think Labs is really interesting. Big fan of it, me personally. But all things considered, it feels like a map that can play into LIS's strengths quite frequently, and then LIS picking into Skyscraper is another odd one. It's a map that, in practice, they haven't had a ton of success with. They lost it to the Bay Harbor Butchers in Element 4, albeit a little bit of that map they did have to play at a 4 versus 5 due to internet connection issues for Brios, but even still, it feels a little bit weird. It feels like both teams are picking a map that I would have expected the other one to choose into, but all things considered, I think we still do end up with a nice even ban phase. Very excited to see how this one plays out.
I agree. It feels like Labs is something that should have come from LIS, and that maybe Skyscraper, they saw LIS's public record against VHB and decided to go against them. But depending on what we see and what pans out, I want to say that Border will go LIS simply because they're already super warm for it. We just saw them go max OT on it. They're warmed up, and I think that's going to give them a massive advantage over Team Cruelty, who you see directly in front of them. They had a good year earlier. They went to the Manchester Major, one of the first teams knocked out, but that was without, I think it is, trying to remember who were the two in, but I know that it was Rovi and Toxis who were the players who were subbed out. And so far, the current roster of Team Cruelty is just trying to reach those heights.
And we see right there kind of what we saw in their last playdown Element as well just yesterday. Pyrox was having a very solid game, all things considered, even though he was kind of struggling, or even though the rest of his team was kind of struggling. He was a big player in their game against JJ and Co. yesterday on Element. He'll be important today. Not the same tale, though, for Loyalty is Scarce, as they've had a lot more hot performers. Definitely not doing insanely well as a result of still losing the series overall against Oxygen, only one of them positive so far through the tournament, but still seeing a lot more promise out of them and almost getting that win over OXG, still taking it the distance. I do think that does make them the favorite, but they seem like the kind of team who plays up and down to the competition. When the expectations are lowest on them, they really, really can shine. But the expectations are high again here. They're favored to beat Cruelty, and I hope they don't get in their own heads.
That's a great way to put it, Aiden. It seems as though the narrative has shifted here. Now, instead of being the underdog really with nothing to prove, just a chip on their shoulder and ready to swing away, now well, they seem like the favorite here given their performance against OXG, given the history that these two teams have somewhat recently in the close qualifier. So V, when you look at Cruelty and you look at this roster that, as you mentioned, didn't quite seem all that well-rounded in that opening matchup, is there something in specific we need to see them alter if they want to have success against LIS?
I think it just needs to be their team cohesion. When they look unified, that's when they're getting those trades, and their trades are their biggest signifier that everything is clicking. I think it's going to be very difficult up against this Loyalty is Scarce team, which is very hot. But when they're good, they are looking so wonderful. But when they're not, you're going to get what you saw in the first match, a team that just looks lost, dazed, confused, and does not belong.
Well, Aiden, this is really, I think, where we'll finally see if Cruelty can prove that they can translate some of this in-region success that they have in LATAM, well, often, into something other than against a LATAM opponent. We just have not seen them do that at a major. We have not seen them do that at EWC. Here you have LIS. Compared to the opponents that Cruelty have faced in the past, somewhat weaker in terms of international competition, but a clear stepping stone to get to Invite. LIS, the play style we just saw from them, though, seemed to be a similar style from what Cruelty showed in that opening game against Wildcard. Could this one just devolve to just being like, who's gonna swing the other quicker? What kind of frag fest we're gonna see?
Yes, and I hope it does, because those are fun for me. I have a wonderful time when we get matches like that. I don't know about V, but I personally love it. But it's something that I think we could definitely anticipate. I know LIS and B specifically have talked a lot about how this team is trying to implement structure. They went 3-0 through the Swiss stage of Element 4, and then they wanted to go from, okay, this is a stack that we got together to see if we could get to E4, to, all right, guys, we just smoked everybody without real strats. Now let's see if we can really implement some structure. And they're going through some growing pains. That's what I chalked everything up to in terms of them going 0-2 in 2 straight 2-0s in E4. So I do think that if things start to get shaky against Cruelty, we could start to see them fall back on some of their old tendencies to just swing everything and play aggressive and try to find those gaps. But I expect them to at least come into it trying to play structure, because we've seen a lot of structured teams, just like Wildcard, beat Cruelty. So I'd anticipate that they're going to think that's the right way to go to get a win here tonight.
The last order of business here is to pass things over to you guys. We want to get right into this one now, V. So I'm going to hand it over to you as we dive into map 1. We've got Night Haven Labs, Cruelty, and LIS to stave off elimination. You got it.
Well, we finally got into it. Thanks, Jonah. And we are here, V. We made it. Waiting this for a long, long time. Cruelty LIS. Our first go at the SI LCQ for North America. One of these teams goes home, and it starts on Labs, and we were both talking about it a lot in the band phase. Not a map that we thought Cruelty would have picked, especially considering LIS looking really good when they've played this map.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to add on to what you were saying, because I think it is really pertinent when it comes to this map. I think this map is really good for structure, and if we get down to a slap fight, I guess, which is a way of describing it, I think LIS are going to be the ones to come out on top. If Alex, who was there in the third map, and Mike W, who had a monster of a series, are present, I think all of the gunners on LIS are objectively better than most of the players on Cruelty. I mean, Ivan and Pyrox, sometimes they are just on a different level, but overall, I think Cruelty need to make sure that they have intent and then they have purpose with their attacks.
Yeah, Pyrox definitely the big one to step up. I personally was very excited to see him in action. It's kind of crazy to look at the scoreboard that we saw from Cruelty. Pyrox the only one who seemed to be even close to sticking it, at least going even, keeping his head above water in the kills and deaths department. And none of these maps that we will see this series are repeats of the time these two teams played each other in closed, by the way. That was Bank, Lair, and Chalet. And here we have Labs, Skyscraper, and Border. So nothing being repeated. These teams both going to show how deep their map pools are. But then again, don't we talk about it a lot with this LIS roster, that the map pool depth can be kind of an issue sometimes?
Yeah, I do want to say that I think they've played a lot of maps in the closed qual, in Element, in Crucible as well. I think they played for some of the games in there. So there's a lot of practice that LIS have done, and I hope that they've kind of stretched out that map pool, because I don't think they would have been a team that would have wanted to go back to Skyscraper after BHB, maybe go to a border as well. But with the LIS, we have seen that they're kind of rejuvenated after that first series, the banger. That was 3 maps. That was really, really exciting. We were watching before this, kind of in a voice call, just going back and forth. But LIS really wanting that one round, but now they're going to have to fight an entire BO3 to have a chance at winning.
Yeah, crazy to think they were 1 round away, just a couple of kills away in the right spots from not even having to be here, and now it's 2, possibly even 3 maps up and coming because of that. I said they were going to default back on a little bit more structure, but it seems like they're falling back on their old tendencies immediately, not wanting to fall back on that structure, as it didn't seem to do them so well in Element, as they're already bringing out the Ella shotgun and the Vigil, so a very loose roam by LIS up on the 2nd floor in the first round of labs. Alex is spotted inside his storage. Pyrox just outside the window, can make a play, but he gives up his presence. Now, Alex giving away that he knows he's there as well, but the Vigil scanner going to make this tough. Probably just wants to leave, as that Vigil scanner now gone. And Pyrox still just sitting outside the window. This is never coming to a head, it would seem.
Yeah, it's very standard that they just kind of throw Alex all alone. And so far, he's able to get the first kill. That's big. The trade game for Cruelty already starting out on a hitch. They go the 1-for-1. Use your anti-roam to get rid of that roam. And now you can push forward with the map control. They're still about halfway through the round. And I think you've gotten what you need. You really only have to worry about that clash. There's not a lot of actual utility that's going to be able to take care of her. So the positioning is going to be really, really crucial in this round. They've got a lot of drones. They still have the Kawan Hive launcher and the skeleton key that they can use as well. There's a lot of options available, but how they use it, especially if they want to push Epic out of electrical, is so important.
Yeah, Epic's going to be the big crux of this hold here. It's not often that you see an Ella shotgun played in that position, but it makes sense, right? You can sit behind that shield, and if they don't have the utility to deny you, you can just live there forever. Flashbangs to go in, possibly to try and contest this, and Skimzy is going to take that space, but he's already in. Epic looking down, and he'll get caught for it. Ivan from below credited with the finish, and a nice advantage for Cruelty as they head into an execute soon.
I was worried that they were going to stumble with the shield and the clash and the Ella mines, but so far, especially Ivan underneath, it is just working completely as intended. Because Alex isn't there, there's no one to contest Ivan, and you see all that soft floor below. Plant going down. What's the answer from LIS?
Smoke canister is the best they have for now, and it does manage to push Fatal off of the plant. With Mike up very far back and spotted out by the Bees, it'll be hard to actually make a play. And with B flashed out, it'll only get worse. Matumbo gets the kill into Mike W, and now just a clash in the 1 versus 4. And he won't even get the plant down because the kill was found first. Cruelty with a big statement letting us know why they felt so confident as to pick into this map first.
I don't really think you could have asked for much more there from Cruelty. I mean, the entry is lost, but as we get farther into the map and the series, you might see that entries aren't that big of a deal simply because of how close Cruelty play, or should play, near each other, and when they get those trades, so they immediately get that map control due to the death of Pyrox and push forward. So far, I mean, this is not the Cruelty that we saw on the first series up against Wildcard. They look very unified. They have exactly what I wanted for them. Intent, purpose, all that in that first round. But obviously, you know, it's one of potentially 45. I kind of hope we don't go there, because it is already, it would be extremely exciting, but it is, we are already starting this BO3 very late, and I know Cruelty would love to just snap their fingers and get this one over with.
Well, LIS would too at that rate. So all things considered, Cruelty definitely at the advantage early though. And that attacking side start on Labs, attacking side start anywhere, getting up to an early advantage, definitely solid. Labs can go attacker sided sometimes. This is always one of the maps where I'm always On the fence, it feels like every new event I see, it feels like we're developing labs more and more in terms of whether it's attacker or defender sided. But all things considered, still a good start to Cruelty because they are winning and LIS are not. Into round number 2, LIS opt to go down to the basement instead of sticking on the second floor. Some serious problems in their defense there, they think. And so far, very heavy roam. Yet again, they've put Alex on the vigil and they want him to go do his thing.
You can see peeking the IT wall very early. They have thrown 3 roamers on that top floor. You have Alex in Electrical, assisted by Mr. B, and then Brios in Storage, and Epic around those stairs. It's not really a roam, just a bit of an extension. Is Cruelty, they're using their drones. They don't have any sort of anti-roam operator like they do in the previous round. No Jackal, no Lion, no Zakebi. So it really is just about how they utilize that information. Already, things are going a lot slower than they previously did. There's nobody for Cruelty on this second floor, and I think that's going to be a really big issue because as this time drips off, Alex is going to feel less pressured to fall back, and he's going to engage a lot more with the actual attack and get some big flank kills.
That's what a lot of teams have started doing. They don't want to combat the full roam because it can take a long time. Instead, they just want to see if they can walk in EXO, take that control, and maybe try to work their way into the site. But this verticality, very potent for LIS for sure. That storage control will probably need to be denied at some point. As Fatal torches open more of the wall, Mike W can see him through that wall, but Fatal ends up with the better angle, and now stuck in a corner with SMG 12. Mike W looked great last series, but he may just be a dead man. Won't be the first one dead in his server, though, as that's Alex to take down Mutombo first. And I think they're giving Kiba barriers for Mike's fall off. Fatal's falling next, though. The C4 out for Mike, but he's going to swing off of it. They were ready, though. And 2 quick kills to respawn back from Cruelty. Another one dead upstairs, though, on the side of the Mexican squad, which is going to leave Pyrox in the cut in the 1 versus 3. If you wanted anyone here, it would be him, but with all this info, they'll surely have the upper hand against him. Not only do they have that advantage, but now they'll know where he is and where he's gonna go. Needs to get that case back. But B on this staircase in cargo, can see him just before he fades into the smoke. Actually, no, just a hunch. And that hunch gets it back to 1-1.
That's one of the issues with kind of ignoring the roam, or at least trying to ignore part of it, is because when you have a call to go to the site, you may not have like a nomad or a gridlock like we saw from Cruelty. They didn't have that. There's no real response among all the chaos besides just hope you have enough players around to potentially get trades, which were initially there, but those are the players on the actual site itself. LIS were smart. They still held the first floor. They still held some power positions, so Cruelty really couldn't get the diffuser down because they were so disorganized, scattered among that attack. And it's something where LIS do put a lot of emphasis on their roam, so Cruelty are going to have some sort of response to it. And plays like those, I don't think are really going to be the key to shutting down Loyalty is Scarce.
5 seconds to go.
The key for round number 3 for LIS is to change things up. They don't like how things went in round number 1, but they opt to go back to the second floor anyways. Notably, no Ellis shotgun, no clash. Alex still on the vigil, but a lot more emphasis placed on wall denial and info denial. Is Mute, Bandit, and Kaid all being brought into the picture. These could obviously be brought for the wall denial, but between 2 different execution operators, I don't quite think you're going to need it. But plenty on the attacking side to deal with this. Both the Maverick and the Thatcher brought to both get walls open themselves and complement the Ace in getting those walls open. So, all things considered, I think Cruelty will be very well equipped to deal with these heavily contested walls.
We have seen some con extensions from LIS in the past when they've played this. And Cruelty so far haven't kind of chosen somewhere to actually go for. You still see Fatal kind of slowly opening the wall. There's Ivan in storage on the first floor. He was a huge player in the first round the last time that LIS were here, but Alex isn't playing in storage. He's actually in the basement, so that if Ivan starts to actually do his job with the skeleton key, there could be a flank of sorts, and it seems like he is near vending stairs. There's some flank drones that Cruelty are putting out. there's a lot of ways this round can go, and I think it hinges on Ivan and Alex if they can catch this roam route and if Ivan can do his job.
And Ivan and Alex just barely pass each other by, a couple of rooms over, but they will move opposite directions. With Alex looking to flank towards lobby. Here's the door get opened up and still hasn't popped that Vigil cloak yet. So he can continue to walk up those stairs undetected. Not even popping it yet at all because he doesn't want to let any nearby drones know that he's even in the vicinity. He knows they've drone this out already, and he knows they won't be expecting him, or at least hopes they won't be expecting him. And I think he's right, but no, Mutombo actually staring at this flank, but he turns away at the worst time. Alex walking up on the flank, and I think he might get a few. They're having the wall open, and he's just barely missed out. He gets one, doesn't get credit for the second because it's Brios who took that. But now, sandwiched in connector are the attack, and it's not going to go so well. Mutombo and Brios 1 for 1, but Mutombo lucky to even get that out of it. The walk-up water stairs for Ivan needs to bear fruit, and it just barely may, but around the corner from distance, he's shut down like Mike Dub with the shotgun. Pyrox has to trade it out. Flash in, and again, he's left up in the cut to try and make it happen. But he's up against Epic and Alex. The prodigies brought in on LIS, the ones you hadn't seen at this level before, who are going to have to prove to you why they're here in the 2 versus 1, and Epic does just that from the other side of the pillar. Good timing on the swing from the MP7, and loyalty is scarce in the lead.
Since the playoffs, Alex has kind of had a spotlight on him, and he hasn't done well under that spotlight. Significantly underperformed in both the BO3s and Element. In the first 2 maps, up against Oxygen, was not really present. I think he was putting up a goose egg at some point in the second map, but in the third map, he really just flipped a light switch, and it seems to have transferred on over to this one. 4-1 so far. The only death coming from Cruelty's direct response to him in that first round, and since then they've chosen to really ignore him, and I think that round is going to highlight that you need to deal with the roam. It needs to be priority number 1. Pyrox on the Jackal, to me, signifies that they are going to be making that change, and they have the skills. We saw that in round 1. They kind of combined everything together, but as I say that, I fall into the caster trap of talking about attacker
never
picks.
do it.
Look, it fed into my point.
They changed the whole lineup because you mentioned
sucks
it.
because it fed into my point perfectly. And I was like, oh, I can't not mention it. But then they just get rid of it. But they do bring a Monty, so that is new. So we'll have to see how they utilize that.
Yeah, Mutombo plays a lot of Monty, quite good at it as well. And already opening up the warehouse wall with, I think, a couple of players nearby. Not going to walk in it yet, though, so I was potentially worried about a walk straight in, and they would have caught the defense setting up the objective still, and still setting up at that. Alex downstairs on the Vigil yet again. He's clearly caught the hot hand, or become the hot hand, rather, since he got hot at the end of the OXG series, and they're enabling him as much as possible. Already the top frag, off to a good start here, but Cruelty in need of a round back on this storage attack for the very first time.
Tumbo standing there, menacingly. Yeah. Threateningly, as Monty sometimes does. I don't think you're really going to get much out of this because it's such a dangerous area, but Ivan shuts down Mike W, who hasn't been very much needed, but he also hasn't been very present. He's 1-4 so far, but Capcan, you set those traps down and you just kind of walk away. Sometimes we'll see if he still has an impact from beyond the grave, but there's an opening kill for Cruelty. They were able to get that in round 3, but that actually led to a loss. And there's no direct trade from LIS, what we've seen from Cruelty in both the rounds that LIS were able to get entries. So clearly kind of get that quick stab in and then back off. Use some of those drones. Use the utility of Ivan on the Twitch as well. You'd love to get some Black Mirrors, some Goo Mines. The roam is still here. And I'm always going to have that in the back of my mind as to how LIS just have that in their back pocket.
I like what Cruelty are doing. Very slow, anticipating a play being made by LIS, and that's exactly what happened. Skimsy able to catch Brios on his own. You know, on a site like this where they're going to be extending possibly to all 3 floors of the map, which they were doing earlier, they're going to be caught far away from each other, so take your time and try to catch those isolated players. As Ivan into the middle of this site. Pyrox walking down water, about to walk up on a Legion, barely misses the shots the first go around for Epic, but shots from behind from Ivan, not enough, because Mr. B ends up coming through to clear off Pyrox, but now he's lowered low as well. 2 defenders incredibly low with the man advantage, also favoring Cruelty. The impact nades need to be enough to clear the plant, but they can't do it. 2 kills in a row for Cruelty, and it has to be the Mira on just about 20 health. And it won't be. Team Cruelty fire back just in time to keep our game tied after 4.
I have had to watch so much Cruelty over the past week for doing prep work for the Element game and now doing prep work for this, that I've seen Cruelty at their weakest and at their strongest. And when they're at their strongest, they're a really enjoyable team to watch. It's great to see Ivan and Pyrox get these entries, play around each other. It's great to see Mutombo on the Monty being that kind of unignorable threat that you usually want the Monty to be. And like I said in round 3, it seems like they are here to play. As LIS now are 2 rounds to 2 for Cruelty, and the roam wasn't really present in the previous round, and I think Cruelty did do a bit of a direct response to the players up top. We just didn't get much view of that. We were looking at the players onto the first floor, and players like Brios, and I think it's a signifier of what's to come. Like I said, I do want the map 3, also don't, but I would love to see Cruelty just fight back when they've been doing so poor recently.
You talk about them doing so poor. LIS, the one's not even an element anymore, so glad to see LIS already turning it up, but start of the day today, definitely better for Loyalty is Scarce than it was for Cruelty. And for round number 5, we'll go back to that basement once more, with LIS yet again playing heavy into this roam. Not as much change between this defense and the last time they played it as they changed up between the first and second time they went to the second floor. And it makes sense as they won the first time around on this objective. And not really changing enough, perhaps, to let Cruelty catch on. We've seen a couple of adjustments here in this attacking side, but yet again, they're going to try to enter towards the lobby and cafeteria side. Clear that part out first, but Skimzy a little overeager playing the cutoff angle and gets cut off himself by Brios. Opening kill goes to Loyalty is Scarce. Ivan with a response though, and Brios prompted to fall back after that. Doesn't want to give up his life too soon. And there is one outside storage, but for now, still quiet.
There's a good amount of time remaining. And I think so far they're adapting to what went wrong in round 2. But Brios is still here with that super shorty. He's got his buddy, Mr. B, in cargo. I think is going to drop down to that first floor. And now it seems like they're ignoring Brios and Alex. They got rid of Epic, but it's such a risk. It's more calculated than we saw in round 2, but I worry that we're going to see just almost an exact shot-for-shot remake of what we saw in round 2, because Brios and Alex do look incredibly comfortable.
And Fatal just waiting for someone to make a mistake on this roam. Alex is going to start to make a play, but Pyrox has been shut down by Mike W on the site. Aggressive play for Mr. B, caught for just a moment there. And Mutombo does find one back, but his verticality, like you had mentioned, is starting to become a problem. Fatal nowhere near him, just waiting for someone to give themselves up. And he misses the opportunity once he gets it. Spent his whole round waiting for just that, and now has to tuck his head in shame and turn back towards this site to try to make a play with his teammate. Mutombo does have site control, but with the case in hand, he needs to make a big play. Mr. Beast killed his teammate. There was one behind, but that was the one who died. So it's 2 players left in Nano. Mutombo has now seen both of them, and Fatal gets that info so we can walk towards the site. He doesn't have the case, though. That's Mutombo's job, and so far away, but the wide swing from the Azami not caught, and it has to be the pistol on the Montaigne in the 1 versus 2. Nice damage to Mr. B dealt. But I don't know if he has it in him. Still diffuser to be planted. Could possibly try to stick that soon and hope the defense tries to call his bluff. He's already halfway through it. And LIS were so far away, they could start to make a push now. Matumbo needs to isolate a fight. He wins the first, and this could happen. I don't know if I'd believe it, but a 1 versus 1 against DeMontagne, not the easiest thing in the world. After the recent changes, he may just stand a chance, but Alex just running circles around this site, and Matumbo is happy to do just that, knowing he is at the advantage. Doesn't have a chance to de-shield, though, and Alex just keep hacking away, hoping that one of them is going to turn the tables, but I don't know if it will. Matumbo, he's an expert on the Monty, but he gets taken down. Alex with a huge clutch and plenty of time to lock that in. Loyalty is scarce, nearly clutched on, but they hold their nerves. And Alex not getting the shakes anymore.
Oh my goodness. That was an exciting watching a player beat down a shield for about 25 seconds I have seen in recent memory. It was incredibly well played by Matumbo. I really wish Fatal had probably helped a little bit more, but it seems like there was so much chaos happening within the last 30 seconds. I mean, Matumbo flashed over to Animus. You clearly saw that there was a bit of dysfunction, but LIS, it's once again the roamers. Mr. B and Alex were roaming on the second floor, on the first floor, and it came down to those players to get the job done. And as we now get to our last LIS defense and Cruelty attack, it's going to be on the second floor. It's been 1 for 1 so far, but that was one round where Cruelty had a very direct access to that roamer, and I think Alex is going to be in a very different spot, similar to what we saw in round 3. So a 3-3 would be amazing here. This is their map pick. They want to get every advantage that they can, and I think setting yourself at a 3-3 on Nighthaven would be just about as good as you want.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
Obviously, Alex pivotal in the last round. You mentioned him again. I don't know if he's gotten off vigil this whole defensive half.
He is not. No.
He is not. No, not once. As Brios, a cheeky spawn peek, spotted out by the drone, but seemingly his guardian angel comes to him and in a vision tells Brios to get away from the wall, but it doesn't mean he's gonna get away safely. While ascending the stairs, he stops to shoot just a little bit, and that will be his end. Team Cruelty with an opening kill, not 25 seconds into the round. And Loyalty is scarce, as if things weren't already not going so well for them on the top floor. Habitually only winning the site once out of the 2 times they've tried it. This round not off to a great start either.
My guardian angel going to lose its wings. Not very good.
Listen, you can't blame the guardian angel.
He gave Brios the woo. Mike W. The Mossberg has been almost a main character today, and kind of giving LIS a free entry back into the round. Mike saying, kind of questioning that in chat, I kind of agree with him, because it feels like that is just a weird play, especially without any real follow-up. I do think that you would like to see Ivan in a better position, because he is having a pretty good game, all things considered, what we saw in that game up against Wildcard.
Yeah, the solo lurks when you're at a man advantage like that, especially that early on, never really feel like the play. Matumbo now the next one to challenge Water. Being the Montaigne, he seems well equipped to do so, but they're walking in electrical already, and Skimsy's dead for it. Epic with that kill. Alex just died to Fatal, though, so not all bad for Cruelty, as Pyrox with a lurk of Warehouse, but everybody's dead towards Water. Now Pyrox the only player alive, and seemingly everybody out of sync, and soon he will fall just like his teammates before him. It's Epic to put down 2, and a clean comeback for Loyalty is scarce.
What is that? What? we had 5 rounds of like good siege. Like, it was Cruelty obviously had their mistakes, LIS had their strengths, and vice versa. But that was just so weird and bad. I have no idea what happened there, and you just kind of have to thank their lucky stars that the sides are swapping and that Cruelty gets to go on the defense, because LIS, if that would have been, you know, going on 2-3 more rounds of Cruelty attack, I think LIS would really love to go on a run there. But I think you just got to toss that entire round. That was so I can't be like too harsh, because it was just one round, but it was still really bad round.
Yeah. I think the timing was off, and just generally, a lot of people very alone, and as LIS at the disadvantage, that's what you want, right? You want out of a 4-on-5 to get those individual fights, to be able to get aggressive somewhere, take a fight against someone, win it, and then all of a sudden, you're back in the 4-on-4. They were given a couple of opportunities like that, but still, like you said, a good half, all things considered, out of both sides, a 4-2 defense start. Pretty traditional, especially on Labs. So, Cruelty with plenty of room to work with, getting into their defensive side. And as they start things off, definitely not a very similar lineup to what LIS were bringing when they went onto the defense, but the Monty already making an appearance for Loyalty is Scarce, and Mr. B already into top water, challenged by the shotgun, but the Warden will quickly get away, just barely evading Alex PRS.
That's about a milliseconds away from getting a very good entry. Mr. B has been on the Monty a long time. Even before all the buffs and the rework, he was on Monty, and I considered him as one of the best Monties in Tier 2 NA, because he just played it like no one else. He played it as Monty should, and I really like seeing him on it now. Would love to get that free entry, but they're going to shift their focus away. I believe that's going to be over towards Connector, potentially. So that's a great way to get your Monty and get them in the face of somebody, as Alex is still over by the CC and has the Boss G on Dekebi. You usually see that on the Vigil, but Alex is clearly just feeling something nice with that gun so far. He is 5-3, so I don't blame him.
Yeah, the SMG-12 really the highlight for Alex so far this game as well, but has the Boss G in hand for now. Frost on the shield. Almost caught from this side, but eventually will evade out of Electrical. Matumba with a good opener, but responded to immediately by Brios. That's the walk-in through Meeting Hall. So I'm assuming he just got swung on by the player near the pillar. And that ended up being a 1-for-1. Cruelty trying to challenge these LIS attackers, but just not getting the swings they were wanting. LIS trying to bait some aggressive swings out of Cruelty, but Ivan not taking the bait, just doing this dance, happy to do the tango all day long. As Brios trying to walk in now from Connector, aggressive swing, and it's shut down immediately. That's not what you wanted for Mike W, as it's an advantage now back to Cruelty. The Monty alone, you can challenge him, and down to 1 HP is Mr. B. At the same time, Pyrox finds a kill elsewhere. Alex down, and both the last two attackers on almost no health. Brios with a great lurk, but he falls down the hatch. And Loyalty is Scarce, cannot catch a break this round. The walk up on Ivan is going to get something done, but the back in needs to go the Montaigne. And if he gets meleeed in the wrong spot, it will be the round over now that Brios has also died. And that's all that you needed. Pyrox to close it. Cruelty looking confident on the defense.
A lot of that strategy was really hoping that the players would fall for the bait. And it felt like it was on a nice edge. Like maybe a player just sidesteps to the left and gets caught out by the other player inside of Electrical. But I don't like it when strategies are counting on the enemy team making a mistake, because sometimes when a team is definitely just tripping over their own shoelaces, we have seen that from Cruelty, especially in their game against Friendship Team in the Element playoffs. But so far, Cruelty do seem a little locked in, and LIS probably would have loved some sort of pinch from IT, maybe from the Aqua walk-in as well. They're going to stick onto the Monty, it seems, as Cruelty go back down to that basement, and one would assume that they would also send somebody to roam like we saw in LAS. We'll kind of get to compare the two, also get to compare the attacks. How are LAS going to directly approach that roam? Are they going to just try to go straight to the site, cut out the middleman, go directly for their roam head on? There's a lot of options.
Attackers must locate and defuse a
Really
bomb.
have seen a lot of teams start to do what Cruelty was doing just now, which is go after just that cafeteria side, try to take a little bit more of the first floor, but not all of it, and then clear down into sight. That's what OXG were doing against Wildcard in their close call match, but this looks like it's going to be a rush straight in through the main wall. Everybody set up and ready to go. The pre-fire in for Mike, but nobody in just yet. Mr. B finally going to hop in, and the verticality needs to come into play here for Cruelty, as Matumba with the C4 out does shut down the plant. That's perfect. Alex with a trade, but Brios way too far forward, and Matumbo given a second. And now the attack has reached a standstill, but Alex on the lurk is perfectly played. to get 2 back. Ivan needs to make a play because he's being spotted and lowered in HP, and Epic able to get a good kill onto Mutombo. That's back and now in favor of LIS, with Alex a really weird element in this round. He is just behind the whole defense, and they have no clue what to do about him. Ivan's dead, and now Epic kills Pyrox from the side. It was a 4-on-3 with a rush shutdown, and LIS still managed to make it happen.
I feel like the vertical had no say in the entire round. It really was just a one-on-one horizontal breakdown. I think you had Alex pushing over from the vending stairs. That was really the only wrench thrown into it, and he kind of made it. Like essentially, Cruelty could, without Alex, only needed to focus on the actual breach. It wasn't anybody coming from Animus, it was just the breach. But with Alex, they now had to focus on the breaches directly in front of them, but also directly to their right. And because of the limiting numbers of Cruelty, they only had about 2 to 3 players. They couldn't set up their trades, one thing that they've been pretty on so far. I think LIS have been using Alex really, really well. And I've criticized him a lot for not being present in games, but when he is here, he looks like he belongs. And so far, he is just, I think, the one difference maker between Cruelty and LIS, and I think he's a big reason why they're currently up 2 rounds.
Love extra elements on a rush like that, and I think Alex really the one that did make the difference there, like you had said. Cruelty now onto storage instead of trying to give the basement a go again, and they bring out their signature Scopos. Ivan loves the Scopos. If you're seeing Scopos ran in an Element 4 match, chances are it's specifically Ivan, not just Cruelty. He plays this op a lot, and honestly, love it on this site. This isn't the kind of objective where we saw when LIS did it. You're honestly going to be contesting every floor of the map. You want to play the basement, so you can play for like C4s and plant denial from downstairs. You want to contest the second floor, so you don't give away the vert for free, and you could possibly use that as a win con late. And obviously you contest the first floor, since the site is on it. Ivan can use those 2 different shells to get wherever he'd like. But so far, LIS not making it clear where they want to enter the building first.
Droning out, checking to see who is available for entry. LIS are a very fast team. Their time to opening kill is one of the highest in Element. We use Element a lot just because we have a good stats engine for that. It's a good descriptor as to see how they fare up against different teams, so that's why we refer to it a lot. Alex just gets tossed. Nobody's there for his trade. It really was just an all-or-nothing thing, and that is sometimes how they like to use Alex, and sometimes why he is putting up significant deaths is because you have plays like that, where he just kind of walks at the enemy, and it's an odd play even in the context of the round.
Yeah, when it works, it looks beautiful. When it doesn't, it's a 5-on-4 in favor of the other team. So it's kind of the duality that you take, knowing you'll have someone who's making plays like that. With the vert now being worked, though, for LIS, a lot to be happy about for the American squad, even though they are down in man count. They could start to make an execute work soon. Nobody in storage, and I'm not 100% sure, other than Skimzy and vending. It feels like it would be tough for this defense to do anything about a plant happening soon enough in storage. Once it happens later on, of course, you are going to have those echo cameras start to come into play, especially with that downstairs control. If they have info in that site, they could use it to deny a plant from below. But LIS still trying to figure out what exactly they want to do. Case in hand for Mr. B, and he looks like he wants to walk in storage. He's going to go through the door, but it's being watched. But it wasn't being watched there. And the plant on top of the table to try and deny. Nobody in either of the sites. The vending player needs to make a play. Otherwise, the plant's just going to go down, and it does. Advantage still to Cruelty, but it's only just a 1-player advantage. LIS, still with multiple players up, could easily hold this post plant. Mr. B runs away, but Ivan needs to make the run out. He's so far out. He wants to try and hit the case defuse now, but Brios is also in the site. Good trade for Fatal, but it's the thermite upstairs who can work the vert. That's what you need to worry about. They're running a player back upstairs. It's Mutombo and CC Hall, but the red pings on him are going to give the advantage to the thermite, but he gives away where he is. Nice shot, though, and now Fatal has to hope he can make the play, but through the floor! A clutch and a triple kill for this smoke. Barely enough time left on to make sure that he locks it out. LIS only up 1 is Cruelty with a wonderful response.
definitely felt like LIS, once they got that plant down, they had the keys. They throw Mr. B upstairs. I think Cruelty should not have even let that go in the first place, and I'm trying to think in my head, because the Echo got EMP'd. Can you still get on cams if you're EMP'd? That's a weird question, because it feels like it should have a direct response. But I've never had to think about that. Is it like that? Like, is that some just like huge oversight that I'm missing? Because they had the yokais and in cargo, but it just didn't get used.
I feel like you can.
I also feel like you can.
I'm pretty sure you can, but I don't know. Maybe I just have never been in that position. I'm not sure.
Why didn't you stop the plant with the yokai?
Maybe the yokai he had left got deactivated by that EMP.
That's also true.
Probably, I would imagine that would be what happened. Either that or just so much going on at once, you just don't think to check it in the 7 seconds. Or, like, it was so early, or like relatively early, they had like 30 full seconds left. Maybe Cruelty didn't even think it was worth it, because you're not going to stop the plant for long enough.
Well, here's the thing. They had the yokai in cargo, it was being used, and then the EMPs go out, and suddenly that's a wash. So I am going to attribute that the EMPs of LIS were a factor as to why they got their plant down, which kudos of them. That's a very smart play.
Yeah, probably intended to deal with C4s. They still deal with that anyways. And now Cruelty get a chance to go back up to the 2nd floor. And all things considered, going 2 for 3 on your first 3 defenses is just about the expectation, right? Because your opponents hit that 4-2 half to start. So you're on par with where you should be right now for Cruelty. Not exceeding expectations, but just about living up to them. But early control so far as Mr. B starting to walk his way in towards Warehouse. Almost keep it off, but I think his shield messed it up a little bit. So, interesting interaction. And now the Kiva hasn't gone off, so B can still make the walkout just fine.
That definitely feels like a little bit of a bug, but you take that if you are an attacking member. B is already up on the stairs, and they are just going to reinforce the wall. That feels very early to do something like that. There's still a minute 45. That's going to allow LIS to take a lot of space in rafters, and if they can get this IT wall open, I feel like there is the possibility for a pretty big pinch to come out from this LIS attack. They have the time to deal with all of the Kibas and the Black Mirrors, and
no.
I must have just not known that Fatal was there. You're lucky you get the refrag, but you lose the Clash, and that is a killer.
And they're trying to make a big play. You can see Skimzy going all the way around for a flank up water, but now a man disadvantage. That play will need to be huge from him. Shots through the Maverick hole are going to be good for 1. Not quite a kill from Matumbo, but a kill for Skimzy. He's getting walked on from IT, though, and something went wrong. And no response from Matumbo. Just takes it from Epic. Another kill for Mike. And it has to be Ivan in the 1 versus 3. Diffuser not in hand for the attack at the moment. I'm not sure where that ended up. They do get it back. Mr. B now in control of the case. And he's got a couple of cutoffs from his teammates that'll help him get this plant down. Prone angle inside of IT, and Epic. The 1 to shut it down. Ivan just barely not ready for that enough. Couple of shots at the door frame. And the AK-12 shots, not the same. LIS, match point on Cruelty's map pick.
And there's a lot of little misplays that I don't think LIS directly force Cruelty to make, but I think the reinforcement of the rafters wall, I think Fatal dying, not catching Alex somehow near the Aqua Stairs, those 2 plays, I think, just enabled LIS to be very confident within their swings, and now they get to go up match point. This is going to be a Cruelty timeout, so take it just a little bit of a breather here, but LIS have had the advantage, I think, when it comes to a bit of strategy and a bit of utility. It's not a far advantage. You can kind of see on your screen, everybody is showing up. There is nobody who is like 2-8 or some person who's going like 12-5 or something. It's very even, and that's how you know that there are some key differences in a couple of rounds that separate these teams.
Very slight. but all things considered, it makes the difference just significant enough
It's
so
been
that
a
LIS...
good map. It's been a good
Oh,
map.
for sure. LIS with comfortable cushion, it feels like here, but could just be taken away immediately. With Cruelty taking this next round, all of a sudden the attack back on the ropes, pressure on them. And Cruelty got to go back down to the basement for this one. The only site they lost their first time around, they want to give it another go with match point on the line. Couple of significant changes Castle Barricades brought to maybe supplement the roam just a little bit more. And Cruelty just want to make sure they're not going to get hit by that same rush, so they set up that mirror window on the assembly wall, but I can't imagine it'll be that same rush twice over. Not really the kind of play you can get away with a couple times. Force the defense to adjust to you, but actually Cruelty look like they're doubling down on that roam game, not anticipating the same play twice from LIS. They've got one player in the basement. That's 2 now, but that's 3. Okay, you know what? Never mind.
Sequential breaching activated.
You're not really going to have the opportunity for a rush, one would think, now. So I want to keep my eyes on Alex for this. Because remember, he was kind of the big player in everything. It's going to be a very stock standard push. Get into garage and get in through IT wall. It seems Cruelty, they are going to have just a very kind of Kafe hold. It's exactly what you said that a lot of teams like to do, but now LIS are just kind of going to go from top down. They're going to bring that ramp. They also have the Dekebi as well to provide phone calls, one of which already got out, and now we're going to have to wait a couple of seconds to get that back.
And so far, nobody meeting on the attack and the defense, but LIS happy to take all this free space without much consequence. They're going to move from the warehouse side over to take this first floor and already start working that verticality. Cruelty hoping to meet LIS at their entry point, but LIS choose every other entry point than the one that Cruelty were prepared for. Now Alex up on the second floor wants to hold for a play behind Cruelty through vending and through lounge. They're just trying to play structure around these staircases with the smoke canister to slow things down in cargo. LIS a lot slower than we usually see from them.
There's those F-Nots combined with actual smoke, not just figurative smoke, that blinds your vision. It's not really going to do too much, just waste some amount of time, which, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the job of the smoke, but I worry that it's not going to be enough time. But Ivan getting that kill onto Mike W, that's the entry that Cruelty are wanting. It's not without a trade, and as Brios just flexes on this Cruelty team, is it going to be enough to push them over the edge?
Not quite, or it is for Brios, rather. Not quite enough out of Cruelty. It's 3 kills in a row. And now they've left Matomo and Ivan with everything to do. The Mira and the Legion in very predictable spots on the site, not something that normally works to the benefit of the attack. C4 out, really well timed, and they didn't have the cover for it. Aggressive goes Matumbo, and 2 kills for him. But Alex gets another onto Ivan, so it has to be all the Mira all day long. Damage dealt to Alex, but that's gonna give away where the vector is. And together Epic and Alex will shut the map down. 7-4 it goes to Loyalty is Scarce, looking as confident as they normally do on Nighthaven Labs.
It's not too shocking.
What a finish. I mean, we're back and we're quick with it. But man, V, it was, well, I think the question that we all asked for both teams was, can we see more well-rounded play from Cruelty? Can we see everyone on LIS step up? I think the answer to both of those questions is yes, but LIS, it was a little bit stronger.
Yeah, they definitely had the gumption. I think the core of their team is a bit better than Cruelty's. I think they have the higher ceiling, but also have the lower floor, and currently they are reaching the higher highs that some of us expect from them.
No question about that, right? We saw them kind of keeping that energy that they brought in with this game from their OXG loss. Again, a very close finish there. Obviously, Cruelty putting up a bit more of a fight than we may have expected right out of the gate, but it was close. But Aiden, it was still LIS who did not give it up at the end.
No, they just didn't. They looked a lot more solid all the way through. That attacking side coming out on top 3-2, even though it started well for Cruelty. Once loyalty is scarce, can kind of adjust to what they were getting into. They knew exactly what to do. And it felt like so many plays like that, just so well played and well structured by loyalty is scarce, which I'm happy to see, right? Because we saw so many teams thrive against this Cruelty roster with more structure, but when you just try to go head-to-head in the gunfights, that's where you can struggle. So it's a good thing that we start to see LIS on those attacks default back to a little bit more structured play, and they closed it out in those last 2 rounds, taking their time, especially in that basement attack, and it looked really, really solid from them. Even with the hero plays on the side of Cruelty, like that clutch that we saw in round number 9, just looked so solid and under control for LIS the whole time.
And going off of that, there's kind of 2 trains of thought for me going forward. One, this was Cruelty's map pick. They chose to go to Labs, and how does that transfer onto Skyscraper? Something that isn't theirs. But also, the second train of thought is, it feels like Skyscraper is a very different map than Labs, and I feel like one thing you do want to transfer over from there is your mechanical skill, and so far, like Cruelty, especially Matumbo, he hasn't been asked a lot when it comes to guns, but so far, he is looking real nice out there.
Tempo is one of those guys that I always like to highlight when talking about Cruelty, when talking about anyone in LATAM, really, when you're talking about one of those top players, maybe one of the unsung heroes who doesn't often get all that praise. When he steps up, it can be a very significant contribution to the team. But we look at someone like Pyrox, Aiden, who was well and ahead the #1 and sometimes only contributor in their matchup against Wildcard. This time, we did see more well-rounded contributions. We saw Fatal, we saw Ivan, we saw a little bit more of that depth that this roster has to offer. On Skyscraper, though, somehow we're going to need to see a little bit more than that. We're going to need to see Pyrox now do the same as the rest of his team with Matumbo, Ivan, and Fatal leading the way.
That bad?
Listen, as a Pyrox lover, this hurts me to say, but he was the worst performer there on that map. And statistically, it's not always like that, right? You can, like you were talking about, with a guy like Matumbo, he's bottom of the leaderboard. You're not necessarily always too hard on him. But for Pyrox, he's normally on those roles where you need to make big plays like that. And he's not able to do it there. I know he has it in him, though, to do way better than that. So I'm excited to see how they can bounce back as a squad and Pyrox as an individual going into the next map. But all things considered, loyalty is scarce, the kind of team where you always talk about them. Anyone can step up, and they were all within 3 kills of each other. Anyone and everyone stepped up today and had a good game at the right time. I love to see that.
Yeah. I will say there's kind of a silver lining. Mike W also was on the bottom. Did not get an entry kill. Wasn't as bad as Pyrox in that game, but definitely, wasn't the star that we saw in that first series up against Oxygen.
What a turnaround from Alex, though, to go from a Kafe performance where we're all scratching our heads going, what's going on here, to then lead the way in that third map on border against OXG, to lead the charge here on Labs, and, well, maybe to continue that on Skyscraper coming up. This series continues, and maybe LIS can close this one out in 2. All that and more coming up next. loyalty is scarce. They could not close it out in 2 against OXG. We knew that was a tall task, but can they do it this time against Cruelty? The opponents who have the chance to make history, potentially being the first Mexican roster to compete at a 6 Invitational. Unfortunately, V, that history seems ever further in the distance, as not only are they here in the losers bracket with elimination on the line, but they've lost map 1 and need to come back on Skyscraper and somehow get the win there.
Yeah, they would have to play 2 more maps, win this out, go face Oxygen and Wildcard, because they would have to play both of those eventually. So it is a very long road from here. Cruelty, I think a lot of us see them as kind of the underdogs in this scenario. They were the 4th seed, definitely seeded the lowest out of all of this. So maybe they have it in them. I don't know. We'll just have to see.
Well, in a year that is history-making for North America already in terms of the most represented region at the 6 Invitational, loyalty is scarce. Aiden is hoping that they can be a part of that history by pulling off something that most teams wish they could pull off at one point in their life. The Miracle T2 open qualifier to close qualifier to last chance qualifier finals to 6 Invitational run. Is it possible? Do you think they have it in them?
I think they definitely could, but I'll tell you what, Alex struggled a lot on Kafe. He was a big player in the last couple of maps, but coming into Skyscraper, less opportunities for big lurks like that, so we'll see if they can get it done. Thank you, Jonah. Appreciate you coming on. Anything else?
All right. No, that's it. Absolutely. You guys take it away. Map 2, Skyscraper. This should be a good one.
Sure thing. Map 2, Sky, and like we said, LIS picking into this, but V, I think we keep going back to it. I don't know, right? This seems like the map they wouldn't really want to be the ones to choose.
You just like cut off the second part of that. Just I don't know. I think that's a good descriptor of both Cruelty and LIS. Because so far, I think they've set the standard that we're in the know more than the don't know between these two teams. If any of that makes sense to anybody, it only makes sense if you've been following the trajectory of both of these teams who have been very, very inconsistent, but LIS have kind of settled down and they want to finish it out, beat this team, and then potentially would have to play Oxygen again tomorrow, which would be a very funny rematch.
Would be a funny rematch to see, of course, because LIS got so close the first time. Maybe different maps they could turn it around, or maybe they just got the perfect ban phase. Who knows? What was that?
Yes, I was going to say we get to gas that this time.
Oh, yeah, we do. That'll be fun. So, yeah, that'll be an exciting one to get to. If Cruelty can make it there, though, just as exciting, and that's not a matchup we've seen yet between Cruelty and OXG, and at least not through the closed qualifier so far. And Cruelty is going to have to start here, but fortunately you're starting on the defensive side of Skyscraper. Very, very good. Perhaps you could argue the most defender-sided map, the best side to start on of any map, is the Skyscraper defense. So they've got just about the best momentum creator in their hands right now. What can they do with it?
I kind of see this as an opportunity to really set the standard. So this is a very defender-sided map. 5-1 is kind of the standard, I think, for Skyscraper. And for Cruelty, which is a team that does like defense a lot more than attack, they would definitely love to crush this team under their thumb with a 6-0. I don't think that's going to happen. I think LIS's attacks are really one of their strong suits. They kind of shifted things up after the initial close qual weekend and have kind of scattered about and haven't really settled down. But so far, this is the day that they have settled, and hopefully their attacks have kind of returned to form.
That is the hope, that is the expectation for LIS, as they're a team who can frequently get a lot going on attacking sides. They did it a lot through Swiss. But this obviously not the best map for that. 45 seconds in already. They're off to a decent start, stationing Epic on the, rappel near the cutoff for the Shrine window. Trying to make sure that anybody who falls back from this roam extension dies in trying to do so. But a heavy roam extension at that, as Geisha is where Ivan is at the moment on the Azami. Pyrox trying to help out. and kill anybody who walks in towards top black. But now this long angle spotted out. They could have Alex walk up restaurant and try to deal with it. They could have somebody else walk in through top black to try to deal with it as well. But are they aware that Ivan is still in Geisha? My question for the time being. They seem to be. But not a ton they can really do about this. Good cutoffs being set up, and the Great Wall at China to get back to the site. Their Great Wall, they fully cut off the window. I love this region.
That is objectively hilarious.
I love it.
There is no reason why you need to do that. Like, you could set up just like one Kiva on the window and it'll cover pretty much whatever you need. But so far, we'll see what it does. It's going to drain a lot of revolver shots from Alex and the player over by the terrace window. So if your goal was to like soak up bullets, you've done your job there. Still an odd choice, but Mr. B, he's very far forward, and only friend he has is over in Shrine and Dragon, but it's Fatal who's going to strike first.
Yeah, Brio's dead. One of his friends over in Dragon, and Mr. B just so far forward. Another C4 out, and he's baiting so much of the use heal that actually got them to break their own Malusi Banshee. So good progress for LIS, but they are completely pinned in here. It is the massive funnel set up by Cruelty, but Fatal walks right into Mike W's sight lines. Ivan with a good trade back, ready for another one is Matumbo, but Mr. B gets another kill, and as Mike W kills Matumbo, it has to be the two players left on the site to make it work. Desert Eagle out, and nice shots for Ivan to close, or Shirley to close. Mike W needs to pick a case back up and make something happen with it in just 5 seconds, and he won't even hold onto his life for it. None of the kills, none of the plants, none of anything for LIS at the end of that round. And Cruelty start off Skyscraper up 1.
You saw the idea for LIS. I just don't think they set everything up before actually initiating. I don't think they had the players in terrace that they wanted. Mr. B pushed way too far up for my liking. It felt like he was trying to force the execution when, as I said, the pieces just weren't there yet. It's a idea where they had the options. They just couldn't really put it together. So LIS are still gonna go on the Monty. Monty feels like a absolute mainstay for Skyscraper, and it's not surprising, especially on this T push where you're gonna kind of force him in through that black door, and even can kind of get him in on the karaoke walls. You use the shield, plant it down. A lot of times you might have an Osa for assistance as well, but they're gonna have the Blackbeard as well. I would think that they would potentially push from a black over, have a player go from underneath in restaurant, and then just go up the black stairs. And for Cruelty, they're putting a lot of options on the other side of the building from an office over, and we'll see if their utility matches up with LIS's.
Well, so far, not much of an attempt as 2 shields on the Loyalty is Scarce side. Only one of them banned out, and it was the Blitz taken off by Cruelty, an iconic Mr. B operator, as that's another one of the ones he's been playing for ages, much like the Montaigne. But both the Blackbeard and the Monty going to be very good at walking at some of the defenders far away from the site and forcing them to give up that map control. And if they want to try and pressure black stairs, they've got pretty much a lone smoke here to deal with them. So if they can find the right angle, this could be really effective. But for now, they're just going to walk at it from the top side, not really walking at him from below, and just trying to establish themselves across that second floor.
If you could just drain out his utility as well, not really gonna complain. I mean, it's very vital.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's all 3 gone as well.
It's at least 2.
At least, and that's a massive bonus. You're only gonna keep the Monty outside until about a minute 45 at most. And Mr. B is just going to take all the space you're going to give him. We could have a potential collapse on the player inside of Shrine as well. Skimzy is going to put up a cube barrier just to give himself some sort of assistance, but I don't think he's ready for the drop-in. And here comes 2 players, somehow gets away and almost nades his own player.
Nice shot for Fatal to make it a man advantage for Cruelty out of that whole engagement. And you're absolutely right. I don't know how Skimzy got out, but impressive that he did make it. The double shield collapse, not easy. but played that razor-thin edge just about as efficiently as he could have, getting out the instant Brios was able to shoot at him. You can no longer see that as Ami. A minute left, and then they're going to have to start to walk in towards top black because every other avenue into the site has been taken away from them. And Mr. B has to find some kind of a way to contest black stairs while also being wary of the player in T, trying to swing them aggressively. Wants to take an aggressive fight onto one, and as Brio swings wide, he doesn't quite kill Pyrox. Swing to compliment from Ivan, but he can't get the kill either, and just barely missing out on these kill opportunities are LIS. Matumbo with a good kill into Alex, but Brios finally converts on an opportunity and makes it 2. Back into the round is Brios. 3 kills for him. And as soon as he pops a 3-ball, it's the plant going down. It's a retake tried but failed. The Blackbeard on a burner. All 5 to Brios.
We have not said his name a lot in these 2 maps, and he has made it known that he is ready to play single-handedly. Turned that round around 5v3, and here comes the Blackbeard, has the shield, has the gun to make it work. And Cruelty aren't even going to attempt the same site twice. They're going to go immediately over to Barbecue Kitchen. I think they should have tested the waters to go to karaoke again, because it felt like LAS were still kind of struggling to sync things together, and that was really present when it was a 5v3 and they had the shield inside of the site, and it really was just chaos that Brios was able to make a nice little home out of. We're all tied up, but I expect we will be very close so far throughout all of this. But for LIS, I mean, remember what I said before round 1, 5-1 is what you want, and they have a round, and we're in round 3, so you can do the math, because remember, there's like a cardinal rule of broadcasting: you don't do math on cast. So that we'll leave that up to the audience.
As we get into round number 3, not trying T karaoke again. Interesting that they want to go to Kitchen Barbecue. Is this site normally considered far worse than the other 2? Or not far worse, it's obviously still good enough to be played on the most defender-sided map in the pool. But T Karaoke more so just considered really good. Clearly Cruelty not so confident in that defense after Brios tore it up himself. And LIS back with this double shield, really abusing it. A lot of the time people ban the Blackbeard into loyalty is scarce. And this is exactly why, but would have been the same thing if you left the Blitz up, all things considered. Just the assault rifle, so strong, especially in Brios' hands. And 50 seconds in, loyalty is scarce yet again, working their way through that free map control.
They will give the space that you allow them. One thing that makes their attacks work so well is they take that map control, and then they kind of crunch toward any roamers, or if this is a top floor presence, what would be around Geisha and Drum. And so far, LAS, they are doing that. They have 2 of the players in Drum. Alex is over in Delivery. It seems like he's kind of doing his solo drone, solo play type of thing, but not actually initiating, because that would be a huge risk without LAS initiating their own push.
And LIS still not quite initiating that yet. C4 is going to blow up Skimzy's own bandit wires, but I'm sure he had tech for a reason for that. Actually, probably expecting a direct take and suspiciously worried at how little has happened on the second floor. But LAS are just playing this so slow. This structure that Mr. B was talking about trying to implement, not playing to their favor, is fatal. Will shut down Mike W. That's all of the Geisha pressure now dealt with. And now they can start to focus on the take directly into the site. They have the C4 hole that already opened up the floors so they can look at Delivery. Another C4 shot out of the air that almost made it worse. But LIS are stalling out. Mr. B down the restaurant stairs trying to make something out of this. But Epic is low on health and barely caught in the wrong timing. Pyrox with his first kill of the map. Last one of Cruelty on the board. But might just get them on the board for a second time this half. Ivan making it all the more confident. Brios would need another huge round. Possibly on par with his last. He would need another ace. And he's not up to the task. Pyrox with 3. Good time to see him come to life. As Cruelty back in the advantage.
We talked about how slow they went. And usually when teams are slow, it means that they're doing something with that time, whether it is droning, getting rid of crucial utility that they need to win the round, something that actually helps them. I don't know if LIS really did that, Happy. They've been a fast team through and through with their roam clears, with their executes, and that one just seemed like they were kind of lost in what they were doing. Not that things weren't clicking, like they were just doing the right things at the wrong time. They just didn't have a good idea of what they actually wanted to do with the clear, and it felt like it got abandoned halfway through. You had a couple players die on LIS. Alex is still underneath. He can't assist with the actual clear. All he can do is try to make this hero play, which I've stated that Alex can be extremely hit or miss, and he's 0-3. Fatal has 3 entry kills so far. And when LIS don't control the entry kill, they don't control a lot. It's something that is a big issue from round 3 that I hope doesn't carry on forward.
Well, I was talking about it coming into this map a little bit. It's a map where you're having a harder time finding lurk spots to make your way through. Not only is it a small map, but unlike Border, it's not very open. A lot more corridors, a lot more small, narrow doorways you have to squeeze your way through to try and make plays. And because there are only really 2 staircases on this map, not really, there are literally only 2 staircases on this map. Actually, no, there are 3. I'm mistaken. I have no idea how I forgot about the 3rd one. But it's not the easiest map to make lurk plays, and we're seeing that happen. Very map dependent is Alex, and so you might want to see him group up with the squad a little bit more, but still, LIS on the board already once, and like you said, that might just be good enough.
Anything from here on out is kind of bonus. And bonus would really enable LIS. I mean, they already won map 1. That was Cruelty's pick. This is their map pick. And we have yet to see why they picked it. And granted, this you got to take it with a grain of salt. This is a very defender-sided map. But LAS so far on their attack have had a lot of small mistakes. And players that were red hot, Alex and Mike W, at least not Mike W was hot in the previous match, those players haven't really been here. And it's been Brios kind of lugging them along. He had his ace. Mr. B is one of the other players to get a kill as well. Those ones are the only ones pushing LIS forward at all, and it's gonna start with getting an entry. One of the players that I talked about needs to get a kill, and it's Mike W.
There we go.
Boom.
There we go.
Right on cue.
Right on cue, it's Mike W up to 3-2. With that opening frag, Pyrox dead early, came to life in the last round, and quickly has it taken away from him once more, but great prone angle from Ivan is going to even us back out, and the Echo is going to try and supplement the swing, but Mike W's ready! Not even fully aimed in, and he still finds the kill on his Skimzy. Works against the odds and to his own favor, somehow making that work. Fatal caught by the bees, but surely going to get caught on its way out. Somehow not quite yet. Still getting stared at. Brios is down now, but there was another kill found, and Ivan now finishes off Brios. 1 player advantage for Loyalty is scarce with both of these defenders in weird spots, and one of them already snuffed out. Ivan away from the objective. Is going to have to make God's work happen on his way back in, and a wide swing round, he just can't land. And that was pivotal. If you had found that kill on the way back in, maybe it could have gone your way, but instead, Mike W, the one to swing and lock at a 3K. Loyalty is scarce with a very solid attacking half so far.
And that's 2 attacks. We still have 2 more rounds to get through. LIS could really just kind of put their foot on the gas and roll all the way to the 2nd round of the lower bracket. And I think even though we're tied, the ball is really is in LAS's court. We've said it so much, and getting that 2nd attacking round just makes their presence bigger and bigger, unignorable, of which Cruelty would have to have really good attacks to fire back. And while there were some shreds of that on Nighthaven Labs, I felt like it was Mutombo's shield play a lot of the times that was really getting the job done, even in the kill department, and everybody else was kind of taken a little bit of a nap. And so far for Cruelty, their defenses aren't getting the job done. And I don't know if their attacks would really be the one thing you want to rely on.
I'm not sure if I would either, as attacking this map can be rough. Last map as well didn't quite find the attacking success that they would have hoped on, so all things considered, not necessarily the best track record today on their attacks for Cruelty, only winning 1 out of their 5 on Kafe against Wildcard, and then not winning a single one against Wildcard on Bank, which oddly enough means that they chose to start on the attacking side on one of those maps, but I digress. Got the defensive side start they wanted here, but still only tied after 4, and like you keep pointing out, that is a big disadvantage. With yet again this double shield meta being played to the fullest extent by Loyalty is scarce. And Cruelty bringing the cap can along this time, hoping it can do something about the demons running ballistic shields into their faces.
Well, that will definitely be interesting, because nobody's been really able to stop Brios. Blackbeard is a menace. He has been banned a lot. In a lot of the close qual games and in Element, there's just been no Blackbeard because he's strong. That's not even the right shield player. That's the one with the pistol. Mr. B fires back, takes down Matumbo. I think Monty is one of the last players you would expect to get an entry pick, but he gets the job done good as any.
Skimzy there in reception, able to catch Alex out, and now 0-0-5. The Lurks really just not working out on this map, and Pyrox from up top able to make it another one. But as soon as the advantage falls the way of Cruelty, it's gone, but only for just a moment. Mike W found one in response, but Fatal with another kill. Skimzy on the flank now gives up his hand, or not even on the flank, just walking up house stairs, but knows he'll be spotted if he continues to walk. The double shields are hard to navigate against, and Fatal just staring down one. Not comfortable, chooses to fall away, but now knows they're both moving away, so possibly can tell his teammate to get back up the staircase. But because both of these defenders are isolated, the shields could have a field day, but they just spotted Fatal in this site. Now it has to be Skimzy, but do they know he's so far around, already into terrace, and could catch the Blackbeard out. Big kill, big 2! Skimzy somehow makes it work into the 1-on-2, and not a clue in the world he was walking through the terrace.
That was such a crucial play by Skimzy. The scales were already so tipped for LIS with them winning 2 attacking rounds. 3 would have been so devastating. And with 2 shield players alive, one of them being Brios, I kind of had it in my head that it was like these Cruelty defenders aren't playing off of each other. They're not really getting any angles of which they're going to be able to shoot these shields. I don't know how they're going to be able to win this. And somehow, Skimzy is able to sneak through, get into terrace, and get the kill with the SMG-11. When they needed him, he has been big. And he's just kind of that player. You don't really talk about him a lot because he is more support-oriented. He's not going to be the one getting the kills, but I think he is an incredibly reliable player. And sometimes when he is left alone, and sometimes he is because he is a support player, he can pull these crazy things out of his back pocket like we just saw.
Just what can happen, and that's the danger with this whole Cruelty roster. At any given moment, they can just turn things around and make the individual plays happen. Sky, like I've talked about a lot regarding Alex, not the map where that's the easiest thing in the world to do, but still happens there for Skimzy, and at the perfect time to keep Cruelty at the advantage. You really can't let up more, like lose the defensive side on Sky. That might just be a death sentence. So at the very least, they've blocked out that it will be even. And speaking of Alex, he's on the Yana this round. So,
I feel like we haven't talked about, we're on bedroom.
Oh, okay. He's on Yana this round. Alex playing, Alex on Yana, we're on bedroom. This is just a weird round.
Yeah, we were talking about the last round so much that it was like kind of like, oh, we already got through the prep phase. Nobody mentioned it. This is not a site that is run a lot.
I was gonna get there eventually.
Yeah. Well, I'll let you do. Have you do the color point for this one. I'll lend you the temporary role.
Okay, sure. Not a site that's ran often because it's very easy to pressure players out of vital spots above the site that you need to hold that site itself. That verticality very hard to contest. You can already see they've fully been flushed out of exhibition, or out of office, and almost out of exhibition, with only Mutombo remaining there. So Cruelty on the back foot already and kind of required to make a play, but we've seen them in comfortable spots to do that before, so maybe they'll make it happen again. How's that for your color point?
I like it. I like it. I do want to say, I was going to mention Alex in delivery because it seems like he was pushing up, but it's Epic who's going to strike on Mutombo. There's a big entry, immediately traded out. Skimzy drops the diffuser in Samurai to pull out the revolver to try to get the kills slowly, sneaks up, and I think he went the wrong way. Mr. B has no idea. It's a backstab with a gun. And now up 3v2, it's the dreaded Blackbeard shield that they have to go up against.
Well, finally, that demon of Skimzy taken down, but Fatal, he's right behind you, isn't he? Mike W, turn around, straight out of a Marvel movie. And out of nowhere, jump scare from the Legion will let Brios know that he has to make the hero play happen once more. Case on the second floor, so not likely that he'll play for the plant. Instead, might want to play for the fights, but the first one he doesn't even know he has to take. Takes him down to like 20 health. C4 out, almost finishes him off, and he walks backwards into a frost map, but they didn't hear it. They didn't hear this at all. The C4 blinded them from the noise, and so they had a free kill. They chose not to take it. If they win this round, slowed down, advantage against him, but Brios, you can't do this again. Barely any health, he can barely walk because of the frost, and thanks to Pyrox, it will still be around to Cruelty. Brios nearly blew my mind, but Pyrox keeps the expectations grounded, and we do get the 4-2 defense half after all.
Okay, there's people who say, like, wow, that would, like, they choked that. Oh, like, wow. Can you imagine if they had lost what was essentially given a free kill? All that aside, Cruelty did get the 4-2. Somehow, I felt like LIS strangled them, yet still only walked away with 2 attacking rounds. And now the real game starts, because LIS has set the standard. They have said, all right, you need to get 2 attacks or better on an incredibly defender-sided map. And it's going to start on Barbecue Kitchen. It's going to test whether you can take that top floor, something LIS struggled with a little bit when they tried to attack these top floor sites. And for Cruelty, they're hinting that Amaru with the Monty and the Capitao, all of this combined would be really interesting for their first attacking round. An explosive one here would be wonderful if they can actually get the win from it and not toss it all off to the side.
And I like the start. Set the pace early and often.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And let them know from the jump that you can go fast whenever you want. Shield set up with presumably the shotty because he had the pistol out. For Alex, though. And after not killing anybody through the first half, they're enabling him at the top of Black Stairs. And I like, actually, no, he just happened to have the pistol out. He's got the Scorpion, so they want to play the shield top black. And so this top black strat with the Amaru may not bear much fruit because Alex is right around the corner. I'd have heard the rappel in, the jump out from Mr. B dealt with, and the run out next to follow does get the trade and no response from the player on the rappel. And so that is going to shift gears early. What could have been a fast play now quickly switched up for Cruelty.
I don't understand how Alex actually got a kill there. It felt like the player on rappel should have been right there for the immediate kill, but Mutombo on Shrine Balcony, I think alone. And now Fatal alone as well? Cruelty are at their worst when they're trying to make these solo plays, doing what essentially Alex does, but with 4 to 5 players. It's not working. It hasn't worked in the past, and I don't know why they're doing this now. Somehow it's still salvageable among the 3v3, but Ivan would have to make a beautiful 1v3.
He does manage the first, damage onto the second, and knows where the other one is at the top of Black Stairs. Case in control of the defense. Never a sentence you like hearing as an attacker. But he's already worked his way forward. Smoke towards top black to possibly help him advance, but the smoke canister to respond, and Alex gives away where he is to rotate all the way around. Now gives up the opportunity to Ivan to isolate the fight on Black Stairs, but he misses. Could have been a pivotal kill on a Mike Dub, but instead, he'll have to be content with just recovering the case. Can walk towards karaoke with this, with Alex all the way downstairs in reception. I want to try and play it back on the site itself. Drop in, ready for Alex. He gets the first, and now Mike W in barbecue. When will he make the play? Shotgun out for him. He's so low on health, so he needs to depend on that shotty. And Ivan may not check the right angle, but the pre-fire, Mike Dub hopes he had him, but now Ivan around the other side. Pre-fire for him as well, gonna give away where the Brava is. And just waiting for it. Both of these players teasing us out of the one-on-one, and Ivan now teasing the plant. The swing around, but it was just a fake. Mike calls his bluff and elects to stay in the corner. And Ivan just holding his nerve. Advances to the barbecue, knows he has Mike stuck behind the sushi bar. But can he possibly make a play happen? Has to push close, and it's a shotgun there, but a shotgun of his own. The secondary shorty makes sound cues to try and pop the swing from Mike Dub! And Ivan, cleaner in the 1v1, and a 1v3 for the man himself out of Mexico.
Never let them tell you size matters, Happy. It can be short, it can be long, but it will get the job done. What a clutch in the moment. What can you ask from a man like that? So many moving parts. The run out to go go to Shrine window. The run through the smoke. The tense 30 seconds. And yet, he walks away with the kill. This is what Siege is about. I love it, and Cruelty are loving it so much. They get one attacking round, and are one away from guaranteeing overtime.
That... I mean, that was great. I loved that. Especially the follow-up
When the
there as well was
it's
beautiful.
literally called the Super Shorty.
I know,
like,
and it was super there. Looking like the Super 90 from range, the Sniper 90 back in its prime. And LIS shaken after the kitchen barbecue start, which we never got to properly highlight. A very awkward start to go to kitchen and barbecue. I'm disappointed in myself for missing that until the end. But still, they choose to go to the offsite first, and it fails, and now you're a round down from where you wanted to start. And all of a sudden, that's such great attacking half for LIS. Doesn't quite look as good. And so Cruelty, now at a very comfortable spot. They don't have to play risky. They don't have to play weird. They can try to play more default and see what they can work against. Loyalty is scarce, hoping that this squad is scared, and they could maybe force this to map number 3 after all, after a shaky start on the attack, on the defense rather.
Definitely, it is possible, without a doubt. Their entries on Skyscraper have been next level. I mean, they are only up 4-3, but the fact that Mutombo has an entry kill, he's 1-2 currently, Fatal is 3-0. I think that highlights that it's the mechanical skill is transferring from labs. Everybody is putting up an impact. Mutombo is 4-6, but he's still got the entry in the last round as a Monty. Now he's got it again. They can hear me happy in the booth. He's got the kill as Thermite.
An opening frag for your Thermite onto your mute. A little bit odd, all things considered, but Mutombo with the step up when he needs it. And I'm with Jonah now, saying that he loves to talk about him. But today, Mutombo been showing up on the scoreboard as well. And yet again, Cruelty all so even. Not the same case on LIS. Mike Dub and Rio's way ahead of the rest of the squad. And you can see Cruelty getting that consistent performance across the board where they're needed. And now this extension for Loyalty is scarce may start to bite them. So they are starting to rotate back. Cruelty, maybe not making the play they needed to make as soon as they needed to make it, and now Alex is caught out Fatal. Might be turning on its head, but the Capitao bolts are in. Now the Capitao himself, or rather Mutombo, into Geisha, worried about getting caught, but Brios with a knife on his Skimsy and one from Epic. Pyrox with a trade though, so it's still in the realm of possibility for Cruelty. A knockdown into Alex around the corner, but another swing. Mutombo there for his teammate when he needs him. And they've known each other so long that it just looks so natural. Pyrox and Mutombo now can work together, the hard breach duo, into the site as the last player caught in Shrine. Brios has to work his way forward, but he's being held here by Pyrox. Pre-fires through with the red pings to help him make the advance, but the plant is down, and now Mutombo a factor. Mutombo no longer a factor. And Brios, if you blow my mind one more time, I just might lose it. Stuck on the restaurant stairs is Pyrox waiting for the swing, and he has the advantage. The ACOG at range will snipe him. And so clean. Pyrox comes back to life at the perfect times all map long, and a 6-2 advantage for Cruelty with 2 attacking rounds in a row on Sky.
Oh my god, these last 2 rounds have been feeding families. Matumbo, in the game up against Friendship Team, in the first 3 rounds of Bank, he spent a collective 2.5 minutes alive. That is how bad of a game, how bad of a series Matumbo was having up against Friendship Team, a team that was in the running in the closed quals and barely missed out on it.
Cruelty beat him.
Thanks to Cruelty. Like, that was the 3rd time that they had faced. He has been playing so well in this series. He's gotten the entries. Map 1 on the Monty. I've highlighted him so much. And you might be saying, hey, he's 6-7. Did you watch the previous round? It was a 2v5. They locked in. Cruelty are firing on all cylinders. They're playing so well around each other. And this is the Cruelty that I think a lot of us expect to see when we think of a Pro League team that has made majors, is on top for LATAM. This is the Cruelty.
100%. And the individuals on this team firing scary stuff to play against. And LIS, unfortunately, not having the same on their side. This LIS is map pick 2 as well. And it seems like our theory from the pre-show that both teams picking maps that we weren't sure would fit them might be true. Now, this one not over yet. I don't want to jinx it for the Cruelty fans in the chat room. But Loyalty is Scarce have looked a little bit shaky so far. And I think, like I highlighted in the middle of that last round, not quite the individuals performing to the same excuse me. Not quite having the individuals performing to the same extent across the board as they are on Cruelty. Nobody on Cruelty below 6 kills, and even then, one of them is your support player on 6 kills, which is not too bad, all things considered, especially when they're impactful, like in the last round. In this case, people like Epic and Alex can not be on that low of frags, really ever, for a team like Loyalty is Scarce to work solidly, and that's kind of the issue right now, it feels like.
I do want to say, it feels like Epic is, to me, Epic has kind of been on more like a flex role. He's been kind of ebb and flow, hasn't always been an entry, but he has been a consistent fragger. But I think Alex is definitely the person you can highlight. The lurks, not working on Skyscraper. There hasn't been a time where Cruelty has directly had to engage with Alex. And I mean, he is on the Mira, so clearly they're not having him on an operator or a role that is required to just be off the site and draw attention away from the actual attack. So I think we have to say that as well. But overall, Cruelty are definitely outpacing LIS when it comes to the guns.
And the Clash trying to chip down the Monty to whatever extent she can. As Mr. B, the one task with shutting this Cruelty offense down first. LIS falling back on their structure and hard as they are setting up the sort of iron curtain towards this Shrine Drums wall and making it as tough as possible for Cruelty to advance through. Loyalty is Scarce so far, seeing a lot of success with that. Is Cruelty yet to push the full brunt of the attack at them? Still 2 players downstairs, both the Deimos and the IQ looking for frags, and the Monty is getting absolutely wrecked by the Clash electrocution at the moment. But in the corner is Alex, and he's gonna get caught out. EMP on the Clash to try and walk her down together, and the runaway from Dragon. Epic didn't even try to take a fight, and he'll lose one to Fatal. 2 kills in a row for Cruelty. And now a response needs to come through. Brio's going to double down on that pressure into Dragon, but all that means is a triple down for Fatal, as it's 3 kills for the Ash, and just like that, he's positive, and just like that, it feels can be positive that Cruelty are going to win this map. We need an insane play out of Mike W, and finally able to get back on the board in a big way. Mr. B with one more, but he's turned the shield around, and just like that, Cruelty have turned this around from a 2-2 game where you're starting defense. Sky, is that going to be enough? Yes, it is, because we've got 3 attacking rounds in a row, and Jonah, we're going to need him at number 3.
Unreal how the momentum just shifted there to the middle of that game. An insane clutch with the super shorty that's got us all flying high, and man, Cruelty made it work, carrying that momentum through to the NV. A 7-2 finish to send us to map 3. No better way to carry that momentum into this one.
They really showed up when it mattered. I talked about how the bar had been set by LIS getting those 2 attacks. Cruelty got 3. They didn't even drop a single attacking round. And we were talking about like the maps being swapped. That's kind of what happened. LIS, they win labs. That was Cruelty's pick. Cruelty wins Sky. That was LIS's pick. It works out in the end, I guess.
And I think a 3-0 attacking half for Cruelty, just such a difference maker. And you can see what really made the difference was these consistent hero plays for Cruelty. People often call it an unreliable way to win games. But when it was happening time and time again, the clutch in round 7 that we're watching back now, the clutch in round 5 that Skimzy managed to make work, it's going to shatter anybody's mental. And for a team like LIS who haven't been together so long, who have 2 players who are newer to this high level of play like Alex and Epic, it's not going to help so much to just keep losing in such heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching situations like that.
Well, it's so easy how the momentum can shift, and we saw it there from several big plays from Cruelty. But I like that you mentioned it, Aiden. I mean, we saw moments where, just maybe Loyalty is Scarce are going to be able to find their stride and continue to build upon the success they had on that first map, but it just did not translate all the way through on Skyscraper. And V, that means that we go all the way to map 3. We try to unpack whatever we can from these first 2 maps, looking at map 3, looking at Border, a map that we have seen LIS play on already. I mean, what can we think about this one? Where could it possibly go?
I had an idea of how everything was going to go after map 1, but map 2 just threw everything into chaos. Fatal on the entries, Mutombo as well. I mean, Pyrex didn't even have like a ludicrous map. Everybody on Cruelty has just been showing up, and Brios is having to fight off the entire horde, and he needs some help in Border, and that is the only way that I see LIS taking this one.
Well, so far we can look at our full picture of this matchup and see where our stats fall after map 2. Again, as we said, we've seen a much improved Cruelty from their opening series against Wildcard. Is it enough to get them out of this lower bracket matchup and stave off elimination temporarily? We'll find out. Of course, as we mentioned, a much more well-rounded team, Aiden, who is seeing finally a little bit more of that cohesion that we kind of all asked for before we even got into this series. With that cohesion, they've finally been able to take a second map, and instead of playing like a Cruelty who doesn't really know how to compete in international waters, now they are playing like the Cruelty that we know.
Yeah, the Cruelty that we've seen in LATAM for so many years now, honestly, and it's great to see them do it. But I do think Border, reason to be happy for both teams, right? Because with Cruelty, like you said, they've been playing way more cohesive, and I think that Sky, being a smaller map, where on your attacks, you're able to stick closer together to some of your teammates much more easily, kind of helped with that, right? We saw at the very end, with Mutombo covering for his teammate Pyrox walking up Restaurant. That was in round number 8. They were able to stick close together, and they felt comfortable there. Maybe they weren't given that same ability on Labs. Border, another small map. However, Border also a map where there are more opportunities to make big hero plays and more opportunities to find gaps in the defense, which is exactly what LIS have been waiting on. This is where they thrive, and they looked really, really good. It's not easy to take OXG to round 15 on any map, and so I'm really, really worried for Cruelty coming into this next map. However, with how hot the guns look, I think we could be looking at a very deep game like we just saw on Border a few maps ago between Loyalty is Scarce and Oxygen.
Well, turns out our stats will have to wait. We're going to head to a quick break, and when we come back, the final map of the night, one team will be sent packing, the other staying alive in this LCQ. We'll find out after this. a night so far. I know our crew in Brazil, it is 2 a.m. and we are on the final map of the night, just waiting for this one to work its way over the finish line. But we are here, the last map, at least of day one of this North American LCQ. For the final time, Jonas Willinger alongside V, Light Rose Kohler, Aiden, Happy, Connolly to close out the action tonight. Quite a story here between Cruelty and Loyalty is Scarce. Map 2, this time V flipped for Cruelty, taking the 7-2 win, trying to take as much momentum they can into this final map.
We saw on Labs a very even stat line. I don't think Pyrox was really the only person who kind of stuck out like a sore thumb. This one, it's Cruelty who are really even, and then LIS have this massively skewed stat line. Brios and Mike W each putting up double digits, but Epic, Mr. B, and Alex, especially Alex, who had such a good map 1, 0-1 on the entry, and 3-9. Skyscraper is just not a good map for Lurks, and I fear that Border is going to be the exact same thing.
And you know what? For Cruelty on this start, that is wonderful for them. Specifically starting rounds Fatal 4-0 in his opening engagements. That is phenomenal to not lose a single one and to start almost half of the rounds off for your team up one player. A great start. We saw Pyrox get hot once again. It is everything going as planned for Cruelty. Even players like Matumbo, who we keep saying aren't showing up on the scoreboard. Jonah, I'm starting to fall in love with him the same way you are, because this guy is making all of the impact frags happen when his team needs it.
It is amazing to see it all come together, and it will for the final time on map 3. Cruelty and Loyalty is Scarce. Last time we saw this map, it went to round 15. I expect nothing different here. The loser packs their bags. The winner, still a chance to go to the biggest event the Siege world has to offer. V, Aiden, it's all you.
Much love, Jonah. We have reached midnight and 30 minutes after on the Eastern Seaboard for myself and V. Like Jonah mentioned, it's 2:30 in the morning for our Brazilian producers, so much love to them downstairs. Or our producers, production staff, really appreciate what we've got going on tonight. But no worries heading into map number 3. Just worried about what's going to happen inside the server, because V, we've seen LIS on this map before. This seems like a map where all those big pivotal lurk entry players that we've been talking about can step up. But could Cruelty just be too red hot right now?
There's one thing that kind of throws a wrench in everything, and it's LIS inflicted, and that is the Blackbeard ban. Brios got an ace on Blackbeard, and LIS banned Vigil?
With Alex on the team.
That's the thing. Is it
was
feels
the
like
only guy he played on Labs.
Cruelty have not shown Vigil, I think, at all. I can't think of, like, maybe there's been a couple instances, but
maybe
it is
they don't
not
want Alex to play it.
It is not something where it is just like, this is so bad, we need to take a part of our ban phase. Vigil is not one of the defenders in the rotation that needs to be banned. Maybe that is just, Alex, you need to, like, lock in. No Vigil for you.
He picks
you
Jokic.
can't.
If he has the boss G, he's making a statement.
If you can't win without Vigil, then you don't deserve him.
His own team telling him that would be hilarious and highly unlikely.
I
what I
do
imagine
not
it
think
is,
that is the case.
is that I've noticed that teams have this weird tendency to be more ready for things from the opponent that they do themselves, whether it be setups, whether it be extensions, whether it be flanks. And I'd imagine that might be part of that, right? You know how big of a deal Vigil can be yourself because you're enabling Alex to play him literally 6 rounds out of the 6 defenses you played on Labs. So you know it could be important, so you don't want to give your opponents that weapon. Maybe that's what made it such a big deal to LIS. All things considered, Vigil still taken off of the board. And now Cruelty. Well, they move in to the next map at a very heavy advantage with that heavy momentum going through Sky onto the defense start on Border.
Also I pointed upon it, I didn't go into it, but they did ban Blackbeard, which Brios played a lot, but that is something where it's just like, he's very strong on Border, so I think they just want to take him off the board, not even give Cruelty the chance to play him. And Alex a man we need to kind of lock in, as I said. He is the first one off the board.
A big pivotal kill to find first, and Skimzy the right person to get it on. We talk about this team being hot and cold. I feel like he's the epitome of that. You can see him go really, really hot or really, really cold, and it's good to get him started early. Good to get started on border early in general. You're giving up a decent amount of map control to compare to how some teams tend to play border, Cruelty are at least. But so far, not punishing, they're not getting punished for that, and actually punishing LIS for trying to contest some of that map control. Still holding strong towards these pivotal power points that you see so often on border, relatively spread out, but relatively passive as they've already given up CCTV. Nobody in break, nobody in security. Very early on that they're giving up all this map control.
Cruelty, they have that man advantage. Remember, so far they do a bit of damage onto Brios. So far, they're trying to repel this team, but they have no idea that Ivan is up here. I think Mike W may be able to drone him out. Would need to get this kill onto Ivan, who now has been spotted out. Because if Mike W dies, that is a 5v2. And LIS need to start gaining some momentum, because that is how they work as a team. They work off of momentum, and if they are stuttering back and forth, they are not going to look good at all. But the hunt begins. Can he win the fight? Mike W needs to. It's back and forth. The death mark goes away.
But Mike W does not. Good kill for him onto Ivan. And that is a pivotal kill to find back. That's what they're looking for, those isolated kills, but I think it might just be too little too late. Never give up on LIS in this position. Mr. B been in these spots before many times through his Siege career, so if anyone's going to have the right call, it's him. Two players in Armory Lockers, one towards the half wall. Good timing on the swing. Barely missed the capitalization, but it's just fine because Mr. B now the last one alive. Skimzy makes it a double kill in the round for himself. And B's just sat outside waiting for the inevitable, and it's a C4 to close it. Triple for Skimzy. And Cruelty off to a hot start. It seems that the momentum has gone nowhere since map 2.
Sometimes when LIS are in that scattered state, which I think they are currently from map 2, and so far it's transferred on over to map 3, they play incredibly individualistic. I think there was some point where we said that Cruelty and LIS play very similar, and that means their weaknesses and their strengths are also alike in the way that when Cruelty plays together like they have for this entire series, they are going to win, or at least make it very close. They lost Labs, but as I said, when it came to the kill differential, just a couple of minor pieces. Right now, it's major pieces for LIS. They are struggling with entries. It is Cruelty who are winning that by far. They are struggling with trades a majority of the time. And essentially, they're putting the ball in play, throwing up half-court shots, and hoping that their number one half-court shooter can get it done.
And this is the problem with LIS when they're not looking good. They're giving up early kills, they're overextending not far away, so low trade potential, so they're stuck in 4-on-5s, and then they can never recover. In both of their playoff series in Element 4, we're going to fall back on that old reliable again, their recovery rate was 20%, which for those of you uninformed in the chat, it's a really fun stat. It is to say that when they lost the opening fight, they only won the round 20% of the time. Their conversion rate, which is the alternative when they win that opening fight, how often they win it, was up around 70. So they're good at converting off those first kills. But when they lose it, as of late, they have really struggled to find it back. And so maybe just 1 or 2 more rounds where you fall back on that structure might help. But I feel like they live and die by the aggression, and I don't think we'll see them abandon it anytime soon. Aggressive play into Epic, meant for Epic, as they're already into the site. But Mr. B with a Gumon in his foot, and already 2 of his teammates dead. Make it 3. Brios can respond, he can actually make it 2, but Mr. B so alone with a case in hand has to make something happen, and Brios has died. Ivan left so low, but now B has to make it happen himself. Barely any HP left on him, has to take out the Gumon now, and work into the 1 versus 2. But a low HP on Ivan could possibly be something to work with. He'll skulk around with his full shield out, waiting to play that info, but it looks like he's just going to go for the reset. Ivan knows he's going to get spotted here. Drone out for him, so they get the red pings on him. They get the red pings on Mr. B, that is. They do shoot him, though, and he's going up to the second floor, V. He wants a full reset.
He's got the time.
Just a little prick.
In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, okay, what if he just trips over?
Has been dropped.
That is the most comical outcome of all of them. I was thinking, what if he steps on a goo mine? What if he backs into electricity? Not if he falls from the hatch. What?
It's like the little,
How did you take damage?
The little Looney Tunes slipping sound effect plays of woo 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 woo, and he just like
Anvil falling sound. Oh my god.
Oh, that's not how you wanted to win it. Well, that's obviously not how you wanted to lose it.
I don't
I guess,
care.
for Mr. B.
It's a win.
No, I misspoke. That is absolutely how you want to win it because you won the round and now you're up 2. Border not even that great of a map for the defense. It can go heavy defense favored at times in the meta. I think currently it is pretty defender favored in Element 4, but I don't know the statistics off the top of my head. But even still, a great start for Cruelty. Funny start, all things considered, but LIS, you just have to hope that they can withhold, because after a round like that, you tried to get back to those fast plays. Those are the bread and butter for LIS, but not even that worked.
I'm just kind of
10 seconds
confused.
left before
At
insertion.
what point did things go awry? At what point did, you just crumble into a million
Attackers are
Lego
moving out to
pieces?
locate a bomb
Because
and defuse it.
it feels like there are two distinct teams. The LIS that we saw on Night Haven Labs, the one that won the map and deserved it, in all honesty, and then the one that we see now, where everything just looks so uncoordinated, and they're throwing Brios in and just hoping that he gets the job done. Maybe it's just a slow, inevitable death that Cruelty continues to win these rounds, or LIS. Somehow Brios is then able to collect. He's able to get ace, he's able to get 4Ks, or they change everything on a whim, which I don't think is going to be the case.
Well, it was the hero plays to kind of kill the mental for LIS. It'll have to be the hero plays out of LIS themselves to get them back into it. So far, not much shown on Border, but this is the same map they played so effectively just a couple of hours ago. It feels like weeks ago at this point. Totally different team now. And the newest team, the shortest tenured squad in this closed qualifier is Loyalty is Scarce. And that inexperience may be showing to them. Specifically, a couple players on this team who this is the biggest thing they've ever played in. And they might be getting the shakes just a bit. Only halfway through this round, and you could see LIS trying to play this slow. They're worried about overextending and giving up that first pick like we've always said they're doing so frequently. But V, I don't like who it just was to die. Good trade from Epic, though.
There's some way back into it. I don't know if you gain too much by killing Pyrox, simply because there's still some player in Armory, that is Ivan, on the smoke. We now see some more attacker utility. Now gathering around the window, there still is the yokais that haven't been dealt with.
What?
Wow. No way. What are you doing?
What? Get off the plant! Get off the plant! There's a man outside and he's shutting your attack down! The info from the yokai slowed it down so the smoke's faded, but it didn't matter because Ivan went flying. And LIS may be sent home, but who but Brios to possibly pull them back? One player stuck inside a supply, the other in the site. Ivan has to hold. Epic around the corner could possibly make something happen. They could maybe even play each other's contact. Brios look in the wrong direction. They have zero info here. They barely made any contact in the first few parts of the round, but they seem to know someone's going to be in supply. No! He had no clue. Epic needs to know there's a man in the corner, but Ivan's prone. Will he expect it? Not a chance. The shotty to close it. Cruelty up 3-0.
What are we doing, man?
This is raw. This is Siege. I love it, man. There's a guy flying out sandwich window. I love it, man.
I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning why the hell are we trying to plant when the player died? You have the opponent detected outdoors directly on your screen. This is really not the way I wanted to see LIS go down. I know that they're a team that on the main stage has really struggled. And it is always one person that everybody points to and says, this person, which you kind of alluded to it, Alex. He's been a lurker, he's been an entry, and through the Swiss stage of Element, he was the one player that I wanted to keep eyes on. I wanted to say, what does he do that enables this team? What does LAS do to enable Alex? And the question to both of those is nothing. LIS don't do anything to enable Alex, and Alex doesn't do anything to enable LIS. They're essentially two detached organisms, completely separate from each other. As long as Alex has the idea that he is an entry, that he is the lurker, now he's on Sens, and one would think that he's been relegated to the support role, which I think is the correct decision to make, given everything that I just said.
Listen, Sens has got a good gun. So if you want to... Oh, wait a minute. There's someone right there. Alex, come on. The perfect chance to get a kill back, but I think he's just barely missed it. It was Mutombo in the archives, or rather, it might have been Ivan. Either way, Ivan's running the FMG, and Ivan is no longer able to use that FMG because Mr. B with a big kill on the entry, and they want to go fast again. ROU's into the site with the Candelas to try to play for a plant. But Cruelty have control over everything else, and LIS are hesitant. They don't seem to be convinced this is the right play to make. And Cruelty are not falling for the bait. C4 ready for Mutombo, but he hasn't popped it yet. And so you can tell he's not fully convinced this is going to be the final play. Drones are being thrown in and not fully used. And as the ROUs could possibly get re-popped, there needs to be more Candelas in. B has one in hand. Chucks it in, ready to make the play, and now the plant can start to go down. But he's got to start to sneak in, and he still hasn't yet. They are still hesitant. He's finally in, though, getting the plant down. C4 needs to be lined up in the perfect lineup to try to deal with anything. It's not shot on the way over, but B's got out, so it looks okay. Alex dealt damage on the AC windows, but it's epic to get the first kill since the execute started. The second kill of the round for LIS. And Cruelty desperate for a response, but it's Brios to fire back against them. Flashes in yet again, and Mutombo can't see a thing. LIS up 5-2. Surely they can convert here. Pyrox dead now as well. Mutombo alone in this site. Could he even get a kill or two just to boost his stats just a bit? Over aggressive and punished for it. Epic shuts it down. Loyalty is scarce, will not go out without a fight.
Now there is a much different LIS than we have seen. One thing I wrote down in my notes covering LIS is that you cannot say that they are afraid. They will peek you. They will take any chance that they get. And that is the exact opposite. There were several opportunities getting the kill onto Ivan. It's a perfect opportunity to push in. First sense RU goes in, nothing. C4 is cleared, nothing. The second RU still waiting, and only after are they able to get that entry and then collectively start to push around the site, then do they execute. That is very, very different than the LIS that has been here in the second map and so far in the third map. It's a lot more control, patience, and it works. Cruelty definitely did not take the bait, like you said, but LIS didn't force opportunities when there were none. And I'd like to see that, and I hope they continue to have that, because I feel that's the only shot that they have at winning border.
They were waiting on the opportunities to present themselves, and now Epic with a solid round, Mr. B with a solid round, Brios chipped in again. They're starting to see the team come back to life. By all means, this is not a done map. LIS one more round, and it's not that bad of a half. You could start to make a comeback if your defenses look strong. And I think it's just good for LIS to get back on the board. Remember what it feels like to win a round, because it has been a while. I want to say 8 straight rounds for Cruelty between the 5-round run to end the last map and the 3-round run to start off this one. And LIS now finally back in the driver's seat, it feels like. And slow yet again, intelligently so.
I wouldn't say they're in the driver's seat yet.
Yeah, well, listen.
I'd say they're at least in the middle seat in the back of the car. They're not in the trunk. They don't have the like the baby seat where it's like turned the opposite way. They're in the car. One round is not the be all end all. And bringing the Sens and the Ying, similar to what we saw in the previous round, definitely highlights what I was saying about waiting for opportunities and not forcing them due to the amount of utility that the attack has. And LIS are being very slow. That's another thing about waiting for opportunities instead of forcing them. I just don't want LIS to wait too long, because then the opportunity is going to pass you by. Alex is down, or excuse me, Epic is down, not killed, and Mike W is actually the first person to claim a body, and it seems like it's going to be a clean one.
And Epic crawling back to his teammate. Ivan might be able to shut this down, though. He's right over here. They don't know that he's here. The Deagle around the corner. He gets a big frag, but Alex able to respond. He's on the board, and his teammate back up. So LIS at the advantage. Mike wants to press it into the site, but I don't know if he's ready for the man in the corner. Is tucked in towards the tub, is fatal, but a shot through the floor, but he wasn't ready for the man in the sight, so Mike W with a trade almost gets a second. Long distance out of Pyrox, chunks the bandit down, but Skimzy, the next one to get a kill. 2 versus 2, and the DMR keeps shooting, but not the attacker's DMR. It has to be a response from Alex. Can you step up when they need you? His second kill of the round, second kill of the map, and a yellow ping on the last defender. Whoa! Through the wall! What a statement from the young gun! And Alex PRS, when the team needs it most, gets them back within one.
Demanded of him, and performance was delivered. What a way to serve Alex back into the round and to serve LIS back into the match. That is 2 rounds now that they have won, and it feels akin to round 4, but still but not exactly the same, because the opportunities weren't. The site is not the same. They don't have direct access to the plant. They have to take the top floor, then initiate through the hatch, and they were able to take the top floor, get that entry that we've been talking about, Happy, and work off of that. That's now twice that they've gotten the entry, and twice that they've converted off of it. And it might just be a game now of follow the entry, because so far whoever's been able to get that has snowballed their way to a round victory.
That's what I was talking about. LIS struggling to recover when they lose that first fight, but when they win it, really solid. And it might just sound like, okay, well, what's your analysis there? Win the first fight? Enable it more. Earlier drones, waiting a little longer to make sure that you're making the right move when you take that first engagement. LIS slowing things down a lot more over these past couple rounds, and they're all the better for it. They're more prepared for those first fights, and thus the likelihood of winning them is way higher. I mean, just think about it. You're taking a fight against someone who you don't know is there, much less likely than taking a fight against someone who, like at the end for Alex PRS, you have a yellow ping on. Didn't even need to see him, shot him through the wall, and that was round done. Round 6 back, though, and it feels like the momentum starting to shift a bit, but Cruelty's still in the lead. And so as they move towards Vent and Workshop for their final defense, hoping that this doesn't go from a full site rotation flawlessly for them to a full site rotation flawlessly against them.
Pretty big round. Kind of dictates who gets the advantage, even if it's tied up. It's still LIS, who's got momentum in their hand. 3 rounds to move off of. No actual movement towards any player. It's just clearing out some reinforced walls, soft walls, droning out the site. They still have 5. 3 are actively being used currently. So far, LIS haven't really engaged on the site. I mean, they have gotten rid of the Black Mirror. It's a direct trade. Barrios gets Matumbo, but Mike W falls. And hard to say who is the bigger loss here.
I'd say the Deimos lose all that active utility. That is a big, big disadvantage. You do miss out on that extra C4, but you still have 2 more of those in pocket. So not the biggest loss in the world. And the biggest loss here, I think, is time. LIS with only 1:20 to go. And I know that I said it's good for them to play slow. Still remains to be seen, though, whether or not they'll have enough time to work with. They get to work that vert, though, and that's good. But much like the last time through the site, Cruelty are all around the first floor, not really playing the site. Matter of fact, not a soul inside the objective. So LIS could possibly just drop in, but Cruelty have set the site up so they have a kill box in there.
Throw the ROUs in there, but I don't know if that's the play you want. I I feel like there's so many angles that Cruelty have that they would be able to find a way around the ROU. Candela goes out, ROU goes out, and here goes Mr. B for the plant. What's the response? Cruelty find the kill and are immediately traded.
And Skimsy with another one. It's back to advantage for Cruelty. Alex low on HP as well. And he stepped up big in the last round. Can he do it again? Can Epic step up this time? It's both of those two rookies. Much less experienced than their teammates in positions like these, but you wouldn't know it with the poise they're showing. Alex with a good kill, but they've given up the second floor, and look at Ivan walking back upstairs with info to play with. A hatch to play around. He could just wait for the plant to go down, but there aren't holes everywhere. They're going to plant inside a vent, and he doesn't know this. The info's gone. It's not inside a vent, so Alex is going to be able to stick it. Epic has to pull a Goo Mine out, and he will get capitalized on. Can you do it again, Alex? On the sends once more, wants to duck out the window, and he does. Somehow allowed outside. The walk in the rotate hole, not quite caught because he hasn't walked it fully. It's Ivan on the main door, waiting for someone to walk over him. But he's actually just chose the wrong time to peek away because Alex has moved towards that double door through the wall. Skimsy wants the angle onto the defuse. He needs to break a bit more of that wall, though. And Alex could walk up on this. They're not expecting him here. Goo Mine for his position. He has to make a move because they're just going to stick it. And there was no chance in the world. Really solid effort from the Sens. But it is Cruelty locking it out, shutting down that streak of 3, and winning that first half of Border.
HP a lot of times doesn't mean a lot in Siege due to the one-shot headshot, but in those specific instances, it makes or breaks you because you cannot step on that Goo Mine. You cannot play with confidence because one stray flashbang to the face, one Goo Mine stepped on, and you are toast. Like, LIS did a lot in that round. Unfortunately, Cruel's positioning when that actual execute came was just top notch. Not being inside the actual site itself, but being around, like I said, gave them those angles so that once that diffuser was going down, they popped up, got the kill, even though some bodies of their own felt, they got those trades. One thing that we haven't touched a lot on, how many trades they've gotten. We've just kind of said it as they've happened. But they are a way that Cruelty has been able to maintain the advantage that they've gotten. And I've said that it's a great way to tell whether Cruelty are playing together, is if they're getting those trades. They are, and so far, they're up 4-2. They've just got to keep the ball rolling.
5 seconds left.
Calibrating air compression. All set.
So do LIS, right? Like, it feels like that's the big player here. It feels like we keep seeing so many massive hero plays and clutches and near clutches getting shut down. And I do feel like this is continuously favoring Cruelty with more experience in positions like this, right? They've been to a major. They've played on lands for LATAM Finals. LIS, less experienced, though Mr. B has been in Pro League, though Mike W and Brios have seen the top of Tier 2, and even Alex and Epic have a solid amount of T2 experience now, a solid amount of success with that playoff under their belt. And now this, the first round against Oxygen as well. It just feels like Cruelty can hold better in the positions where they should. Really smartly playing that 2v1 in the last round and not giving it away. But this time around, I think they may go quick. I'll let you get a word in before we see any action.
Got to get the job done. Well, past results are some things, but losing Ivan on a potential smoke play is huge. Alex potentially could impact it even further with the C4, but doesn't, and down goes the plant.
It's an Armory Lockers play, but they catch onto it, and they notice Mr. B. Good timing on the swing, and shuts one down, even though Mike W with a kill. It may not be enough. That is, though. Fatal brings us back to 3-on-3. And now LIS a little bit fragmented. Epic all the way downstairs. But the case abandoned in the middle of the site for Cruelty, and I'd argue that's a far worse spot to be in than Epic having to work his way back upstairs. It's Pyrox and Vent hoping to find a kill to the floor, but plenty more time to work this. And Cruelty abusing that clock as much as they can.
And they only have the Mira actually pinged, so Deimos can't look at the Azam, can't look at the Warden with the death marks. And I think that's a big thing because they knew where Brios was. If they would, boom, pop on the death mark, down goes the Warden. But you can see they only have Alex positioning, who is in Archives. He's going to move into Office, into a Mute Jammer. Now that is washed away. And Cruelty have about 60 seconds to decide what they want to do. Got one death mark. have a Talon shield, and just their guns. There's no C4s on the board, so you don't really have to worry about any plant denial, but these Cuba barriers are going to be a real physical barrier that they are going to have to fight through. And as the clock ticks down, they could potentially get a kill here with Epic, but he backs off very quickly.
Yeah, smart of him to do that, recognizing only 30 seconds left, and Cruelty are only just now taking this control, but he's back in it! He retakes break and takes the round away from Cruelty. In one foul motion, it's the Azami bringing him back in. And how can Pyrox respond? Seeing Ghosts trying to break a crossfire that barely even exists. Epic just has to tease a couple shots around the corner, and he'll do his job. Eventually giving the kill to boot. What a round to step up there and keep LIS within one.
Kind of reminds me of when Fatal got downed as Clash on Aqua in map 1, where they just had this player who could completely disrupt their entire play and just missed him. And that one look, I guess it's not a miss drone, it's a miss look.
Miss C.
Miss C ends up deciding whether or not you have a chance in that round that gives LIS the momentum. And that's something that they love to have. Going on to bathroom. Now, Alex is positive. He got the opener up against Ivan, who was a Glaz, who was kind of the linchpin of the entire plant with the candelas and the smoke. So he had an impact. And that's something that we haven't really seen from him so far, only in the latter half of the attacking rounds, as more of a support-oriented or player able to get trades. But Cruelty are swapping their entire attack. They're going on to the Monty, hoping that that's the decision that will get them over the finish line.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
They just have to hope, right? Only one attacking round down so far, and you haven't won it. Epic back on the Azami. Give the hot hand the 919. Very good decision making on part of LIS. And notably no Vigil this time, so we're going to put Alex on Mira. He was playing Mira on this site against Oxygen though, so nothing massive changed from that map to this one. It's actually the site that they played in the last round where it just kind of fell apart, and OXG pressured LIS out. Cruelty have to hope to replicate some of Oxygen's success on this site. A very diverse attacking lineup to do it, but notably the Monty. Mutombo back on a comfort pick with the case in hand.
I'm already getting flashbacks. What if we get to max overtime and LIS lose it?
Don't get ahead of yourself.
No, but it's kind of. I was imagining that when we saw the map pool, where it's like, oh, Border as the third map again.
This seems familiar.
Yeah, that would be interesting, to say the least. But we still got a lot of rounds until then, at least 3. Cruelty would have to win 3 straight. They throw a lot of candelas in, and it does amount to something. That's Mutombo on the Monty. Gets a kill onto Epic. No more keeper barriers, and no more red hot Epic, who's really, really shown up on Border.
And no response from LIS yet either. That perhaps the biggest deal of them all is they've got into East Stairs. That can cut this extension off from the site unless they choose to drop the hatch. And that is a big problem for LIS. You need to make a big play happen and start to turn Border into a bit more of a team deathmatch map. But this is what we've always talked about with LIS. We've been talking about it all night. They can't respond when they lose the first kill, and they haven't yet. Brios, the next one to die. And so LIS 2 players down. One more player down in the site now is Alex. And Cruelty with a minute to work this vert.
I don't think they have a lot of actual options to work the work. You've got Ivan, the breaching charges, and that's about it. It's also about denying the defense control of the top floor. So even though you aren't really going to be able to use it against your opponent isn't going to be able to use it against you. And now with the time remaining, they can stoke up that utility. Mutombo gets caught, takes a lot of damage, and that was almost disastrous, but gets away and cannot take any more damage from a C4, smoke, anything of the like.
I think they threw another canister at him, though, so he may not have to worry too much, but Mike W himself still has the shotgun in hand, and he's mighty comfortable with it, but the pistol swing from Entumbo is going to take the canisters out of the picture. It was another kill in the picture there, so it has to be Alex, relied upon so consistently to clutch, and he's so quick on the trigger, but can he deny the plant? Not quite. C4 out, gets another one, the last one's down. There's no way he could make this happen. Finds the case in sandwich, and he's just gonna stick it. Skimsy's so far away. Bros don't fake, but Skimsy does manage to force him off with the presence. And maybe you shouldn't have faked after all, because the pro's gonna teach you that in the end, the tier 2 team sent back down 2 rounds, and Cruelty with their first attack and round win.
I felt the heartbreak on Alex, on LIS, of Skimsy hitting that shot. That would have been a 1v4. Would it not?
Insane. I think one might have been down, so it might have been a 1v4 asterisk.
I'm counting it. I don't care.
Well,
That's what it says on the screen, and that's what is convenient to my narrative. For Alex, even to get to that spot in the first place is still ludicrous. To get the kill through the solo wall, to get the C4, that everything was just going right, and it's one of those plays where it feels like nothing can go wrong. That is only natural that you would win the 1v1 to tie your team up. But unfortunately, Team Cruelty just have this reputation as heartbreakers, as winners of games they should not win. I look back to their game against Friendship Team in the closed balls, their game against JJ's team in Element 4 playoffs, and right now, 2 more rounds, they're going to destroy another team and kick them out of the North American LCQ SI Finals.
In 2 maps against Oxygen, both Border and Nighthaven Labs, they both went to overtime, and Cruelty lost both of them. That was in the first seeding match of the closed qualifier. So Cruelty, most recent experience in OT, at least within the context of this qual, not the best. But they seem so cleanly ahead right now, they may not even need it. And we'll need to see another answer back from LIS. Just such a heartthrob of a series. For loyalty is scarce. And I just don't know if they're going to have the mental wherewithal to hold through. But like you said, V, Cruelty have played so much overtime. They've played so many series like this, and they've broken hearts before. And so they wouldn't necessarily be out of their position.
The craziest part of this series is a lot of times when people look at Cruelty, it's like, oh my god, get Pyrox some help. Get him somebody. Or, he has been okay in this series, if not the worst player on Cruelty. And yet,
not get excessive.
Like, they are doing so well. Fatal. I talked about the injuries in the second. Skimsy is 10-5. Ivan is showing up. Like, they are just completely subverting the narrative in all of this.
Oh no.
And Pyrox, I kind of say his name, how bad he's doing. He ends up as the first death, and that could snowball to an LIS round victory, as we have said. But the trade is there for Fatal.
Good response. Really well timed as they continue to advance on this extension above the Vent Workshop site. You can't let this vert go uncontested. It will bite you in the butt. And even though Ivan's in the bathroom, you may think, oh, he should just walk at the site. Most of the defense upstairs, and for good reason. The whole floor above the site breakable, and so you need to do something about it. And even though Ivan has killed the site anchor, LIS still hold that vert. Cruelty need to start contesting it at least a little bit, but they're going straight for the site. I don't know if I like this call. They need to at least make the top floor players feel a little bit pressured, but LIS are falling off. They want to make a team play in towards Customs. They're going to be expected here, though. Ivan with his second, Skimsy with another. Epic so far out. How can he make it work? He can't. Asking too much of him, and a match point now for Team Cruelty. 1 round away from sending the Tier 2 squad home in last place in the NASI qualifier finals.
Not even making it close. LIS would go down 7-3 and 7-2 after winning the first map. And honestly, continuing all of our narratives. What we saw in the previous game up against Oxygen, they were 1 round away from knocking off a North American League team, a certified tier 1 team. And now they are at the mercy of the Latin American team, Cruelty, who has been middling at best. But Cruelty have always been the team where when you least expect it, they will just show up in spades. And when they show up, they are scary. And that is without their best player getting kills. He's 3-8. He was the entry death. And yet, Cruelty recovered.
So much. It just keeps happening. And Team Cruelty now stand on match point. Loyalty is scarce, would need 3 rounds in a row when they've barely gotten 3 rounds since it was 2-2 on Skyscraper.
Attackers need to locate.
There it was 5 rounds in a row for Cruelty. And since then, 6 rounds on Border. And they almost snuck out 3 in a row, LIS did, to end off their attack half, but they just couldn't squeeze out that third. And defense has felt like they're trying to catch up with Cruelty. These opening picks feel like they're dictating so much, but Cruelty with a quick response in that last round, bucking that trend in an emphatic fashion at the perfect time. 3 rounds up with match point, and they elect to go, or rather 3 rounds down with match point, LIS electing to go to Armory and Lockers,
10 seconds
hoping
to go.
that something can happen on this site.
5 seconds remaining.
Cruelty's choices, the Deimos, the Sens, and the Monty with the Nomad as well. And the Sens has been a very popular pick today, as Sens has been pretty popular in general. That change, essentially negating Warden's impact on Sens, has made it a very convenient way to 100% deny line of sight in between your enemy, but that also has made Mute very impactful. Where will Mr. B place those jammers? I mean, we saw when Cruelty was on defense, though the Mute jammers denied the ROU from deploying in very important positions. But all utility decide, it's just always going to be the entry kill. Just who can look through the smoke, the light, the concrete, and find the open kill.
And the projectors, which you can't look through
that's
anymore.
The light. That's the light part.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
They're light walls.
Well, you can't look through them anymore, so.
Because they made it light.
Either way. Yeah, I got you. Don't worry. Projectors do that. And Cruelty set to use them soon, but not yet, as they still want to establish some map control. They don't want to make the mistakes that LIS would make often on attack and go for a rush without establishing themselves on the map. Giving away their hand too early, but Fatal gives himself up too early. Good projectors, but not such a great entry, and Mike W kills Mutombo next. Yes, there's a response for Pyrox, but Cruelty still a whole player down out of this engagement. And the map control that they can start to establish is actually now on the way, as Skimsy gets a wonderful shot on the Brios, and that CC pressure gone, and LIS just gonna fall back to the site.
Let's remind you that LAS have gotten 6 entries, and yet they've only won 3 rounds. It's looking so dire.
Mike W has to make it happen in a 1 versus 3. He's clutched so much today. But could you be asking too much of him? Cruelty need to play this slow, and they will. Setting up the player top metal. Pyrox with the shotty, but now spotted out. Damage dealt. That damage could be pivotal later. Peeking at the right angle. Nice shot for Mike W. Holding his nerve as he has so often today. Wants to prepare for a re-up on that AC balk position, but it won't happen. And now they'll start to pressure with the Deimos. A 1vx against the Deimos feels impossible. And when Pyrox has the revolver, it is. Cruelty lock us out. And Loyalty is scarce despite being close in both best of 3s. The first team sent packing from the LCQ Finals out of North America.
Cruelty definitely showed up when it mattered. I feel like I can't state that any less. Like, wild card, they looked toast, kaput, done for. And then in the first map, they lose 7-4. Yet they look pretty decent, but they still lost their own map pick. And then they go into Skyscraper, and it's just like everything was different. even on their own half, LIS seemed in control, and yet they persisted. LIS, I feel like they really got in their own way. The issues that they have racked up over weeks now at this point show themselves at the biggest spotlight imaginable.
And perfect timing to do it for Cruelty. Valiant effort from LIS, and I'm very excited to see them more in the future for sure. That's a team that's incredibly well talented individually, and as they start to implement that structure, I'm sure they will go places. But Cruelty leave it up to just 3 Tier 1 teams left. One of them being a LATAM squad making it through. Not a team that a lot of people maybe expected as much out of as some of the other teams in the fall, but they will get the chance to fight the loser of the winners bracket final tomorrow. And that's going to be an exciting one. It's that winners bracket final between Wildcard and Oxygen, and then Cruelty play the winner. But one last word on Loyalty is Scarce. Do you think I'm not 100% sure on, Loyalty is Scarce. What do we feel like was going wrong at the end? Because it just didn't feel like they ever stood a chance on a round-by-round basis.
I just think they weren't connecting. Something that was there on map 1, a bigger map where they're able to set themselves up, just isn't there on something like Skyscraper or Border, where you're in these tight confines and you aren't given the geometric space in the map to mount any sort of perimeter border to actually enact your execute. And Cruelty clearly way more comfortable on these extremely tight spaces.
Very, very excited for sure, and Cruelty just barely a step up. And congratulations to them. We're actually going to get a chance to talk to the interview, or give an interview with a member of the winning squad, Cruelty. So I'm going to throw it over to Jonah to talk to a member of Team Cruelty.
I think I might be waiting
never mind.
a little bit.
Nope, never mind. Hey, sorry, I missed that. They said it was. Yeah, I said my mistake. My mistake.
It's all good.
Either way.
I think we got to take a look at the stats and the MVP, which I'm really interested in, because I think taking a look at this series as a whole is something that is kind of difficult, because it was very distinct chapters in between all 3 of them, and I mean we've highlighted them so much, but I would love to see them from a literal numbers standpoint. How did Alex do in a total? Did Pyrox break even? Everything and the like.
Yeah, it's exciting to see, right? And Pyrox, the player you pointed out, is someone who wasn't stepping up today. Really excited to see other members of Cruelty step up, though, because in that first game, right, we saw the stats before. It was Pyrox doing well, but then everybody else really struggled against Wildcard. Pyrox is the only one able to keep his head above water. And then the rest of the team stepping up today when Pyrox, or not just today, they were also played the first game today, but stepping up right now when Pyrox played a little bit worse than usual. So all things considered, really excited to see moving into the future how this team can gel a little bit better if we continue to see more team performances from Cruelty. Maybe if they get wildcard again, I don't know if they'll take a win, but it will hopefully be a little bit closer than it was last time. So all things considered, also excited to see the stats as well, but Loyalty is Scarce. Unfortunately, not quite able to make it work, and not an infinite overtime this time, but Border still just not good for them on map 3 apparently.
I am also tomorrow is going to be very interesting, because a lot of people see Wildcard Oxygen as the penultimate game, that no matter what, LIS, Cruelty, they were just kind of fodder for what would be the final 2 of Wildcard and Oxygen, and that winners finals might just be a preview. I mean, we already saw Wildcard 2-0 Oxygen. I think it was a 2-0. And at least on Bank, that was such a weird game that, if anybody doesn't know, that was essentially a max overtime Bank game that had no attacking wins. And that's kind of a fluke of a map that a lot of people would like to see a true game where everybody's at their best, and that is what potentially the winners finals and the grand final would be.
Well, that'll be really exciting to see as well. And so, like we said, Wildcard versus Oxygen next to come up. First to come up tomorrow, but now the stats have come up, and we can finally see the MVP of the game was Ivan by a long shot as well. Nobody else in the same atmosphere as him. And Pyrox didn't quite get even, Mutombo didn't either, but Pyrox showing up when it mattered in clutch scenarios as well as Mutombo, and I think that's generally the theme of the game, right? The clutch situations, the situations where the pressure was really, really felt, it felt like Cruelty were coming out on top almost all of the time.
It was that kind of expectation that after a certain point they get a lot of these entries, that they would continue to get these entries. Fatal going 6-2 on an entry is unreal from him. Mutombo at 5-5, even though he had those 5 entry deaths, the fact that his most played attacker is Monty, and he still has those 5 entries. And Mutombo Pyrox did not break even. He went 20-23. He was not the technically worst player, because Mutombo went 19-24, but for the person, I guess the role that he plays wasn't great. But this is not a surprise. Ivan was there the entire time through all 3 maps, the KD being 30-19. He could be relied on in every single map.
And he's always been that reliable guy for Cruelty so frequently. When they show up in Tier 2 competitions, when they show up in LATAM, normally Pyrox is the big numbers player, but Ivan for years has been the rock of whatever roster he's on. Long considered maybe the most talented player in the region in terms of raw skill, and so I love to see him show up on a big stage like this, because the critique of Mexico so frequently, or LATAM teams in general, just that they aren't showing up when they have to play the NA squads, and so they're showing up against the best Tier 2 team in the qualifiers. They weren't the best Tier 2 team in Element, but they're also showing up in Element too. So all around, Ivan's showing up, all of Cruelty showing up, and what a great map for them. Is EPS 124, and it's 122 here, so almost EPS as late as it is in the night right now.
I think we're waiting for the Spanish interview, because Cruelty is the Latin American
That was my
team.
mistake, yeah.
So that is something that I think they're getting the Spanish interview and then potentially the English interview. So they get best
I'm
of
glad.
both worlds. Yeah. And I think we might get hey, there he is, my favorite man.
You guys are troopers. My God, what a series! You guys have been crushing it this whole time, soloing the post show as well. What a finish! Seriously, unbelievable close. Unfortunate for LIS that they could not push it over the line. I think Mr. B tweeted out that they needed 1% more juice to win that game against Oxygen. I think maybe they need about 30%, 40% more juice here. Really goes to show how intense it is to play a 38-round best-of-3 followed by a 20-minute break, and you do it all over again. At some point, V, you just got to run out of energy.
I will say, Cruelty are no strangers to this. They played 11 hours straight of Siege to make it here. So there's definitely some practice when it comes to playing a lot of Siege compared to LIS, who got to play 1 BO3 and then take a nice little nap for the night.
Oh, I'm not trying to say it is unlucky. I think you're right. I think it's endurance. There is a part of the skill that contributes to that. And as a result, Cruelty will move ahead in the lower bracket. Cruelty now await the loser of Wildcard Gaming and OXG. That will happen first in our winners bracket final tomorrow. We will see Cruelty face the loser before the grand final to determine who will go all the way to the 6th Invitational and be the 6th North American team at a stacked field in Boston. Should be a great opportunity for these teams to fight on home court, technically, in Boston. First time we've seen the Invitational on American soil, so big opportunity for Wildcard and Oxygen to try to fight for that point. But Cruelty now, Aiden, awaits them. The loser of that matchup, obviously we saw Wildcard handle Cruelty no problem. If history holds, Wildcard should have an advantage over OXG. Could see a Cruelty Oxygen matchup in the lower bracket. Where do you think that could go?
I mean, honestly, Cruelty Oxygen is just exciting because it's a new matchup, but last time these two teams played, OXG had the upper hand. It was just a seeding match. And though they both went to OT, I think I'm still going to have to favor OXG again. It has felt like destiny that Wildcard and OXG were going to meet in the grand final. And I feel like these two teams have consistently proven that they are better than the rest of the competition. They met the first chance they had in the closed qualifier. They met at the second chance they had in the qualifier finals. And they're meeting again in the upper finals. I feel like it just has to be those two. It's been destiny. But Cruelty, I feel like that story, if they were to make the big run, might be even more exciting than the matchup of the two most deserving NAL teams. Getting a LATAM team in there would be really exciting too.
It would be great, especially a team that is performing as well as Cruelty did, at least in this series, right? The Cruelty we saw against Wildcard. Yes, Wildcard gave them a good stomping, but Cruelty was also not in their full form. We really did see Cruelty clicking. We saw, I think it's fair to say, almost their full capabilities as a roster.
Oh yeah. There's just one like small piece, and that's Pyrox. It's just Pyrox, and the fact that they're able to do what we just saw without Pyrox just shows you the potential of this roster. I kind of said that I think LIS has the potential to have higher highs and lower lows. I still think that is technically true, but Cruelty, depending on what happens tomorrow, could unbelievably dispute that.
Well, thankfully, we do have our interview ready now, and we will welcome in our victors, the team who stays alive and moves along in this LCQ. Fatal, congratulations on the win, and a long day for you guys. The loss to Wildcard. How did you keep the energy up? What did you do in the middle there to keep that game going into this matchup against LIS?
Yeah, we have to make a full mental reset, and we just go get some food, go get some rest, and we talk about like our mistakes in the past match.
What do you do going up against a team that you've only faced once, right? You played them in the closed qualifier, your expectations, right? You don't know a lot about them. After you take that first map, you're not able to close it out. How do you bounce back from that and end up winning the series? What's the kind of shift? What's the discussion you have as a team?
Yeah, I think everything is about the mental. You have to do a reset every single map, and we obviously have like that. The other maps were better than the first one, so that's the thing, I think.
Amazing. Fatal, we know that tomorrow you could face Wildcard again if they lose to OXG, could face OXG if they lose that matchup. Are you looking forward to maybe a Wildcard rematch, maybe a chance to get some revenge, or is it OXG the team you'd rather play against?
Well, I think it's the same because we obviously want to win against OXG or Wildcard, so if we face OXG, then we will face Wildcard, so it doesn't make any difference.
Amazing. Fatal, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. I know it's late. I'll let you get out of here, and good luck in that matchup tomorrow. We'll be pulling for you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Amazing. Thanks so much. Well, a fantastic way to wrap up the night, to hear from Fatal himself and to see, a little bit peek behind the curtain a little bit how this team has been able to keep it up and clearly study up against LIS, watching that second game, coming back and closing it out in that final best of three. I mean, any last thoughts before we get out of here, guys? V, I'll start with you. A roller coaster of a day, but Cruelty, despite losing that first matchup of the day in spectacular fashion, they are the ones that still remain to go to tomorrow.
One thing about Cruelty, they are just so fun to watch. When they click,
yeah.
There's something about how they work with each other, how unique they are, that it's enjoyable to see, and I think that's what they brought today.
Aiden?
And yeah, all things considered, like V said, it's just a fun to watch game. You watch the heavy strat play that's going to happen between Wildcard and OXG for sure tomorrow. But this is always fun to watch. Just like I said, at some point during Border, it's just raw siege. This is real. This is a ranked match, jumping out windows, ego challenging windows you can find or any angle you can. And it was a lot of fun. Emotional roller coaster with so many close rounds. And I'm looking forward to being back tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be so fun. You guys getting into the action for those first 2 best of 3s. Knocked this out of the park tonight, guys. Thank you so much for the cast. It was a pleasure to listen to. Thank you so much to Crow and Fellow, who were here earlier in those first 2 best of 3s. And so much praise goes to our Brazilian studio. Absolutely grinding all day. They had the EU broadcast this morning, the NA broadcast this evening, and they do it all again tomorrow. We could not be here without their help. Thank you all so much for watching today. We will see you tomorrow. EU LCQ in the morning, NA LCQ in the night. We've got plenty more Siege action coming your way, so we'll see you then.